Podium Audio presents A Drizzle of Danger, Book 2 of a Cafe Crimes Cozy Mystery Series. Written by Simone Stier. Performed by Jessica Goldapple. Chapter 1. Off of Main Street, in the sleepy town of Magnolia Grove, a new chapter was brewing, and it started with a ribbon cutting. I fiddled with the giant red ribbon stretched across the entrance of my newly finished cafe, and my stomach did more flips than an Olympic gymnast. This was it, the grand opening. My chance to prove that leaving behind my true crime podcast for a quaint coffee shop in Magnolia Grove wasn't a complete mental breakdown. It had been a couple of months since I'd traded in my microphone and big city life for an espresso machine in a small town, swapping the adrenaline rush of chasing leads for the more subdued excitement of perfecting muffin making. The constant stress of investigating gruesome crimes, not to mention an overzealous fan-turned-stalker, had finally pushed me to seek out a quieter life. Magnolia Grove, with its tree-lined streets and unhurried pace, seemed like the perfect place to start over. A town where the biggest drama was usually which jam would win at the county fair, not which suspect was most likely to be a serial killer. Well, at least until the recent murder at the Beauregard mansion. But I was trying not to dwell on that little hiccup in my quest for small-town tranquility. Yet as I stood there, watching the town gather for my grand opening ceremony on that sunny autumn day, I wondered if I'd made the right choice. Could Parker Hayes, former host of the hit podcast Criminally Yours, really find fulfillment in serving up cappuccinos and cookies instead of cracking cases? And as far as the anomaly of Tate Beauregard's murder, which I'd recently solved, the town had seemed to heal like a broken bone, stronger at the point of fracture. The community had come together, supporting one another through the shock and grief, and now seemed even more tightly knit than before. "Anything I can do?" Whit, town historian and official charmer, approached. His dark hair, touched with silver at the temples, caught the morning light, and that infectious grin of his lit up his handsome face. As always, he managed to look effortlessly stylish in a casual button-down shirt and well-worn jeans. I gestured at the cafe entrance. "Unless you can magically make this ribbon behave and guarantee my coffee doesn't send anyone into cardiac arrest, I think I'm good." He chuckled, reaching over to straighten the bow. "In my humble opinion, you've got this, Parker. Besides, your coffee's more likely to raise the dead than kill anyone." "Gee, thanks. Just what every cafe owner wants to hear." As we bantered, the town started to gather on the sidewalk and in the street. The town had temporarily closed off this little portion of Main Street for the ceremony. The scene was like a Hallmark movie come to life, minus the romance, though with Whit around, who knows. I ducked inside the cafe for one last check, marveling at its transformation. The dilapidated mess I'd first encountered was now a distant memory. In its place stood a cozy, inviting space that exceeded my wildest dreams. Clyde's reassuring words from that first day echoed in my mind. "It's fixable, Parker." I'd been ready to cut my losses and flee to another country, but his unwavering confidence had kept me grounded. My gaze swept over the polished counters, gleaming espresso machine, and exposed brick walls. The rich aroma of freshly ground coffee beans filled the air. Mist-matched vintage furniture from Emmett Bennett's liquidation sale added character to every corner. Ornate Victorian chairs nestled up to sleek mid-century tables, creating an eclectic charm that screamed quirky coffee shop rather than couldn't afford a matching set. An antique apothecary cabinet behind the counter housed my extensive tea collection, its tiny drawers perfect for storing exotic blends. Each piece had a story, much like the colorful characters of Magnolia Grove. My favorite touch was the speckled antique mirror glass along the back wall, behind the handcrafted oak counter and wooden stools. A smile tugged at my lips as I took it all in. Clyde hadn't just been right. He'd been a miracle worker. This place was everything I'd hoped for and more. A perfect blend of old and new, just like my transition from hard-hitting podcaster to small-town barista. Clyde appeared at my elbow, his white Santa-esque beard neatly trimmed for the occasion, and his usually paint-splattered overalls swapped for a pair of pressed khakis. His eyes radiated satisfaction beneath his trademark faded baseball cap. At his heels, Major, his little black and white dog, wagged his tail excitedly, clearly hoping for a stray pastry crumb. Clyde had put a red bow tie on the little guy for the occasion. "Place looks mighty fine, don't it?" Clyde said, reaching down to scratch Major behind the ears. "It's come a long way from that old heap of trouble we started with." "It's perfect, Clyde. Though if the authorities ask, we definitely didn't find any Prohibition-era moonshine stashed in the walls." Clyde chuckled. "Or any other surprises for that matter, like them interloping varmints we found upstairs. This place is as clean as a whistle now." I nodded, pushing away the memory of some of our less pleasant discoveries during the renovation. Some things were better left in the past. I addressed my eager canine bestie. "And no, Major, these treats aren't for you, but I might have a dog-friendly biscuit in the back, if you behave." Major's tail wagged even harder at the mention of a treat, and Clyde chuckled. "He's been looking forward to this all week. I think he's hoping to be your official taste tester." "I'll put him on the payroll." Back outside, Mayor Camden was warming up the crowd with his best politician gleam. He tapped the microphone, the feedback making me wince. "Testing? Testing?" he boomed, his voice carrying to the town square. "Can everyone hear me?" The mayor's perfectly coiffed silver hair didn't move an inch in the breeze, and I briefly wondered if he'd shellacked it in place. He cleared his throat and launched into his speech, a masterpiece of small-town political cliches if I ever heard one. As Mayor Camden droned on about the virtues of entrepreneurship and the promise of progress, I took the opportunity to look at the crowd gathered for this momentous occasion. Familiar faces dotted the assembly, each one slowly becoming part of what I was beginning to think of as my new community family. Maggie Thomas from Boutique Chic beamed at the mayor, her wild red curls bouncing as she bobbed her head. Dr. Rufus Delacroix, the retired archaeology professor, had temporarily emerged from his under-the-town tunnel explorations, his gray comb-over slightly askew as he checked his watch. Miss Patty, the warm-hearted owner of Miss Patty's breakfast pantry, was there too, her round, kind face shining with joy. She had graciously agreed to let me sell her legendary lavender shortbread cookies at the cafe, cookies so good they practically melted on your tongue. Her 6 grandkids fidgeted around her like a cluster of restless bear cubs, but Miss Patty seemed unfazed by the chaos, her calm presence adding a touch of homey sweetness to the gathering. And there, shining with delight, stood 2 familiar faces, my parents, who'd come into town for the week for this occasion. Mom, resplendent in her favorite dress, was already chatting animatedly with Nellie Pritchett, the gossipy town clerk, while Dad, looking slightly overwhelmed but happy, stood beside her, nodding along. I watched Nellie work her charm on my parents. Who knows? Maybe she'd convince them to move here. A girl can dream, can't she? As I looked around at these people who were quickly becoming more than just neighbors, I felt happiness spreading through my chest. Then I noted Jackson Beauregard and his calculating gaze. The real estate mogul stood out in his tailored suit, looking more Wall Street than Main Street. Next to him was a man I didn't recognize. The man had a lean, weathered face with thin lips that were set in a perpetual frown, and his bald head gleamed in the light, emphasized by tufts of wispy gray hair at the temples. A prominent, sharp chin jutted forward, but it was his eyes that caught my attention. Small, dark, and beady, they darted around the crowd as if searching for prey. He bore an uncanny resemblance to a buzzard eyeing its next meal. He was dressed in a seersucker suit, bow tie, and gleaming white bucks that had never seen a speck of dirt. The buzzard man leaned over to whisper something to Jackson, who gave a curt nod. I made a mental note to ask Whit about the man later. In Magnolia Grove, not knowing someone was like showing up for a potluck without an appetite, practically a crime. Then I spotted him. Dylan Reeves. He had actually made good on his promise, or threat, and had shown up to town. Dylan Reeves, hotshot podcaster and perpetual thorn in my side. He skulked at the edge of the crowd with his cell phone posed for recording. Great. Just what I needed on opening day. The personification of my past. Dylan caught my eye and sauntered over, his outlandish bright yellow designer sneakers and perfectly messy styled hair screaming, "I'm too good for this town." "Parker, darling," he drawled with the sarcasm that certain big city people adopted when poking fun at rural folk. He flashed a cocky grin that made me want to dump a latte over his head. "Fancy meeting you here, I done reckon." I cringed. "Dylan, I see you've graduated from harassing me via phone to showing up in person. How persistent of you." He chuckled, tapping his phone and dropping the fake drawl. "Well, when someone ignores my calls, texts, and emails for weeks, sometimes you gotta take matters into your own hands. So, ready to collaborate on the biggest story of our careers yet?" "For the 100th time, Dylan, no. I left that life behind." Come on, Parks. For old time's sake." He leaned in, his cologne almost as overpowering as his ego. "I've got a story that'll put both of us back on top. That's why I've been trying to reach you. This is too big to discuss over the phone." "Dylan, I don't care if you've uncovered alien life in Magnolia Grove. The answer is still no." He shrugged, but his eyes glinted with something that made me uneasy. "You're lost, sweetheart. But remember, I offered. When this story breaks, it'll make your biggest expose look like a puff piece. You'll be begging a co-host." He swaggered away. I couldn't shake the feeling that Dylan's persistence was going to cause me headaches. But that was a problem for future Parker. Present Parker had a ribbon to cut, and coffee to serve. Pastor Jasper stepped up next, his warm smile radiating kindness. He cleared his throat and addressed the crowd. "I suppose since I am the pastor, I shall give a passage. But let's keep it short and sweet, shall we? We've got pastries to eat and coffee to drink, after all." The crowd chuckled, and Pastor Jasper continued. "Proverbs tells us that a generous person will prosper. Whoever refreshes others will be refreshed. May this cafe be a place of generosity and refreshment for our community." He turned to me. "And Parker, may your coffee be like the waters of Meribah, a source of strength and renewal for our town." He paused, looking around at some of the confused faces, and added, "Don't worry if you don't get that reference, folks. It's from a little-known book called the Bible. You might have heard of it?" A ripple of laughter spread through the crowd. Pastor Jasper grinned, clearly enjoying himself. "Though hopefully, Parker, your customers will be less complainy than the Israelites. And remember, my door's always open if you need a different kind of brew. You know, the spiritual kind." Leave it to Pastor Jasper to find the perfect balance between spiritual wisdom and relatable humor, with just a dash of playful sarcasm thrown in. "Here goes nothing," I muttered, wielding the oversized scissors. I made the cut, and the crowd cheered as the ribbon fluttered to the ground. Suddenly, Cacio Latte was officially open for business. I was swept inside on a wave of congratulations and the greedy hands of caffeine addicts and pastry enthusiasts. For the next few hours, I was a whirlwind of activity, switching between barista and hostess. My special brews were a hit, and the aroma of warmed cinnamon rolls, cookies, and muffins filled the air. I caught old Mrs. Pumpling's grimace at her first sip of coffee, but she perked up after biting into one of my cinnamon rolls with extra drizzle. My dad had stationed himself near the espresso machine, serving up cups of coffee along with his trademark dad jokes. "Hey, folks, why did the coffee file a police report?" "Because it got mugged." I groaned inwardly, but caught myself smiling as the customers chuckled good-naturedly. Meanwhile, Mom flitted about the cafe, her phone camera seemingly glued to her hand. "Oh, honey, stand right there, the light's perfect," she'd call out every few minutes, inevitably capturing a slightly off-center shot of me mid-pour or an awkward look on my face. Whit manned the register, his charm working overtime. "You know," he said during a lull, reaching for another cinnamon roll, "I think half the town showed up out of curiosity to see how a big city gal would handle small-town business." "And the other half?" I asked, tamping down espresso grounds. "Here for your sparkling personality, of course." He flashed that grin that always made my stomach do a little flip. "And maybe these addictive treats. Seriously, would you put in these?" "Just a dash of small-town charm and a pinch of big-city flair, along with my grandma's love. Now stop eating the merchandise." I grabbed one and took a bite. The soft, pillowy dough melted in my mouth, its warmth releasing the aromatic blend of cinnamon, brown sugar, and my grandma's secret ingredient, cardamom. The subtle exotic spice added a surprising depth, perfectly complemented by the hint of vanilla in the cream cheese frosting. It was like a comforting hug for my taste buds, reminding me of lazy Sunday mornings in my grandma's kitchen. "Wow," I said, savoring the flavors. "I think you outdid yourself with these, Grandma." Whit shook his head. "What were you saying about merchandise?" "Quality control." My dad popped his head out from around the kitchen corner in the back. "Speaking of your grandma's cinnamon rolls, did I ever tell you about the time she won the county fair baking contest? She was on a roll." He paused for effect. "Get it? On a roll?" I groaned. "Dad, that was terrible." Whit grinned. "Good one, Mr. Hayes. I heard that she rose to the occasion." My dad burst into laughter. "Yes, Whit, she did. Did you hear that, Beth?" Mom lowered her phone just long enough to flash a warm smile. "Yes, Daniel, I heard. Looks like Whit here might give you a run for your money in the pun department." She raised her phone again, snapping an undoubtedly off-centered picture of Dad and Whit's grins. I stared at Whit, torn between laughter and disbelief. "Not you too? I'm surrounded by comedians." I handed off a mocha and one of the infamous cinnamon rolls to a customer, then noticed Dylan skulking near the pastry case, eyeing my chocolate chip cookies. He caught my eye and sauntered over, phone in hand. "Parker, darling," he drawled with absurd exaggeration again. "How about that interview now? I've got some juicy info about—" "Not interested, Dylan." I cut him off. "Unless your juicy info is about inexpensive artisanal butter suppliers in Magnolia Grove, I'm good." He leaned in, his voice low. "Trust me, what I've got will blow this town wide open. You'll want in on this." I felt Whit tense beside me, his easygoing demeanor slipping for just a moment as he set down a tray of Miss Patty's lavender shortbread cookies with a little more force than necessary. "Dylan," I said, "I've told you multiple times now. I left the podcast life behind. I'm just here to serve coffee and baked goods and live a quiet life. If you don't stop bugging me, I'll pour so much espresso in your next latte that your heart will explode." A few customers turned their heads at the outburst. Dylan shrugged, but his expression suggested something that made me uneasy. "You know I'm not going to take no for an answer, right? Can I have one of those cookies?" "Here, on the house," I said, shoving a chocolate chip cookie into his free hand. He bit into it. "Wow, these are stellar. Almost stellar enough to make me forget about the story." Almost. And he sauntered away. Whit turned to me. Friend of yours? More like a persistent thorn in my side, I said, organizing the cookies. Nothing to worry about. But even as I said it, I knew Dylan's presence in Magnolia Grove was going to be more trouble than it was worth. The rest of the day passed in a caffeinated, sugar-fueled blur. About an hour before closing time, my parents approached the counter, both looking a bit worn out, but happy. Honey, we're going to head back to the Garden Inn to freshen up before the long drive to the airport, Mom said, stifling a yawn. It's been quite a day. Dad's eyes looked faded with exhaustion. Yep, time to recharge the old batteries. Can't keep up with you young whippersnappers anymore. I laughed. All right, I'll pick you up after I close up here. Sounds great, sweetie, Mom said, giving me a quick hug. Dad turned to Whit, who was wiping down a nearby table. Whit, my boy, it was great to meet you. Keep an eye on our girl, will you? Whit grinned. Will do, sir. It was a pleasure meeting both of you. Oh, the pleasure was all ours, Mom beamed. You two make such a lovely... Okay, Mom, I cut in, feeling my cheeks warm. I'll see you in a bit. As my parents left, Whit caught my eye and winked, causing my blush to deepen. Right before closing time, the door swung open again. Nellie bustled in, her floral print dress swishing as she approached the counter. Parker, honey, I've got some wonderful news for you, she said, bouncing on her toes. I appreciated her enthusiasm. What's up, Nellie? You know that big Tri-City meeting coming up next week. The one where we're discussing the new shared water reservoir? She didn't wait for my response before plowing on. The catering place had a flood, can you believe it? I suggested your cafe to Mayor Camden, and he agreed. He wants to show off our town's newest business by ordering refreshments from Cacio Latte. Isn't that just marvelous? Really? I just opened. I don't even have any employees, besides me. Nellie waved her hand. Oh, don't you worry about that. I told Camden you could handle it. Not doing so would be an unfortunate mistake. You can handle it, right, sweetie? I took a deep breath and started thinking about the logistics. This was a big opportunity, even if I was short-handed. Of course, Nellie. We'll make it work. What exactly do you need? She beamed. That's the spirit. Now, let me tell you what we need. Nellie pulled out a long list from her purse. Let's see. We'll want your signature blend coffee for about 75 people. The mayors from Oakville and Pine Ridge will be there, along with their entourages. Oh, and Mayor Camden specifically requested at least 3 dozen of your blueberry muffins. I quickly jotted down notes. 3 dozen muffins, got it. And don't forget the cinnamon rolls with extra drizzle. Better make it 4 dozen of those. Camden says they're a testament to Magnolia Grove's superior taste. Oh, and we'll need a variety of cookies and such for the mid-morning break. Nellie's list grew longer and longer. This was turning out to be a really big order. Nellie, this is... Wow. Are you sure the budget can handle all this? She winked at me. Don't you worry about that, honey. Mayor Camden's pulling out all the stops for this one. He said, and I quote, "We need to show those other towns what real Southern hospitality looks like. Send me the bill." She waved and exited the shop. As I totaled up the order, a warmth spread through my chest. This moment, right here in my very own cafe, with the aroma of coffee and sweet treats in the air, and the day that was filled with the excited chatter of customers around me, was why I'd left my old life behind. No crime scenes or stalkers, just the simple joy of creating something people loved. I knew then that I'd made the right choice. Successful day, wouldn't you say? Whit asked, wiping down tables and nibbling on a chocolate chip cookie. If success is measured in caffeine jitters, pastry crumbs, and a huge order, then absolutely. We finished up, and I took the trash to the dumpster out back. I noticed Dylan's sleek Model S still parked in the lot behind my building. Odd. I thought he'd left hours ago. An uneasy feeling settled in my stomach, and it wasn't just from too much coffee and sample tasting. Something was off, but I couldn't put my finger on it. Chapter 2. I collapsed onto the bed in Clyde's guest house, my temporary cozy home since moving to Magnolia Grove, while waiting for the apartment above the cafe to be finished. Finally, it was time to relax after the whirlwind of Cacio Latte's grand opening and the bittersweet goodbye to my parents. After closing up shop, I'd made the 2-hour round trip to drop them off at the airport. The drive had given me time to reflect on their week-long visit. Despite my initial worries, they'd been completely charmed by Magnolia Grove. Dad had reveled in having a whole new audience for his dad jokes, while Mom had filled at least 2 memory cards with her slightly off-kilter photos. Best of all, no muggings or murders to speak of. A far cry from their last visit to see me in the big city. I could finally kick back and relax. The air in the guest house had the crisp scent of clean cotton, mingled with the warm, nutty aroma of toasted pecans and caramelized brown sugar from Clyde's famous pecan pie, which I was going to start selling at the cafe, by the way. Major, Clyde's energetic dog, though at this point I was pretty sure he'd adopted me as his human, curled up at my feet. His tail thumped against the quilt, a nightly ritual that Clyde found endlessly amusing. "That dog's more yours than mine now," he'd chuckle every morning, not bothering to hide his approval of our bond. Pulling out my phone, I decided to check in with my support system before calling it a night. As if on cue, my phone buzzed, a text from Mom. "On the plane. Dad's already snoring. Loved seeing you. The cafe will be great. Magnolia Grove is lovely. Maybe we should retire there? Love you." The town did have a sneaky way of making you fall in love with it. I texted back, "Love you too. Safe flight. I'll contact the real estate agent, LOL. Next, I sent a text to Clyde. "Thanks again for everything. Couldn't have done it without you." His response was almost immediate. "Anything for you, Parker." Next, I tapped out a message to Whit. "Thanks for all your help today. Sorry if I talked your ear off about pastry pairings." A moment later, my phone buzzed. "Are you kidding? I'm now a walking encyclopedia of pastry pairings. Sleep well, Parker. You've earned it. By the way, it was great getting to know your parents this week. They're wonderful people. Your dad's jokes may be cheesy, but they take the cake. Ha ha." Whit's charming attempt to channel my dad's pun energy was adorable. It was sweet how well he'd hit it off with my parents, even if it meant I was now outnumbered in the bad joke department. I snuggled into bed, expecting sleep to claim me after such a long day. Major curled up next to me, his warm presence usually enough to lull me into dreamland. But 45 minutes later, I found myself still staring at the ceiling, wide awake. My mind raced through the day's events, pausing on little details. Did I turn off the oven? Lock the back door? Suddenly, I was gripped by the irrational fear that I'd left something on at the cafe. I had scurried off in a bit of a rush after closing to make sure I'd get my parents to the airport on time. I turned to Major, his eyes gleaming in the dim light. "What do you think, buddy? Am I being paranoid, or should we go check?" Major's tail thumped against the bed, his head tilting as if considering my question. "You're right," I said, interpreting his look as agreement. "It can't hurt to double-check. Besides, a walk might settle my mind." At the word walk, Major's ears perked up, and he leaped off the bed, tail wagging. "I'll take that as a yes." I got out of my pajamas and into some sweatpants and a hoodie, then put on my shoes. I clipped Major's leash on, and we set out into the pleasant autumn night. The streets of Magnolia Grove were quiet. with only the occasional porch light illuminating our path. The walk from Clyde's guest house to the cafe was short, barely 10 minutes, but it gave me time to appreciate the peacefulness of the little downtown area. As we rounded the corner onto Main Street, I saw it, a light glowing from the window of my still under-construction apartment above the cafe. "See, Major? I knew it. I left it on when I was showing Whit the progress," I whispered. We entered the cafe through the front door. Major's nails clicked on the wood floor. As we made our way to the back staircase in the kitchen, I climbed the steps, unlocked the door to the apartment, flicked off the light I'd left on, and breathed a sigh of relief. As I turned to head back downstairs, Major's ears perked up. That's when I heard it. Voices coming from behind the building. Curious, I crept down the stairs and toward the back door, Major padding silently beside me. Peering through the small window in the door, I made out 2 figures in the parking lot behind the building. One was unmistakably Dylan, his yellow designer sneakers illuminated by the dim security light. The other, I couldn't quite make out. Dylan seemed unsteady, like he had been drinking. He kept bending over and putting his hands on his knees, like he was going to be sick. The other person was in the shadows. I strained to hear what they were saying, but the thick door muffled their voices. "Tied one on, did we, Dylan?" I murmured. Suddenly, as if sensing my gaze, both figures turned toward the building. I ducked back, my heart pounding. A moment later, I heard a car door slam, then another, and the rumble of a loud engine fading into the distance. I looked back out. The parking lot, except for Dylan's Tesla, was empty. "Well, Major?" I whispered, scratching behind his ears. "Looks like Dylan's up to something interesting. But I guess that's a mystery for another day." We slipped out the front door, and I locked up behind us. As Major and I trotted back to the guest house, the night breeze whispered through the magnolia trees. My mind buzzed with questions about what I just witnessed, but exhaustion was finally catching up with me. By the time we made it back to Clyde's, my eyelids were heavy. I barely had enough energy to kick off my shoes and put on my pajamas again before collapsing into bed. Major curled up next to me, his warm presence comforting. "What do you think, buddy? Think Dylan's planning a surprise party for little old me?" Major's only response was a soft snore. Smiling, I closed my eyes, letting the questions about Dylan's late-night meeting drift away as sleep finally claimed me. I was jolted awake by Major's insistent barking and what sounded like a 4-alarm fire in the distance. Bleary-eyed, I fumbled for my phone on the nightstand, only to find it buzzing incessantly with missed calls and texts. Before I could make sense of any of it, there was a loud knock at the door. "Parker," Clyde's voice called out, urgency clear in his tone. "You awake?" I stumbled to the door, Major at my heels, and yanked it open. Clyde stood there, his usual jovial expression replaced with worry. "Something's going on behind the cafe." "What?" I blinked, still trying to shake off sleep. "What do you mean?" Clyde shook his head. "Don't know exactly, but it sounds bad. We'll take Bertha." Bertha, by the way, was his name for his old station wagon. I didn't even bother changing out of my pajamas, just grabbed my hoodie and slipped on my sneakers. Major whined as we left, clearly wanting to come along, but there was no time. The drive to the cafe seemed to take forever, even though it was only a few minutes. As we turned onto Main Street, my jaw dropped. Behind Cacciolate, it looked like every emergency vehicle in the county had gathered. Police cars, an ambulance, and even a fire truck, their lights painting the early morning sky in flashes of red and blue. "What happened?" I whispered as Clyde pulled to a stop. We got out and were greeted by yellow crime scene tape fluttering in the breeze, cordoning off the entire back lot of the cafe. I moved toward the scene, and a lanky, tired-eyed deputy stepped forward, his palm outstretched. "Miss Hayes, ma'am, I'm going to need you to stay behind the tape," he said awkwardly, scanning over my cartoon dog print pajamas. "This is my cafe," I said, peering around him. "What's going on?" "Let her through, Colton." Sheriff Amelia Sinclair approached, her towering 6-foot frame making her impossible to miss. Her sharp blue eyes scrutinized me, and I could almost feel the chill emanating from her gaze. Our relationship had thawed slightly since I'd cracked the Beauregard case, but I doubted we'd ever be besties. "Mornin', Parker," she said, her voice as crisp as her perfectly pressed beige uniform. "Quite the excitement for your second day of business, huh?" I ducked under the tape and walked a few steps toward the hubbub. "What happened?" Sheriff Sinclair planted herself firmly in my line of sight. "We've got a body. That's all I can say for now." "A body?" "Parker," Whit's voice called out. He stood behind the yellow tape. Sheriff Sinclair nodded at Deputy Colton. Whit slipped under the tape and walked toward us. "I heard sirens, and old man Earnhardt said they were at your cafe. Are you okay?" Before I could answer, a gust of wind lifted the edge of a black tarp behind Sinclair. My breath caught in my throat when I glimpsed a familiar pair of yellow designer sneakers. "Oh no," I whispered. "It's Dylan, isn't it?" Sinclair scoffed. "How'd you know that?" "The sneakers. I knew him." The world seemed to tilt on its axis while the reality sank in. Dylan Reeves, persistent thorn in my side and link to my old life, was dead, and his body was currently lying in my parking lot. Seeing his shoe and knowing his lifeless body was under that tarp brought a wave of unexpected grief. Despite our differences, he had been a significant part of my past, a connection to a life I thought I'd left behind. Now that past was haunting me in the most literal sense. Reeling from the shock, I scanned the parking lot for more information, and possibly a murder weapon. Dotted along the asphalt were a few bricks, some cigarette butts, an empty plastic cup, a lottery ticket. My gaze drifted to a small rubber ring near the dumpster. It looked like a piece of plumbing equipment, a gasket or washer, probably something left over from the renovations. Sinclair interrupted my discreet examination of the crime scene. "I'm going to need you to tell me everything you know about Dylan Reeves, starting with why he was here in Magnolia Grove." The morning sun crept over the horizon, casting long shadows across the crime scene. My quiet new life had just gotten a lot more complicated. Again. Whit's hand found mine, giving it a reassuring squeeze. I took a deep breath, the weight of Sinclair's expectant gaze heavy upon me. As I opened my mouth to speak, the gravity of the situation hit me like a ton of bricks. Dylan was dead. He'd been at my cafe last night. And now, standing here in my ridiculous pajamas, I was about to be grilled by the sheriff. But worst of all, a small nagging voice in the back of my mind whispered that this, the mystery, the danger, the thrill of piecing together clues, felt more like coming home than anything else had since I'd arrived in Magnolia Grove. What did that say about me? Chapter 3. I guess it all started yesterday at the grand opening. Standing in my pajamas in the parking lot behind the cafe, I gave Sheriff Sinclair the bullet points. My professional history with Dylan, his surprise appearance at the grand opening, him begging me throughout the day to get on board for his latest investigation. I left out his email, text, call stalking of me in the weeks leading up, though. I didn't think Sinclair needed to know all that. But as far as deciding which pieces of information to hand Sinclair, my mind kept drifting back to the late-night meeting I had witnessed. Should I tell her? She would undoubtedly grill me about what I was doing out that late, etc., etc. But of course I should tell her. My hesitation must have shown, because Sinclair's expression tightened, probing for the truth I was withholding. "Is that everything, Hayes?" Sinclair pressed. "Well, I saw him out here talking to someone last night. I couldn't see who it was, and then they left together." "What time was this?" "About 11 p.m. She perused her notepad. "You just told me you locked up and left at 7 p.m. "That's right. Drove my parents to the airport. Then I went back to the guest house, but I couldn't sleep. I had a feeling I'd left something on and walked the dog back to the shop. 2 people were talking in the shadows. One of them was Dylan." Sheriff Sinclair did not look like she was buying it. "You didn't see the other person?" she asked. "No, they were in the dark." "Did you see the car?" "No, it was parked in the dark. And when they both looked over at the door, I ducked down so they couldn't see me. It was a reflex. Then I heard 2 car doors shut, and the car pulled away. When I peeked out again, the lot was empty, except for Dylan's car right over there." I pointed to where the Tesla was. "You didn't come out to pick anything up?" "Like what?" "Like anything?" "No. Like I said, I stayed inside." Sinclair jotted this all down. "Then what?" "Then I left and walked back to Clyde's. I went to bed and—" I gestured to my pajamas. "Well, here I am." Sinclair's expression was unreadable. "Just a few more questions. Did Dylan mention what his investigation was about?" I shook my head. He was vague. Just went on and on about something big that was going to blow the lid off this town. His words, not mine. "I see," Sinclair said, making another note. "And how would you describe your relationship with him?" I hesitated, choosing my words carefully. I couldn't exactly tell the sheriff that the thought of strangling Dylan had crossed my mind more than once. It was professionally cordial, I settled on, hoping it sounded diplomatic enough. Sinclair's angular brows rose slightly, but she didn't comment further. She flipped her book closed and stuffed it into the side pocket of her pressed sheriff-issued beige pants. She surveyed the entire scene and then refocused on me. "I suggest holding off opening your cafe for the time being." Whit interjected. "Really, Amelia? For how long?" "At least until we've wrapped things up here. A day, maybe 2. Not sure yet." As with all things Sinclair and me, she was ambiguous. And if I were a conspiracy theorist, I would have sworn she was out to get me and using this as a pretense to do so. A van pulled up, and a team of crime scene technicians poured out. My heart sank as I watched them set up their equipment. The tow truck was hitching up Dylan's car. The cheerful ambiance of my cafe was replaced by the cold, clinical atmosphere of a crime scene. It felt like my dream was crumbling before my eyes. Whit and I ducked back under the caution tape. I heard Sinclair instructing her deputies to canvass the area and interview potential witnesses. Clyde met us. "You get the skinny?" "Dylan's dead," I replied, trying to keep my voice steady. Clyde took off his cap out of respect. "You mean that hotshot city slicker who was bird-dogging you all day yesterday? Well, ain't that something? What happened?" "Not sure. Sheriff's in the collection phase." I scanned the scene again. "I don't think we'll open for the day." Clyde rubbed his beard. "Well, I'll fashion up a sign saying as such. Then I reckon I'll run over to old man Pickler. He's got himself a vermin problem in his basement. Still got a bunch of that rat poison we needed when we found a few in your future apartment above the cafe." I involuntarily shuddered at the memory. Week 3 of renovations wasn't something I liked to dwell on. The day we discovered those unwanted tenants in my soon-to-be apartment was etched in my mind. A bunch of my shrieks, Clyde's colorful language, and the scurrying of tiny feet. It had taken a week of Clyde's expertise, and yes, some heavy-duty rat poison, to ensure my future home was rodent-free. I'd insisted on donating most of the leftover poison to the local restaurants, not wanting it around the cafe. Guess Clyde had kept some for emergencies like old man Picklers. Thanks, Clyde. I tried to sound as least bummed out as I could, pushing away the unwelcome rat memories. It'll all be all right. Clyde patted my shoulder. I know you and that young fellow weren't exactly bosom buddies, but it's still a crying shame. May he rest in peace. Whit squeezed my hand again. Come on, let's grab some breakfast. You look like you could use it. The bell above the door at Miss Patty's breakfast pantry jingled as we entered. The place was buzzing with activity, and snippets of conversation reached my ears. Found dead behind that new cafe. Always knew a city girl would bring trouble. What was he even doing in town? Is she wearing pajamas? I slumped into a booth, the weight of the situation settling on my shoulders. Don't let it get to you. Whit gestured toward the gossiping patrons. Small town, big imaginations. Just then, Nellie Pritchett bustled in, making a beeline for our table. She slid in next to Whit, nudging him over with her momentum. Oh, Parker, Clyde told me you were here. I just heard. How awful. Do they know who did it? Was it a robbery gone wrong, or maybe a jilted lover? I love your pajamas, by the way. I blinked, overwhelmed by her rapid-fire questions. Nellie, Now, Nellie, a smooth voice interrupted. Let's not badger the poor woman. Jackson Beauregard slid into the booth next to me, his expensive suit a bit much for the diner's homey atmosphere. Parker, if you need any assistance, legal or otherwise, don't hesitate to ask. My company would be happy to assist. That's very kind of you, I managed, surprised by the offer. As Jackson spoke, I noticed the buzzard man from my grand opening, the one who was with Jackson, scrutinizing us from the counter across our table. To be more accurate, me. He was scrutinizing me. Whit followed my gaze and leaned toward me over the table a bit. That's Roger Buzzard. Though I was in a pretty somber mood, I laughed out loud. You can crack off a good one sometimes, you know that, Whit? Roger Buzzard? Jackson noted my amusement. Yes, Roger Buzzard of Buzzard and Associates. He's my counsel. He summoned the bird-faced man, Roger Buzzard, over. Roger approached our table, his thin lips curled into what I supposed was meant to be a smile. He slid in next to Nellie, and with a shrill and nasally drawl he said, Miss Hayes, a pleasure to meet you. Terrible business, this murder. Simply terrible. I felt my investigative instincts kick in. What makes you say it's a murder? Both men froze for a split second, exchanging a quick glance that set off alarm bells in my head. Roger recovered first, his face now strained. Well, we just assumed, given the circumstances. A young man found dead behind a business in the early hours. What else could it be? Could be an accident, I said, watching their reactions. Or natural causes. The sheriff hasn't released any details yet, at least that I'm aware of. Jackson leaned back, affecting a casual air. You know, Parker, I couldn't help it over here earlier. Am I right to say that you and Dylan had a history? I heard he was a podcaster from your old neck of the woods. We worked in similar circles back in the city. Is that right? Roger chimed in, his beady eyes gleaming with interest. Small world, isn't it? Do you happen to know what brought him to our fine town? Before I could answer, Nellie piped up. Oh, I bet it was for a story. Wasn't his show Danger Zone with Dylan Reeves one of the top downloaded crime podcasts of all time? I heard his expose on the Midwest Mafia brought down a whole crime syndicate. Of course, Nellie would know that. The woman did her due diligence. He mentioned he was working on something. I fumbled with my napkin, but he didn't give details. Jackson raised an eyebrow. No details at all? That's surprising for an old journalist buddy, isn't it? Well, I replied, trying to keep my tone light. We weren't exactly catching up over coffee. Our interaction was brief. We weren't buddies. Our history was professionally cordial at best. Professionally cordial at best, Roger Buzzard repeated under his breath. Nellie leaned in, her voice dropping to a stage whisper. But he must have hinted at something. The way he was poking around town, asking questions. If he did, I didn't catch it, I said. Roger cleared his throat. It's just, well, I understand Dylan had a reputation for uncovering sensitive information. We're merely curious if he shared anything of interest with you. I shrugged, growing uncomfortable with their probing. Well, I wasn't growing uncomfortable with Nellie's probing, because that was, well, Nellie, but definitely with Jackson and Rogers. Barbara Lynn, the sweet but no-nonsense waitress who'd become a familiar face since I moved to Magnolia Grove, sauntered over to our table and plunked down a pot of coffee. Side note, the walls of the cafe, adorned with photos spanning the diner's 5 decades, featured a younger Barbara Lynn in most of them. Her presence was as much a part of Miss Patty's breakfast pantry as the worn vinyl booths and the aroma of fresh-baked biscuits. All right, folks, y'all been yammering long enough. You gonna order some food or just take up space? Barbara Lynn's pen hovered above her pad. Jackson checked his watch. Actually, Barbara Lynn, I just remembered. I have a meeting. Roger, we should get going. Roger stood up, his bald head gleaming under the diner's lights like a vulture's egg. Nellie, Whit, and Miss Hayes, it was a pleasure making your acquaintance. If you are in need of my services, please drop by, Monday through Saturday. Thanks. I gave him my best professional polite smile, trying not to focus on his beady eyes that seemed to bore into my soul. Nellie looked up at the clock above the counter. Oh my, is that the time? I should be getting back to the office. Town business never sleeps, you know. Town business, my foot, Barbara Lynn muttered. More like town gossip. Nellie laughed. Now, Barbara Lynn, you know as well as I do that in Magnolia Grove, being in the know is essential. How else would we keep this town running smoothly? Jackson turned to me one last time. Don't forget, Parker, if you need anything at all, don't hesitate to call me. That's very kind of you, Jackson. I'll keep it in mind. Whit and I watched as Nellie, Jackson, and Roger filed out of the diner, the bell jingling as the door closed behind them. Barbara Lynn turned back to us, pen poised over her notepad. Just the two of you, then? Or you need more time to solve the town's problems? I chuckled. We'll order now, thanks. About time, she winked. Let me guess, sugar, your usual sweet potato pancakes. And Whit, I bet you're hankering for farmhouse steak and eggs with a side of hash browns. Whit gave a thumbs up. Spot on, as usual. As soon as Barbara Lynn left with our orders, I said, Is it just me? Or did that thing with Jackson and Buzzard feel like an interrogation? In my humble opinion, they were fishing for something. I stared at the door where Jackson and Roger had just exited, my mind racing. What were they so concerned about? And more importantly, did Dylan uncover something that had them so worried? After finishing our meal, paying and thanking Barbara Lynn, Whit and I stepped out into the late morning sun. I glanced down at my pajamas and shrugged. At this point, half the town had seen me in my sleepwear. Might as well embrace it. Whit picked up on my thoughts. You know, I think you could start a new fashion trend. Cafe chic sleepwear. Could be the next big thing in Magnolia Grove. Right. I'm sure Maggie's already planning a whole line of designer pajamas for her boutique. We decided to take a slow walk through the town square. The normalcy of the scene, kids playing, couples strolling, shopkeepers tidying up their storefronts, felt surreal after the chaos at the cafe. We found ourselves at a bench near the old gazebo, We sat down, the warm wood a comfort against my back. "How are you holding up?" Whit asked, his voice gentle. His hand rested on the bench between us, close enough that I could feel its warmth. Honestly, I'm not sure. Yesterday I was worried about perfecting my latte art, and now... Whit's expression was full of compassion. "It's a lot to process, but you're not alone in this, Parker." "Thanks, Whit." I was grateful for his steady presence. In the short time I'd known him, he'd become my rock in this new life. "What do you think happened?" Whit asked. With Dylan? Who knows? That guy was a pedal-to-the-metal danger junkie. Never met a risk he didn't like. I mean, his podcast was called Danger Zone with Dylan Reeves. I shook my head, remembering Dylan's reckless enthusiasm. "Seemed too young for a heart attack, but you never know." "Think someone killed him?" I pulled out my phone and brought up Dylan's social media feed. The first post read, "A town on the edge of the Blue Ridge Mountains, steeped in history and mystery. My latest investigation could ruffle some feathers. Might be my most dangerous story yet. Stay tuned for updates. Hashtag crime investigation, hashtag risky business, hashtag trailblazing, hashtag bravery is my middle name." Definitely sounds like Dylan. I showed it to Whit, our heads close together as we read. The next post made me roll my eyes. "Will the great Parker Hayes join me? Or has small-town life finally tamed the lioness? Come on, P. Let's show these folks how real investigators work. Hashtag dynamic duo. Hashtag Crime Stoppers reunited. Hashtag once more unto the breach." I snorted. As if. Dylan always had a flair for the dramatic, and an inflated sense of our partnership. The final post read, "Yes. Interviewing a former sheriff soon. He thinks he can keep secrets from me? Challenge accepted. This town won't know what hit it. Hashtag Master Sleuth. Hashtag taking names. Hashtag small town, big secrets." "That was from yesterday," Whit noted. He claims he was going to interview Wade Tucker. I wonder if that interview ever happened. Whit shook his head. "No way Tucker would kill Dylan. Questionable shady past? Sure. Intense abrasive man? Absolutely. But a killer? Nah. Tucker's bark is worse than his bite." I raised an eyebrow. "You seem pretty certain about that." "I've known Wade for years, Parker. He's a lot of things, but I don't think he's a murderer." I shrugged. We really won't know anything until Sinclair announces the cause of death. For all we know, it could have been an accident, or natural causes. Whit's gaze met mine, concern etched in the depths of his eyes. "Parker, whatever's going on here, promise me you'll be careful." His hand covered mine, warm and reassuring. For a moment, I forgot about the murder, the mystery, everything except the feel of Whit's hand on mine, and the earnest look in his eyes. The moment was canceled by the buzz of my phone. An unknown number had sent a text. "The truth lies beneath. Watch your step, or you might fall in too." I stared at the cryptic message, a familiar adrenaline rush rising from my gut. Should I tell Sinclair? Or was this just someone's idea of a sick joke? My heart started thumping, and I felt a familiar thrill coursing through me. The mystery, the clues, the chase. It all felt so natural, so right. And yet, wasn't this exactly what I'd come to Magnolia Grove to escape? Yes, it was. But, as you can guess, the game was afoot. Chapter 4. The sun had barely peeked over the horizon when I dialed the sheriff's station for what felt like the 100th time. I'd been up half the night, tossing and turning, my mind a jumble of coffee orders and crime scene tape. "Magnolia Grove Sheriff's Department," said the now familiar voice of Leanne Fletcher, the world's least helpful receptionist. Leanne, it's Parker Hayes, again. I really need to speak with Sheriff Sinclair. Leanne mumbled, the rapid-fire click of her thumbs on her phone audible through the receiver. She's busy. Leanne, please. It's important. My entire livelihood is at stake here. A long, suffering sigh. Hold on. I waited, drumming my fingers on the counter, half expecting to be cut off. To my surprise, Sinclair's voice crackled through the line a moment later. Hayes, how can I help you? Sheriff, I understand you're busy, but my livelihood is at stake here. I need to know when I can reopen my cafe. There was a pause, then a resigned sigh. Fine, Hayes. You can reopen, but don't touch anything in the back lot. I mean it. One toe over that line, and I'll shut you down faster than you can say latte. Understood. Thank you, Sheriff. Also, have you determined the cause of death for Dylan? There was a long silence on the other end of the line. When Sinclair spoke again, her voice was clipped. That's an ongoing investigation, Hayes. I can't discuss details with civilians. I pressed on. But you must have some preliminary findings. Was it natural causes? An accident? Parker. Sinclair's tone carried a warning. Don't push it. I gave you a pass last time with your out-of-state and expired PI license. You're not a podcaster, detective, whatever anymore, remember? You're a cafe owner, so let's stick to the business of coffee and muffins. I bit back my frustration. Roger that. Thanks again, Sheriff. I hung up, relief mingling with irritation. Sinclair's tight-lipped response only fueled my curiosity. What were they hiding about Dylan's death? Whatever. She was right. The cafe was now my priority, and it was time to get this show on the road. An hour later, I stood behind the counter of Cacio Latte, the aroma of ground coffee mingling with the sweet scent of cinnamon rolls baking in the oven filling the air. I'd flipped the closed sign to open, but so far, the morning rush was more of a trickle. A few curious faces had peered through the windows, but no one had ventured inside. The front door opened, and I looked up, hope rising in my chest. Witt strode in, his handsome smile in place. Morning, Parker. He was his usual casual to almost chipper self. He looked around. Do I win anything for being your first customer of the day? Witt, you're a sight for sore eyes. What'll it be? As I prepared his usual, a strong Americano with a splash of cream, Witt leaned against the counter. How are you holding up? I sighed, tamping down the espresso. Honestly, I'm not sure. I thought reopening would feel like getting back to normal, but nothing feels normal anymore. I handed him his coffee. Exactly. It's like the whole town is holding its breath, waiting for the other shoe to drop. Witt took a sip, his eyes never leaving mine. Give it time, Parker. This town loves a good drama, but they love their coffee and pastries more. They'll be back. As if on cue, the door opened again. An elderly couple shuffled in, their stares darting around, as though scouting for menace or danger. I plastered on my best barista smile. Welcome to Cacio Latte. What can I get for you today? I took their order. I caught Witt's encouraging nod before he exited to get back to his town historian work. He was in the initial stages of gathering historical details for a future exhibit centered around Magnolia Grove's Prohibition-era underground tunnels. The morning wore on, and things began to look up. Maybe, just maybe, things would work out after all. The initial trickle of customers had grown into a steady stream, and the hum of conversation mixed with the whir of the espresso machine filled the air. I was just starting to relax when the door opened, and in walked Sheriff Sinclair, all 6 feet of her, accompanied by Mr. Johnson, the health inspector. He was a stern-looking man, and always wore a crisp white shirt and tie, or at least he did the prior time I met him for my pre-opening inspection. "Sheriff Sinclair? Mr. Johnson, what a surprise," I said. "Parker," Sinclair said, her face unreadable, but her hair pulled back very tight. "You remember Mr. Johnson from the health department? Just a secondary check. Nothing to worry about." "Secondary check?" The fact that Sinclair was accompanying Mr. Johnson made my somethings-up antenna rise. Mr. Johnson's hawk eyes scanned the cafe, and I swore I could see him cataloging every speck of dust. Sinclair and he then exchanged what I can only call a look. "Miss Hayes," he said, "if you don't mind, I'd like to start with the kitchen." For the next 20 minutes, I watched as Mr. Johnson, shadowed by Sinclair, poked and prodded every nook and cranny of my cafe. He scrutinized the refrigerator temperatures, examined the dish sanitizer, and even ran his finger along the top of the door frames. They went upstairs and examined my unfinished apartment. Just when I thought we were good to go, Mr. Johnson cleared his throat. "Miss Hayes, I heard there might be a rat problem." I blinked, confusion washing over me. "Rat problem? We don't have a—" And then it hit me. Clyde's rat poison. Oh no. I stammered. Mr. Johnson's eyebrow arched. His pen hovered over his clipboard. "Miss Hayes?" I took a deep breath, trying to calm my nerves. There must be some misunderstanding. There were a few rats upstairs when Clyde and I first started renovating the apartment. We took care of it. You yourself inspected right before I opened the cafe and didn't mention anything about rats. What is happening here? Sinclair, who had been silently observing until now, stepped forward. "Just so happens, I ran into Clyde yesterday loading rat poison into his station wagon." "Yeah, and I'm sure he told you the entire story. We had rats. They are gone. He stored the leftover stuff here. He has a friend with his own rat problem. He's taking the stuff to his friend. Case closed." The amused look on Sinclair's face told me she was enjoying this far too much. My polite grin must have looked completely fake. I was desperately wishing I could go back in time and have Clyde ditch the ugly poison right after it was used. "I can assure you both, there are no rats here," I said, praying that a new gang of varmints hadn't decided to take up residence in my walls overnight. Mr. Johnson made a non-committal noise and scribbled something on his clipboard. I felt my newly rekindled dreams of cafe success slipping away with each scratch of his pen. As they finally prepared to leave, Sinclair leaned in close. "Remember, Hayes, not a toe in that back lot. I will have to take out the trash, Sheriff. We don't want rats, do we, Inspector?" Mr. Johnson shook his head and mumbled, "No, we don't want rats." "To the dumpster and back, that's it." Sinclair compromised, if compromise is what you want to call it. "Fine." With a mixture of relief and dread, I watched them go. As the door closed behind them, I slumped against the counter. What else could possibly go wrong today? Little did I know, I was about to find out. The afternoon lull had set in, and I was gathering trash bags from around the cafe. I pushed open the back door, garbage in hand, and muttered, "Don't worry, Sheriff. I'll do my best not to contaminate your precious crime scene with my coffee grounds and used cups and napkins." I stepped toward the dumpster, placing each foot as if I was navigating a minefield, as though Sinclair were there so she could see my absurd mockery. That's when I noticed a figure lurking near the crime scene. Squinting against the glare, I recognized the gleaming bald head of Roger Buzzard of Buzzard and Associates, Jackson Beauregard's lawyer. I tossed the trash bags into the dumpster. "Can I help you with something, Mr. Buzzard?" He turned, unsurprised by my presence. Miss Hayes. Lovely afternoon, isn't it?" "It's fine. What brings you to my dumpster area?" Buzzard's thin lips curled into what I suppose was meant to be a charming smile. "I was just passing by and thought I'd check in on you.
Small towns can be unforgiving when it comes to scandal.
And you're offering to help out of the goodness of your heart?
Let's just say I have experience managing difficult situations,
he said, taking a step toward the yellow tape.
Your cafe is new, vulnerable. It would be a shame if lies and slander started affecting your business.
Thanks, but I can manage on my own. Buzzard shrugged, but his eyes glinted with something that made me uneasy.
As you wish, Miss Hayes. But remember, my offer stands. Things might get complicated.
As he turned to leave, a thought struck me. Mr. Buzzard, I called out. What were you doing back here anyway? He paused, glancing back over his shoulder.
Just taking in the view, Miss Hayes. Just taking in the view.
I watched him walk away, a chill running down my spine, despite the warm afternoon sun. As I turned to go back inside, my phone buzzed in my pocket. Another message from an unknown number that read, "The vultures are circling. Time is running out." I stared at the screen, perplexed. What was happening? Somebody was messing with me. Maybe one of Dylan's danger seekers, his club of hardcore fans who lived for his adrenaline-fueled investigations and wild theories. I was sure the internet was already blowing up about his untimely demise. I didn't need to go there. You can understand. After my unsettling encounter with Roger Buzzard, I hurried back to the cafe, feeling like I had just been slimed. I finished wiping down the counter when I noticed a small puddle forming near the espresso machine. Oh, come on. I crouched down to investigate. A quick look revealed a leaky hose. Nothing major, but not something I could ignore. I pulled out my phone and dialed Clyde's number.
Clyde's Fixin' Service. How can I help you?
His cheerful voice answered. Hey, Clyde. I've got a leaky hose on my espresso machine. Any chance you could swing by?
Oh, honey, I'm sorry. I'm out helping old man Pickler again. Turns out he's got a family of raccoons who've moved into his crawl space. But don't you worry, it's fixable. You can do it.
I bit back a sigh. Clyde, I don't know the first thing about fixing espresso machines.
It's easy as pie. You just need a new hose. Run across to Henderson's Hardware and ask for a 1/4-inch food-grade silicone hose. About 2 feet should do it. Got that?
I scribbled down the details. 1/4-inch food-grade silicone hose, 2 feet. Got it. Then what? Clyde walked me through the steps, his voice confident and reassuring.
You got this, Parker. Just remember, snug, but not too tight.
Okay, thanks. Oh, by the way, Clyde, Sheriff and Mr. Johnson came by. They were looking for rats. Clyde paused.
Yes, she moseyed up to me yesterday while she was investigating, and I was loading up the station wagon. Took an interest in that rat poison. I told her the deal. I'm sorry, Parker.
Huh, weird. Clyde, there's nothing to be sorry about. She's just really got it in for me, I guess.
I don't know anything about that, but I do know you can fix that hose.
Thanks again, Clyde. Bye. After hanging up, I scrawled a quick, "Be back in 5 minutes" sign and taped it to the door. Then I dashed across the street to Henderson's Hardware. The bell chimed as I entered Henderson's Hardware, the charming Main Street staple whose creaky wooden floors and cluttered shelves seemed to stretch on forever, packed with everything from bins of sweet-smelling birdseed to bundles of sturdy twine. Mr. Henderson looked up from behind the counter, his usual gruff expression softening slightly when he saw me.
Afternoon, Miss Hayes. What can I do for you?
Hi, Mr. Henderson. I need a 1/4-inch food-grade silicone hose about 2 feet long. It's for my espresso machine.
Clyde coaching you?
I laughed. He's a good coach. As Mr. Henderson went to fetch the hose, I noticed Mrs. Pumpling and a couple of her garden club friends near the seed display. Their conversation hushed as I approached, and Mrs. Pumpling gave me a cool nod before turning back to her companions. I caught whispers as I passed. "That cafe of hers, right where that poor young gentleman. More big city people, more trouble." I felt my cheeks warm as I turned away, pretending I hadn't heard. Mr. Henderson returned with the hose.
"Here you go, Miss Hayes. Need any help installing it?"
"Thanks, but I think I've got it," I said, swiping my card. I was grateful for his friendly demeanor. Mr. Henderson leaned in.
"Don't you mind the gossips."
He nodded toward Mrs. Pumpling's group.
"This town's got a short memory for trouble and a long one for good coffee and treats."
"That's what I've heard. Thank you, Mr. Henderson. I appreciate that." I stepped out of Henderson's, hose in hand, and ready to fix my espresso machine. The whispers were unsettling, but Mr. Henderson's kindness gave me hope. Maybe I could weather this storm after all. I started to walk across the street when a surly voice caught my attention.
"Now, Susan, this is nothing to worry yourself about."
I glanced down the sidewalk to see a tall, imposing man towering over a petite woman. His weathered face and steely eyes matched the few photos I'd seen of Wade Tucker, the former sheriff. The woman's small stature and mousy appearance gave her an unassuming presence, but her flushed cheeks and clenched fists suggested frustration. They stood near the edge of the town square, her exasperation simmering beneath the surface, while Tucker's intimidating posture dominated the scene. The man shifted his weight from one cowboy boot to the other.
"Look, I appreciate your enthusiasm, but—"
Curious about the former sheriff, I sauntered closer, pretending to be engrossed in my phone. "Oh, excuse me." I feigned surprise at nearly absent-mindedly running into them. "Is everything okay?" The woman's cheeks flushed. "Oh, yes, everything's fine." Tucker butted in. His face looked strained.
"Mrs. Hill is very passionate about her son's baseball career. I'm his coach."
"You must be Sheriff Wade Tucker," I said.
"Former,"
he replied, none of the tension leaving his shoulders. "Great." I turned to the woman. "I'm Parker Hayes, by the way." She barely made eye contact with me. "Oh, yes, the new owner of a coffee shop, right? I'm Susan Hill." She glanced at Tucker, then back at me. "So sorry about what happened to that poor boy behind your cafe." She extended her hand, and I experienced the world's most fragile handshake. I was afraid I'd crush her little fingers. Tucker cut back in.
"That boy was dancing in a viper pit. He was bound to get bit."
His statement sounded like he was spitting out something disgusting. I asked the ex-sheriff, "You have any thoughts?" His eyes, hard as flint, seemed to bore into me from beneath the brim of his faded baseball cap.
"I got plenty. You come by any time you like, and I'll give them to you."
I couldn't tell if he was extending an invitation or a threat. "Okay," I said, sensing the conversation was no longer in need of me. "I should get going. You two have a good afternoon. Stop by for a cup of coffee any time." I managed to fix the hose without flooding the cafe or electrocuting myself, which I considered a major victory. The day lulled its way into late afternoon, the initial trickle of curious customers coming in little waves. To my surprise, only about half of them asked about the dead guy behind the building. The other half seemed more interested in my cinnamon rolls and lavender lattes. The most action of the afternoon came when a squadron of college kids invaded the cafe, armed with smartphones and an insatiable appetite for social media fame. At first, I thought they were just another group of caffeine-starved students, but as I waited to take their orders, I realized I was dealing with a different beast entirely. Their excited chatter filled the air as they huddled near the back door, phones out and heads together. "This is so cool. Hashtag Crime Cafe." One girl giggled, adjusting her phone for the perfect angle. Her friend scanned the area with her phone. "I bet this place will be on one of those true crime podcasts soon. We're totally ahead of the curve."
"There's the back door. Let's get a shot of me looking scared by the dumpster."
A lanky guy in a beanie struck a dramatic pose. I cleared my throat, slapping on my best customer service smile. "Can I get you folks anything? Perhaps a brush with death blackberry mocha or a caramel crime scene latte?" They laughed, delighted by my macabre humor, and ordered a round of coffee drinks. As I prepared their orders, I kept an eye on them, making sure they didn't venture into the back lot. Not one toe was going to cross Sinclair's line, not on my watch. When I brought their drinks, the beanie-wearing guy was edging toward the back door again. "Hey, no back lot picks. Sheriff has it off limits," I called out. They laughed good-naturedly, raising their drinks in a mock toast. "You're the best, Miss Parker," one of them called as they made their way out the front door. I shook my head, watching them go. They say any publicity is good publicity, but this wasn't exactly what I had in mind when I dreamed of my cafe becoming a local hotspot. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched and judged. Every time someone entered, I found myself tensing, wondering if this would be the customer to confront me about Dylan or accuse me of exploiting his death for business. The sun was setting as I locked the front door. Closing time came without incident, and I flipped the open sign to closed. I leaned against the counter, exhausted but relieved to have made it through. The cafe was quiet now, save for the soft hum of the refrigerator and the ticking of the antique clock on the wall. I let out a sigh of relief. I'd made it through the day. Maybe things would start looking up from here. I started my closing routine, putting up the chairs, sweeping up stray crumbs, and wiping down tables. As I worked, my mind wandered back over the events of the day. The health inspection, Roger Buzzard's cryptic statements, the whispers at the hardware store. What a mess. I gathered the trash bags, and my phone buzzed. Another text from an unknown number. "The danger zone lives on. Dylan's story will be told. #justice for Dylan." Just what I thought. Dylan's danger seekers had found my number. Great. So I had that to look forward to. More cryptic messages from overzealous fans. Ignoring the text, I hauled the trash bags to the back door. Twilight cast a long shadow across the parking lot. I approached the dumpster, my shoes crunching on the gravel. I heaved the bags into the dumpster, and my phone slipped from my pocket. I fumbled for it, but it bounced off my sneaker and skittered under the dumpster. "Oh, come on," I muttered, crouching down. I reached under the dumpster, my fingers scrabbling in the dirt. Instead of my phone, they brushed against something small and plastic. I pulled it out and held it up. A flash drive? My heart thumped as I turned it over in my hands. Had this belonged to Dylan? Why was it under the dumpster? That's when a shadow fell over me. "I wouldn't touch that if I were you." I slowly turned around, coming face to face with a man I recognized from earlier in the day. In the dusk light, Wade Tucker's imposing figure loomed over me, his weathered face set in a grim expression. "Miss Hayes," he said, his voice low and gravelly, "we need to talk." I straightened up, aware of how isolated we were in the dim backlot. "About what, Mr. Tucker?" He glanced at the drive, then back at me. "About Dylan Reeves, and about how much danger you're in if you keep poking around." A chill ran down my spine. "Danger? What are you talking about?" Tucker took a step toward the yellow tape, his imposing figure blocking out what little light remained. "Things are going on in this town that you don't understand. Things that got Dylan killed. And if you're not careful, you might be next." Before I could respond, a car engine roared to life nearby. Headlights swept across the lot, momentarily blinding me. When my vision cleared, Tucker was gone, melted into the shadows. I stood there, heart palpitating. What had I stumbled into? And more importantly, what was I going to do now? As I hurried back inside, locking the door behind me, one thing was clear. My quiet new life in Magnolia Grove had just gotten a whole lot more complicated. Chapter 5. When I opened the latch to Clyde's backyard gate, Major greeted me with happy whines and a wagging tail. "Hi there, Major. I don't think you're going to believe the day I had." I walked through and closed the gate behind me, then gave Major his nightly scratch behind the ears. He trotted alongside me into the guest house, where I immediately plopped down onto my bed in exhaustion. I grabbed my laptop out of my bag, opened it up, and plugged in the flash drive I'd found under the dumpster. Major, my faithful companion, curled up at my feet. "All right, let's see what we've got here, Major." I plugged the flash drive into my laptop. A list of files popped up, most with cryptic names, but two immediately caught my eye: J. Beauregard and W. Tucker. "Well, well," I murmured. Looks like Dylan was digging into some of Magnolia Grove's biggest players. I double-clicked on the J. Beauregard file. A password prompt appeared on the screen. I tried the W. Tucker file with the same result. Of course it's password protected. I tucked my hair behind my ear, frustrated. Dylan, you paranoid genius. I tried a few obvious passwords. Dylan's birthday, his mother's name, even password 123, but nothing worked. After my fifth attempt, a message flashed on the screen. Too many failed attempts. Further access attempts will result in data wipe. Well, buddy? I looked down at Major. Looks like we've hit a wall. Major's ears perked up, his head tilting as if to say, "What now?" I leaned back against my pillow, considering my options. I didn't have the tech skills to crack this myself, and I couldn't risk losing whatever was on the drive. There had to be someone in town who could help, but who could I trust? You know what, Major? Let's play it safe for now. I copied the encrypted files onto my computer. At least this way, if anything happened to the original drive, we'd have a backup. I prepared for bed. I wondered what secrets this drive held. What had Dylan uncovered that was worth encrypting? And more importantly, was it something worth dying for? Major let out a soft whine, sensing my unease. I reached down to give him a scratch. You bet I am curious and intrigued, Major. He rolled onto his back, then pawed at me, signaling me to return the favor with a belly rub. Yes, you're right, boy. I'm not here to solve this. I promise I will hand over the drive to Sinclair in the morning. It's the right thing to do. Thanks for talking sense into me. Major's tongue dangled from his mouth. Yes, it was best to let Sheriff Sinclair sort out whatever mess Dylan had entangled himself in. But as I looked over at my still open laptop on the nightstand, the password prompt blinked mockingly at me from the screen, and I got that feeling again. This was just the beginning. Whatever Dylan had gotten himself into, I felt like I was now along for the ride, whether I liked it or not. I reached over, slapped the laptop shut, and switched off the light. The next morning, I headed to the sheriff's station, the copied flash drive safely tucked away in my bag. I pushed open the door. Sheriff Sinclair's voice cut through the quiet hum of the station. Parker Hayes, just the person I wanted to see. She was leaning against the reception desk, her sharp eyes fixed on me. Her hair was pulled back so tight it had to be straining her scalp. Sheriff, I held my tone steady. I found something that might help with the investigation. Let's go back to my office. She interrupted, her tone leaving no room for argument. I glanced at Leanne Fletcher, the ever-present receptionist, hoping for a sympathetic look, but she merely continued scrolling on her phone, as indifferent to my plight as she was to everything else. Sinclair led me to her office, still a sparse room with a desk, a couple of chairs, a filing cabinet, a little bookcase with a few books, and a corkboard on the wall behind her. Though she'd been elected sheriff over 6 months ago, the office still felt like she was in the process of moving in. I noticed a new addition to the board, another crayon drawing by her 5-year-old son Sawyer, of a stick figure with yellow hair karate-kicking a big brown blob. The childish scrawl at the bottom read, "Mommy the hero." "Need any help with interior decorating?" I asked. Sinclair didn't respond. I settled into a chair. Sinclair closed the door and took her seat behind the desk. Her piercing gaze locked onto mine as she delivered the news that turned my world upside down. "You're now officially a person of interest, Hayes." The words hit me like a punch to the gut. What? So Dylan was murdered? Why am I a suspect? Sinclair's lips thinned into a tight line. Someone overheard you threatening Dylan the day before he died. Something about if he didn't stop pestering you, you'd kill him? I groaned, remembering the moment. Oh, come on! I said something like if he didn't stop pestering me, I'd load up his latte with so much espresso he'd have a heart attack. It was obviously a joke. Sinclair raised an eyebrow. Threatening cardiac arrest? That's your idea of humor? Have you tasted my espresso? It's to die for. Wait, no, poor choice of words. This isn't a laughing matter, Hayes. I apologize for the bad joke. I know it's serious, Sheriff. That's why I'm here with possible evidence. Evidence? Your amateur sleuthing days are over, Hayes, remember that? I know they're over. I want them to be over, believe me. But I found this under the dumpster. I held out the flash drive. I wanted to say, your crack team missed it, but I didn't want to push it. Sinclair eyed the flash drive, then motioned for me to set it on her desk. And what exactly were you doing poking around under the dumpster? I placed the drive on her desk and slid it toward her. I was taking out the trash, dropped my phone, and of course it went under the dumpster. When I went to retrieve it, I found the drive. I was about to tell her that I saw Roger Buzzard lurking by the dumpster earlier in the day, and then about the ominous encounter with former Sheriff Wade Tucker, but Sinclair cut in. Did you check the contents? I hesitated, knowing I was about to step into deeper trouble. Yeah, it's got a bunch of files, password protected. Sinclair's face hardened, her voice taking on an icy tone. You tampered with potential evidence in an active murder investigation? Do you have any idea how serious this is, Hayes? I was just trying to help. Help? You've potentially compromised crucial evidence. This could be grounds for obstruction of justice. I felt my frustration rising. Look, Sheriff, I could argue that I thought this was my drive. And now that you mention it, what's my motive? Why would I kill Dylan? Sinclair's response was immediate and cutting. Jealousy, perhaps? His show has taken your #1 spot. Or maybe you thought his death would bring publicity to your fledgling cafe? After all, isn't that what you news types thrive on? Sensationalism? Her words stung, but I forced myself to stay calm. That's ridiculous, and you know it, Sheriff. I left that life behind. I'm just trying to run a cafe and live a quiet life. Let's see. This one is my favorite motive. She flipped open her little notebook. Episode 36 of Criminally Yours, The Silent Suburb Slaying. A peaceful neighborhood rocked by an unexpected murder. The victim? A local real estate agent. The killer? A seemingly ordinary homeowner. The motive? Sinclair paused dramatically, and I nodded in remembrance of the episode. She concluded, he kept leaving flyers in the mailbox. It got to be very annoying, said the homeowner. Sinclair slapped her notebook shut. I winced. Touché. Well, at least I could say Sinclair was a new subscriber, but I couldn't let her see how much that comparison rattled me. I'm flattered you've been binge listening, Sheriff, but there's a big difference between analyzing true crime and committing it. I didn't kill Dylan. I just gave you a possible piece of evidence. And yet you neglected to mention your late-night encounter with Dylan until pressed. She countered. Makes a person wonder what else you might be hiding. I opened my mouth to protest, but Sinclair held up a hand. Save it, Hayes. Right now, you're the one looking pretty good for it, so I suggest you stop playing detective and let me do my job, unless you want to end up as the subject of someone else's true crime podcast. That's all for now. I got up from the chair and walked to the door. I turned. What about the cause of death? Have you determined that yet? Sinclair was already jotting stuff down in her notebook. She didn't look up. I already told you that's an ongoing investigation, Hayes. I can't discuss details with civilians, particularly when they're a person of interest. Person of interest? Me? The gravity of the situation sank in. This did not look good. I left the station feeling like I was walking a tightrope. On one side, a murder accusation. On the other, the temptation to dive back into the world I'd tried so hard to leave behind. Either way, I was in danger of falling. I rounded the corner and stopped short. A line of people snaked from the cafe's front door, many wielding selfie sticks and smartphones, waiting for the cafe to open, or more precisely, for me. There she is, someone shouted, and suddenly all eyes and cameras were on me. I approached. Folks were not quite open yet. Are you really a suspect?
Can I get a selfie with you? Mark Blay with Danger Zone News here with Parker Hayes. Is it true you threatened Dylan on camera?
If news traveled fast in Magnolia Grove, it traveled at warp speed via Magnolia Grove and the internet. Especially with Dylan's fans now in on the action. The questions came rapid fire, leaving me dizzy. I held up my hands. Okay, everyone, let's settle down. First off, I didn't threaten to kill Dylan. Secondly, the cafe isn't open yet. A collective groan rose from the crowd. But, I continued, an idea forming, if you want to come in when we do open in 5 minutes, which you'll be more than welcome to do, you'll need to buy something. No loitering or making videos without purchasing. Deal? There were nods and murmurs of agreement. I fumbled for my keys, then spotted Whit making his way through the crowd.
Quite the welcoming committee,
Whit said. I unlocked the door. Yeah, welcome to the murder tourism phase of my cafe's grand opening. Not exactly what I had in mind. Whit gave me a reassuring hug. I breathed in his fresh lemony pine scent. A few butterflies fluttered in my chest. Whit always seemed to bring me back down to earth and make me feel like I was floating. In a good way. The two of us entered. I rushed around, taking down chairs and setting up tables, while Whit booted up the equipment behind the counter. I set out the best of the leftovers from the prior day and put them into the display case. I also scribbled down some of the stuff I'd need to order for the upcoming Tri-City meeting. After everything was in place, I opened the cafe door. The crowd paraded in. I prepared the first batch of coffee. The excited chatter from 3 college-age students waiting for their order caught my ear. I heard it was rat poison, exclaimed a girl with a soft lavender bob, a streak of teal framing her heart-shaped face. A delicate sparkling stud glinted from her nose in the light, and her vintage floral dress clashed charmingly with her worn combat boots.
No, he was bashed over the head,
countered her friend, a lanky guy sporting thick-rimmed glasses and a Top Gun Danger Zone t-shirt. The third, a stocky fellow with a meticulously groomed beard, tapped furiously on his phone.
My source said it was both.
I turned to Whit, lowering my voice. Did you hear that? The girl with the bob just mentioned rat poison. I bet that's why Sinclair was so interested in the rat thing yesterday, and why I'm a person of interest.
What? You're a person of interest?
Yeah. I'm not worried, I said, a little worried, then added, we need to find out what really happened. This speculation is going to drive me crazy. Whit gave me that pained, pulled mouth expression people give when they are about to say something they think might upset you.
Parker, I want to know as badly as you do what's going on here. But do you think it's a good idea to get involved, especially being a person of interest? You might just want to lie low. You know how the sheriff is? In my humble opinion, this one sounds dangerous.
I finished the college trio's coffees, set their cups on the counter, and called out their order. You make good points, Whit. I should just butt out. Trust Sinclair will clear me, hopefully soon, and find the real killer. Okay, focus. Just cafe business. Whit looked relieved, patting my shoulder.
That's the spirit. One step at a time.
I took a few more orders, mostly people buying the cheaper day-old leftover muffins and cookies. I made a couple of lattes with a drizzle of chocolate and some straight-up black coffees. The espresso machine hissed and gurgled as I worked, filling the air with the rich aroma of coffee and spices. Whit pitched in, manning the register during the morning rush. He handled the transactions smoothly, making small talk with the regulars and some of the newbies. The tip jar clinked occasionally as satisfied customers dropped in their spare change. During a short lull in the stream of coffee orders, my phone rang. Nellie's name flashed on the screen. Hey, Nellie, what's up? I answered, wiping down the countertop. Her usually chipper voice sounded deflated. Oh, Parker, honey, I tried. I really did. My stomach dropped. I set down the cleaning cloth. What's going on? Well, dear, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but we're going to have to cancel that order for the Tri-City meeting. Cancel? Why? I could practically hear Nellie wringing her hands through the phone. It's coming straight from Mayor Camden himself. I was fighting in your corner, I promise, but half the council wants nothing to do with your cafe right now. A few of them even had the gall to suggest you might be using this whole affair for publicity. What? That's ridiculous. I know. And Camden? Well, he's just hedging his bets. Says, and I quote, "We're putting a pause on any business with Miss Hayes until this whole thing gets sorted out." I closed my eyes, feeling a headache coming on. I see. Thanks for letting me know, Nellie. Don't you worry, Parker. This'll all blow over soon enough. You just keep your chin up, you hear? After hanging up, I turned to Whit, who was watching me with concern.
Change of plans?
He asked. My resolve hardened. Yeah. Looks like staying out of this isn't an option anymore. If I want to save my business, I need to clear my name. Fast. I hesitated, then made a decision. Grabbing a plate of blueberry muffins, I approached the trio of college-age students who were sitting at a table in the corner. Hey, folks, how about some muffins? On the house. They eagerly accepted, and I took a deep breath. So I couldn't help it over here. Where exactly did you get your information about, you know? The girl with the lavender hair perked up. Thanks for the freebies, Miss Hayes. By the way, I'm a huge fan of your podcast. I'm Hazel. She extended her hand, then quickly withdrew it, remembering she was holding a muffin. I'm so sad you're not podcasting anymore, but I am happy for you. Sometimes I re-listen to your older episodes. They're just so good. Well, thank you. That's very kind of you. I'm studying journalism at Magnolia Valley Community College. You inspired me to pursue it. I was both flattered and a little thrown off by her enthusiasm. It's nice to meet you, Hazel. I'm glad my show had such a positive influence. Now, where did you guys get your information about the Dylan thing? Hazel straightened up. I follow this true crime YouTuber that has inside sources in, every police department ever. The Danger Zone guy chimed in. My cousin's roommate's aunt works at the county hospital here. She overheard the doctors talking. Said he had warfarin in his system. That's a well-known anticoagulant commonly found in rat poison. He was very proud of his knowledge, though I am certain he was citing Wikipedia. The bearded one looked up from his phone. I've got connections in the Danger Seekers forum. We piece together info from all over. I kept my expression neutral. Interesting. And you're sure about these sources? They all gave slight nods. And they specifically mentioned that Dylan had ingested rat poison? Hazel and the bearded guy spoke in unison. Yes, ma'am. Any other tidbits? I asked. Hazel leaned in, her voice dropping to a whisper. Well, there's one more thing. Apparently, Dylan's phone is missing. I raised an eyebrow. His phone? That's odd.
I know, right?
Danger Zone guy added.
On his show, Dylan always mentioned how his phone was like an extra limb.
Well, thanks for sharing. Enjoy your muffins. I walked back to Whit, my thoughts darting and ricocheting every which way. None of their sources seemed particularly reliable, but the rat poison detail, that couldn't be a coincidence, could it? I glanced around at the eager faces of the Danger Zoners, then back at Whit. We start with what we know, and what these enthusiasts might be able to help us with.
Parker, Whit warned, be careful. This isn't one of your shows. This is real, and it's dangerous.
I knew he was right, but I couldn't just sit back and do nothing. Not when my freedom and my future were on the line. I know, Whit, but right now, danger seems to be the only game in town. Whit shook his head.
Really, Parker?
I know. I jabbed his shoulder. But it makes for a great line before an advertising break. Tomorrow, we start. Chapter 6. Luckily for me, I didn't have to close Catch You Latte for my impromptu investigation. Clyde, my knight in shining overalls, had volunteered to man the espresso machine during afternoons when he wasn't busy, allowing me to keep income flowing while I sleuthed around. And Whit? He'd blindsided me by offering to burn through his vacation days to join my cause.
Use 'em or lose 'em,
he'd said with that disarming grin.
Besides, I can't stop the Parker Hayes investigation locomotive, so I might as well hop aboard.
His support warmed me more than a mocha, though I wasn't quite ready to explore those feelings. Today's mission? Interviewing the one person I figured had an inside scoop, even if they radiated more menace than a dark alley at midnight. I'd made sure to leave my itinerary with Whit and Clyde, just in case I didn't make it back. The gravel crunched under my tires as I steered Clyde's ancient station wagon, Bertha, up the winding dirt road. The cozy and open greenery of Magnolia Grove had given way to dense forest, and the farther I drove, the more I felt like I was leaving civilization behind. Wade Tucker's property came into view, and I caught my breath. Zombie apocalypse compound would have been an accurate description. A high chain-link fence topped with barbed wire encircled the property. Beyond it, I could see a squat bunker-like house, a garage, and several outbuildings. I pulled up to the gate and honked twice, as instructed by the faded sign that read, "Sound horn for entry." The only sound, besides Bertha's engine, was the distant hum of a generator and the creaking of trees in the gentle breeze. A moment later, a door slammed, and Wade Tucker, ex-sheriff, emerged from one of the outbuildings, his weathered face set in a scowl as he approached my car.
"Miss Hayes," he grunted as he recognized me. "Was wondering when you were going to come around."
I put on my best friendly smile as I drove through. "Well, Mr. Tucker, after our chat the other night, I figured we had more to discuss." In the harsh daylight, Wade Tucker's appearance was even more striking. His 6'2" frame, still muscular despite his advancing years, was in a well-worn flannel shirt and faded jeans, while his silver hair peeked out from under his faded baseball cap. Deep lines etched his face, and his steely gray eyes seemed to miss nothing as they scanned my entrance. He pointed to where I should park, and I did. I stepped out of the car, and Wade strutted up to me, tipped his cap, and motioned for me to follow him. We passed by a makeshift target range, where a paper silhouette hung, its center obliterated by precise shots. Each bullet hole formed a tight cluster, showcasing deadly accuracy. He led me to a screened-in porch attached to the main house. The furnishings were sparse but comfortable, and the porch had a strong scent of pine sol. He had a clear view of the surrounding area. Tactical, I thought.
Can I offer you anything? Sweet tea?
The South's infamous hospitality was still something I was getting used to, mainly because it seemed to kick in even when you least expected it, like a reflex from a bygone era. Case in point, Wade Tucker, gruff, tough, slightly menacing, and yet offering me sweet tea like we were old buddies at a church social. I held up my palm. No thanks. Wade gestured for me to sit in one of the worn armchairs while he settled into another. I looked around the porch, and I must say, it was immaculate. If Wade was anything, he was clean.
So, he began, his eyes sharp despite his relaxed posture. What can I do for you?
I decided to cut straight to the chase. You mentioned danger the other night, Mr. Tucker. I'd like to know more about that. Wade's expression didn't change, but I noticed his fingers tighten slightly on the armrests.
Danger comes in many forms, Miss Hayes. Sometimes it's obvious. Sometimes it's hidden.
Hidden how? I pressed. He leaned forward.
That's what I'm wondering. Tell me, did you find anything interesting in that little flash drive you found?
The flash drive. He was fishing for information about the flash drive. I kept my face neutral, channeling all my podcast interview experience. Nothing out of the ordinary. Should I have? I didn't tell him the contents were password protected, and I had yet to crack it. Wade studied my reaction.
You never know what might turn up on a thing like that, especially after recent events.
Wade reached into his shirt pocket, pulled out a toothpick, and began working it between his teeth.
So how's your little dance with Sinclair going?
I kept my face neutral. Oh, you know, she leads, I follow. Sometimes I step on her toes. It's less of a dance and more of a clumsy tango.
Wade grunted. Still don't know how she won.
From what I gathered, it was a tight race. Wade leaned back, his jaw working the toothpick like it owed him money.
She was FBI bound, you know? Thought she was too good for this town.
He spat the words out like they tasted foul.
Then her husband kicked the bucket. She dropped out of the academy and came crawling back to Magnolia Grove.
He paused, his eyes squinting.
Now she's playing sheriff, but she's about as qualified as a deer trying to direct traffic.
Wade's knuckles whitened as he gripped the armrests.
But hey, I ain't bitter. No, ma'am. Not one bit.
Despite his denial, the acidity in his voice could have stripped paint. I half expected to see the toothpick snap under the pressure of his clenched jaw. Deciding to cut through the cozy small talk, I fixed Wade with a steady gaze. Let me ask you a question, Mr. Tucker. Who do you think murdered Dylan? Wade's eyebrows rose. He seemed to consider his words carefully before speaking.
Well, Miss Hayes, if I had to venture a guess,
he began, his voice low and measured,
I'd say it might be someone who has something to hide, and maybe someone who has issues with him. Perhaps that someone would be more than willing to hit that poor boy over the head and kill him to get him out of their hair.
I couldn't tell if he was accusing me, someone else, or implying himself. And he mentioned the hit over the head. One of the danger zoners had mentioned the same thing as means of death. I wanted to test if the rat poison hit over the head theory the danger zoners mentioned held any water. Don't forget they first tried to rat poison him.
That they did. Amateur hour, if you ask me,
he drawled, his voice low and gravelly.
Rat poison? Might as well try to drown a fish. Takes a hell of a lot to put down a grown man.
He jabbed the toothpick in my direction.
My guess? When the poison didn't work fast enough, they panicked. Grabbed the nearest blunt object and...
He made a thwacking motion with his free hand.
Lights out for Mr. Hotshot Reporter.
You're saying his cause of death was blunt force trauma? How would you know that? Tucker gave me a sly smirk.
Oh, come now, Miss Hayes. You mean to tell me you weren't made aware of the actual cause of death? Well, consider that a freebie on me.
He winked, his tone dripping with mock innocence.
Although, Maybe our dear Sheriff Sinclair was waiting for you to conclude it yourself, so she could spring a trap. Only the perpetrator could have known that.
I kept my face neutral, but my thoughts spun. He'd done his homework. Obviously, he still had his law enforcement connections. But why was he so quick to paint this picture? Was he implicating me or someone else entirely? The ambiguity in his words felt deliberate, like he was laying his own carefully planned trap. Could he have killed Dylan? He was undoubtedly a man capable of it. But the rat poison, like he said, an amateur move, and Wade Tucker was no amateur. That's quite insightful, Mr. Tucker, I said, keeping my voice steady. Sounds like you've given it a lot of thought. He shrugged, leaning back in his chair.
Just connecting the dots, Miss Hayes. That's what good investigators do, ain't it?
I pressed further. Speaking of investigating, did Dylan ever get around to interviewing you? Tucker worked the toothpick to the corner of his mouth.
Well now, Miss Hayes, ain't that the $64,000 question? Let's just say Mr. Reeves and I might have had ourselves a little conversation about all sorts of interesting topics, some more recent to town than others, if you catch my meaning. Funny to think that Parker Hayes was one of the last topics on his mind, ain't it?
The conversation had taken a precarious turn. Wade Tucker wasn't just fishing for information. He was laying out a scenario that could easily be twisted to implicate me. I needed to tread carefully. I need to ask you, what is your interest in this case, Mr. Tucker? Wade let out a half-grunt laugh.
Interest? I may be retired from law enforcement, spend my free time coaching high school baseball, but lady, this is my town. Has been for nigh on 40 years. When some hot-shot reporter shows up stirring the pot, then ends up dead, that's everybody's business.
He leaned forward.
Well, maybe the real question is, what's your interest?
Your rival, Sheriff Sinclair, who you don't have any obvious pent-up resentment toward, has me as a person of interest. So if I want to go back to just serving coffee and desserts before my business goes under, I need to clear my name. He paused, studying me intently.
Word of advice? Sometimes the best way to clear your name is to stop digging. Might find yourself in a hole you can't get out of.
Yeah, noted. I've been receiving cryptic texts. They might be from the killer or they might be from someone in the know. Any insights?
Could be anyone, Miss Hayes. Even someone real close to you.
Are they from you?
Wade Tucker grinned. Not my style.
I decided to take one last gamble. One more thing. You wouldn't happen to know anything about Dylan's missing phone, would you? Tucker's face remained impassive.
Phone? First time hearing of it.
I shrugged, trying to appear casual. Curious. Seems odd for a journalist like Dylan to misplace something so crucial to his work.
Well, I'm guessing either the perpetrator took it or he lost it. Journalists lose things all the time, especially when they're poking their rat noses where they don't belong.
Okay. I appreciate your insights. I stood up. You've certainly given me a lot to think about.
Yep. I reckon that concludes our business. For now.
Wade tossed his toothpick onto the deck and stood up. He walked to the screen door of his porch and opened it, gesturing for me to exit.
Ma'am?
He escorted me back to Bertha. He stopped at the driver's side door and grabbed the handle. He didn't open it, but instead turned to me.
You know, Roger Buzzard and I go way back, and I'm starting to wonder if he's as squeaky clean as he claims to be.
His demeanor had shifted, becoming conspiratorial. I raised an eyebrow, intrigued by this new tidbit or bait, or whatever game it was he was trying to play. Oh? How so?
Let's just say, in a town like this, the higher you climb, the more dirt you accumulate. And Buzzard's been climbing for years, Miss Hayes.
Is that right? I was beginning to wonder when Tucker was going to let me get into the car. As though sensing my thought, he engaged the handle and opened the door, but only a crack. His tone turned a notch softer.
You know, Miss Hayes, I've got an inkling you ain't gonna let this matter go. So maybe we should team up. You got gumption, and two heads are better than one after all. Besides, I could keep you safe, too. This investigation could get dangerous, and I wouldn't want nothing to happen to you.
I looked around at the fortified compound, with its high fences and surveillance cameras. The implicit threat in his words wasn't lost on me. I'm sure you could, Mr. Tucker. I'm sure you could. He opened the door fully to let me get in.
You can call me Wade.
I climbed into the car, and he gently closed the door. He leaned down to the open window, his voice barely above a whisper.
Think about it, Miss Hayes. We could make a good team.
I nodded noncommittally and started the engine. As I drove away, I watched Wade in my rearview mirror, standing like a guard at his gate. His offer of an alliance hung in the air. I suspected it was a ploy to get me off his trail. A classic keep your friends close and your enemies closer move. Partnering with Wade Tucker would be like making a deal with the devil. His abrupt offer to team up seemed calculated, designed to keep me under his watchful eye, rather than out investigating on my own. One thing was certain. This visit had raised more questions than answers. Wade was playing a complex game, implicating others while subtly threatening me. He seemed to be a master of misdirection, and I had to be careful not to fall into his traps. As Wade's compound disappeared behind me, a sense of déjà vu washed over me. It was reminiscent of my recent investigation into Tate Beauregard's murder. Back then, I'd peeled back the layers of Magnolia Grove's picturesque facade, only to find a tangled web of secrets and scandals beneath. Now, history seemed to be repeating itself. Once again, I was discovering that in this quaint town, everyone had something to hide. And Wade Tucker? He might just be guarding the darkest secrets of all. I pushed open the door to cashew latte, and the aroma of Clyde's famous pecan pie and brewed coffee enveloped me like a much-needed warm hug. It had taken most of the drive back just to get my heart rate back down from my strange and off-putting Wade Tucker experience. Clyde stood behind the counter, regaling his audience of danger zone friends with his tall tales. Major trotted up to me, wagging his tail and letting me know how much he was enjoying the extra attention from the customers. How's the fort, Clyde?
These youngsters have promised to put me into their videos, bless their hearts.
I glanced at the eager faces. Videos? Yes, ma'am, Hazel said. For class, I'm going to make a little short video expose on our town and how much it's changing. Whit finished drizzling caramel over the foam latte.
Shoot, yeah. They're a mighty fine bunch. Eager to soak up all the town's history like a biscuit soaks up gravy.
I'm guessing you're going to be in this? He walked from behind the counter.
Clyde's the star. I'm just the supporting role.
Whit handed me the latte, and I took a grateful sip of the warm, soothing liquid. Hints of cinnamon, nutmeg, and caramel swirled together in perfect harmony, the unmistakable flavor of pumpkin spice filling my senses.
Shall we step outside for a moment?
He asked, his voice low and gentle. Sure. It's so pretty outside. I could use a walk. Clyde called out,
You all mind taking Major with you? He's been getting fussy.
I clipped on Major's leash, and we exited the cafe into the late autumn afternoon. The warm sunshine on our faces was a delightful complement to the temperate, crisp air carrying the scent of fallen leaves. Major trotted alongside us, his tail wagging happily, as the vibrant autumn foliage seemed to energize his every step. Whit asked,
How'd the interview with Tucker go?
I took another sip of my latte, savoring the flavor, detecting undertones of vanilla that lingered pleasantly on my palate. Let's just say Wade Tucker gives new meaning to the phrase, haunting encounter.
He's a pretty intense man.
Seems like Dylan did get that interview with him. I wish we had access to Dylan's recordings. I would love to hear that conversation. I took another sip.
If Sinclair has them, They are going to be under lock and key.
Sinclair, I said, maybe with a bit of disdain. I couldn't help it. We strolled in comfortable silence for a moment, the pumpkin spice latte encapsulating the cozy autumn vibes. Finally, Whit spoke again, his voice low and thoughtful.
I did some deep digging into Wade's past. Figured since you were going to interview him, it might be worth looking into.
I cocked my head with a grin. Oh? He continued, a smile playing on his lips.
Also, since you're going full steam ahead with this investigation no matter what, I thought I'd show some initiative.
I beamed with gratitude toward Whit. Great. What did you find?
Ever hear of a reporter named Michael Callahan?
The name didn't ring a bell. I shook my head.
Back in '87, Callahan came to town, working for the big Charlotte paper, investigating corruption in the sheriff's department. Wade was a deputy then, under Sheriff Travis Boggs.
Let me guess. Things didn't end well for Mr. Callahan?
Disappeared without a trace. His car was found at Devil's Drop off Shadow Creek Road. And guess who was the last person to see him alive?
Wade Tucker.
Bingo. Gave him a speeding ticket on Shadow Creek the same day he vanished.
I tucked my hair behind my ear. Anything ever come of any of it?
Nope. The case went cold and got swept under the rug. Boggs retired soon after, and Wade became sheriff.
I whistled low. Whit, this is... wow. I'm impressed. And a little concerned about how easy it is to sweep things under the rug in this town. Whit's hand brushed mine, sending a tiny jolt through me.
Hey, that's why we make a good team, right? You've got the investigative chops. I've got the historical knowledge.
Our gazes met, and for a moment, the case, the cafe, and everything else faded away. I found myself noticing flecks of gold in Whit's brown eyes, the way the corner of his mouth quirked up in a half-smile. The moment stretched, electric and fragile, until Major started barking at a squirrel who darted up a tree. I cleared my throat, feeling a blush creep up my cheeks. Right team, good team. We should, probably start looking into Wade Tucker more. A faint pink tinged Whit's cheeks.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to have to tiptoe around Wade Tucker. He is no man to trifle with.
So I've gathered. You know, I'm going to pay Roger Buzzard a visit tomorrow. Wade was throwing shade in his direction, and I might have forgotten to mention Buzzard was circling my dumpster the other day. His interest in this whole thing is a bit peculiar.
You want some company?
Whit asked. No, you man the fort for now. I survived Tucker. I can manage Buzzard. We turned back toward the cafe, walking perhaps a little closer than strictly necessary. Despite the seriousness of the situation, a flutter of butterflies, both for the case and Whit, flapped around my rib cage. Chapter 7. Buzzard Law occupied a stately Victorian mansion a few blocks off Main Street, its gingerbread trim and wraparound porch at odds with the stern Buzzard and Associates sign hanging near the entrance. Faded yellow paint and a slightly overgrown garden gave it an air of neglected grandeur. I climbed the creaky steps and reached the top just as the door swung open. Susan, the petite woman I'd met near Henderson's Hardware talking to Wade Tucker the day my espresso machine broke, stood before me, looking startled. Her mousy brown hair was pulled back into a tight bun, and she wore a smart blouse and pencil skirt that exuded efficiency. A subtle floral fruity perfume wafted from her, blending notes of grapefruit, jasmine, and white musk into a refined scent. "Sorry I scared you," I said. "I was just getting the mail." She reached over to the right of the door, where the mailbox hung. She shuffled through the assorted post. "What can I help you with? Miss Hayes, isn't it?" "Good memory. Susan, right? You work for Mr. Buzzard?" "Yes." "Great. Well, I'm here to see him." She stopped shuffling through the mail and glanced at me above her dainty glasses. "Terribly sorry. Mr. Buzzard is very busy." Susan's mousy voice was so fragile, it floated atop the autumn air. I'm sure he is, Susan. I promise I won't take up too much of his time. He asked me to come by if I ever needed his services, and here I am. She gave an efficient nod and motioned for me to follow her in. I shadowed her into a foyer that screamed lawyer's office. Framed degrees, a tiny couch, and a coffee table littered with magazines. She placed the mail on her desk, then stepped over to an oak door adorned with a bronze plaque that proudly proclaimed Roger Buzzard, Esquire. Susan knocked, and a muffled voice barked out, "Yes?" She cracked the door, announced my presence, and was gruffly told to let me in. Roger Buzzard sat behind an imposing mahogany desk, his bald head gleaming in the sunlight streaming through the window, and his seersucker suit almost glowing. The office smelled of leather-bound law books and expensive cologne, with an underlying note of stale cigar smoke and something faintly metallic, like old pennies. He motioned for me to sit. "Miss Hayes, very nice to see you again. To what do I owe the honor?" His beady eyes didn't blink. They bored right into my brain. I settled into the leather chair across from him. To my surprise, Susan slid into the chair next to me, a laptop balanced on her knees. "Miss Hill will be taking notes," Buzzard explained, his nasally tone leaving no room for objection. "For the record, of course." Okay. Mr. Buzzard. I took out my trusty $- discount notepad and rollerball gel pen. I'm here about Dylan Reeves. Buzzard's face remained impassive. "Ah, yes. Terrible business." He leaned forward, a glint in his eye. "I understand you've become a person of interest in the case. I'm delighted you've come to seek my counsel." He opened a drawer and pulled out a sheaf of papers. "Shall we discuss retainer fees? As a seasoned attorney specializing in the nuance of criminal defense, I reckon my expertise would be a mighty fine fit for your needs. And of course, for a distinguished client such as yourself, I'm happy to offer a fee that's mighty reasonable." "Actually," I said, holding up a hand, "I'm not here for legal representation. I'm trying to understand what happened to Dylan." The click-click-clicking of Susan's keyboard reverberated throughout the wooden-floored office. Buzzard paused, his pen hovering over the paperwork. He studied me for a moment, before slowly returning the papers to his drawer. "I see. Well, in that case, how may I assist you, Miss Hayes?" "I'm trying to piece this together. When I ran into you and Jackson Beauregard at Miss Patty's breakfast pantry, you were certain it was murder. And you were right. Did Dylan contact you before he was killed?" Buzzard leaned back, steepling his fingers. "Miss Hayes, I'm afraid I can't divulge any private information about potential clients, even if they are deceased. Attorney-client privilege, you understand." I leaned forward, my eyebrows raised. So he was a potential client? Why would a visiting journalist need a local attorney? Buzzard hesitated, then sighed. "Let's just say Mr. Reeves was exploring his options. He seemed concerned about possible legal ramifications of whatever story he was pursuing." "And what story was that?" I pressed. "I wish I knew, Miss Hayes." Buzzard's voice lowered. "That's precisely why I may have seemed a bit inquisitive with you at the diner. I, too, was curious about what the poor man had stumbled upon, something significant enough to get him killed, and that is why I was behind your establishment when you saw me there, scoping out the scene of his most untimely demise." He paused, his eyes meeting mine. "I apologize for not being more forthcoming earlier. I was trying to maintain some semblance of confidentiality, but given the circumstances..." I digested this new information. "So you're saying Dylan was worried about legal repercussions. That suggests he was onto something big, doesn't it?" "Indeed it does, Miss Hayes." A thought struck me. "Were you perhaps looking for his phone?" Buzzard's eyebrows shot up. "His phone? Is it missing? That's curious." I shrugged, trying to appear nonchalant. "Just wondering. It seems like the kind of thing a journalist would keep close." Buzzard sneered slightly.
If it is missing, that could be quite significant. A journalist's phone often contains a wealth of information and contacts.
I glanced at Susan, who hadn't missed a beat, her fingers dancing across the keyboard with machine-like precision. The click-click-click of keys filled the momentary silence. I briefly wondered if Buzzard had somehow acquired a highly advanced AI for an assistant. Shaking off the thought, I decided to switch gears. Jackson Beauregard seemed pretty interested in Dylan's activities, too. What do you think that's all about?
Jackson is an old dear friend and a client of mine. Attorney-client privilege applies there as well, I'm afraid.
I felt my wheels turning and found myself tucking a stray strand of hair behind my ear, a familiar nervous tic. I decided to take a gamble. I found a flash drive under the cafe dumpster. Buzzard perked up, his fingers twirling his pen.
Oh?
Yeah.
And?
He leaned forward. I gave it to the sheriff, I said, watching his reaction. Buzzard relaxed a bit.
I'm willing to bet a curious and intelligent young lady such as yourself might have peeked at its contents first.
I shrugged. There were files. They were password protected.
Perhaps for the best. Dangerous business. Best left to the sheriff.
I paused for effect, then dropped my ace card. But one of the locked files was named J. Beauregard. Buzzard dropped his pen. Silence filled the room, including the absence of Susan's typing. He quickly regained his composure.
Perhaps Mr. Reeves had interviewed him as well. Jackson is a wealth of information about our town's goings-on.
Yes, he is, I agreed, keeping my tone neutral. Susan typed, and Buzzard stood up and paced behind his desk, his earlier calm demeanor slipping.
Now that you mention it, Jackson has been a bit erratic lately.
He stopped, seeming to catch himself.
Oh, now you're making me paranoid. He's just getting a bit nervous about the new multi-use building he's developing. Yes, that's it. He would never.
I raised an eyebrow. Never what, Mr. Buzzard? He waved a hand dismissively.
Nothing. Just an old man's ramblings.
Of course. I'm just trying to piece together Dylan's last days in town. I paused, then added, What about Wade Tucker? I am 99.99% certain that Dylan interviewed him the day he died. Thoughts?
Wade Tucker is a complicated man. Let's just say he and I have crossed paths professionally over the years. He has some insights as well.
That sounds ominous, I prodded. Buzzard sat back down in his chair.
Miss Hayes, in a town like Magnolia Grove, history runs deep. And sometimes that history has sharp edges. Wade Tucker knows where many of those edges are.
Are you saying he's dangerous?
I'm saying he's a man who knows how to get things done. Now, I'm afraid I don't have much more to offer,
Buzzard said, his tone dismissive. I stood to leave. Thank you for your time, Mr. Buzzard.
Good day, Miss Hayes. Do be careful out there. Magnolia Grove may seem quaint, but it has its dangers. Susan, please escort the good Miss Hayes out, and please close the door behind you.
Susan clapped her laptop shut and stood up. She gestured toward the door, and we both walked out of the office. She gently closed the door behind us. Instead of heading straight for the exit, she hesitated, then gestured toward a side door.
Would you like to see the courtyard? There's a lovely fountain, and the leaves are changing.
Sure, I'd love to. We stepped out onto a small, secluded patio. Despite the building's overall neglected appearance, the space was well tended, with a bubbling fountain. The array of yellow, red, and green-leaved trees was rather nice. Susan spoke softly as we strolled.
Parker Hayes, I must confess something to you.
Oh? What's that?
Though Roger Buzzard might come across as rather dubious, sneaky and shady, he's not a dangerous man. He just puts up that act due to the nature of his business.
I filed away this information, knowing that freely offered insights were often the most valuable. Good to know. How long have you been working for Mr. Buzzard?
Going on 5 years.
So you know where the bodies are buried.
Beg your pardon?
Bad joke.
Miss Hayes, I may seem simple, and I'll admit I sort of am. Mind you, I went to college, but when I married Dusty, my late husband, I was caught between a rock and a hard decision, professional career or stay at home.
That must have been a tough decision.
No, I'm glad I chose to settle into my role of homemaker and mother. That's how it went for 8 years. Then 5 years ago, Dusty passed. My prospects were limited outside working the cash register at Dollar Dash Discount or some other job like that. Not saying there's anything wrong with that, but teenagers are expensive.
I get it, and sorry for your loss.
Well, thank you. Roger took me under his wing, and I became his assistant. He's been helping me with my associates and accreditation. I'm going to be a para-legal.
She beamed, drawing out the para and legal as though they were two different words. That's amazing he would do that. We paused by the fountain, its gurgling quite pleasant. Susan rested her hand on the lip of the fountain, absently rubbing the smooth concrete.
He and my daddy were close friends. Grew up and went to college together. When my daddy passed, I was but 12 years old. Roger has been like an uncle to me, and a good man to my son Thatcher. He is putting money into a college fund for him. I can attest to Roger's character.
I appreciated her candor. Thanks for sharing that. Oh, one more thing. This business with Jackson Beauregard? What's that all about? Susan's face tightened slightly.
Well, I can't disclose anything that you are not privy to.
Of course, I don't want to get you in trouble. But is there anything you can tell me? As you know, I'm a person of interest in Dylan's murder, and my entire future is in danger of crashing. Anything might help. She gave me an empathetic nod, her eyes darting briefly toward the office windows.
All I know is that development project of Jackson's has hit some severe roadblocks, but that's all I can say.
What about Tucker? What's your impression of him? She played with one of the buttons on her blouse.
Well, I suppose he is a good coach for Thatcher. I have had issues with him in the past, ones I'd rather not discuss.
Understood. As we made our way back to the front of the building, I thanked Susan for her time and insights. She gave a warm expression, her earlier efficiency softened by our courtyard walk. I stepped out of Buzzard and Associates, my mind in high gear. The puzzle pieces were beginning to fall into place, yet the full picture remained elusive. Buzzard's words echoed in my thoughts, leaving me with the nagging suspicion that he'd revealed more than intended, particularly regarding Jackson Beauregard. His careful dance around attorney-client privilege had faltered when Jackson's name came up, and that slip hadn't gone unnoticed. And he did nothing to alleviate my suspicion of former Sheriff Wade Tucker. But one thing I knew was this. Heart of gold or not, Roger Buzzard was a cunning and clever lawyer, so I couldn't discount the fact that whatever snippets he told me were well-calculated moves on his chessboard. I could not discount him as a suspect either. I strolled down Main Street, the bracing autumn air invigorating my spirit. Magnolia Grove's quaint storefronts exuded their usual charm. The florist, Eleanor Green, a green thumb with a rock star vibe, was arranging a vibrant display. She gave me a courteous smile when she saw me. The bookshop owner, Maynard Page, bookish sage, chatted with a customer on the sidewalk. They gave me quick, curt nods. "Morning, Lauren," I called out to Lauren Yancey, the owner of the artisanal cheese shop, Feta and Friends. She looked up from arranging her chalkboard sign on the sidewalk, scrutinizing me. "Oh, it's you." Her voice was saturated with disdain. She quickly retreated inside. Well, so much for small-town hospitality. I quickened my pace. A few leaves rustled by. "Dylan, if only you'd stayed away. You'd still be alive. I'd be living a perfectly peaceful existence in this charming small town without person of interest as a new addition to my resume. But no, you just had to come poking around, didn't you? And now here I am, up to my eyeballs in secrets and scandals, when all I wanted was to perfect my latte art and maybe pair it with some of Yancey's artisanal Gouda. Guess that's off the menu for now. Focus, Parker. You've got a mystery to solve and a reputation to salvage. Time to pay Jackson a visit and see what other threads might unravel. I arrived at Jackson's building, a modern glass and steel structure that stood out among the town's more traditional architecture. His receptionist, Savannah, a fresh-faced brunette with a gentle southern drawl and a UNC Chapel Hill class ring glinting on her finger, waved me through. I found Jackson at his desk, just hanging up the phone. A half-eaten sandwich sat on a plate beside him. I could smell the chicken salad from across the desk.
Parker.
Jackson stood, ever the gentleman. He motioned for me to sit, a tight smile on his face.
What a surprise. Care for half a sandwich?
I shook my head, noting his slightly ruffled appearance. No thanks. Just had a chat with Roger Buzzard. I assume he called you? Jackson wiped his mouth with his napkin.
What makes you say that?
Just a hunch? How's your deal going, the multi-use project?
It's like any other business venture. What can I do for you, Parker?
I decided to try the same ploy I'd used with Buzzard. I found a flash drive behind my cafe. I'm thinking it belonged to Dylan. Jackson's hand paused midway to his sandwich.
Oh?
Yeah, its files are password protected, but one of the files bears your name. Jackson's eyebrow twitched, a fleeting sign of unease before his composure returned.
And what did it contain?
As I mentioned, it's protected, and I was unable to unlock it. Jackson leaned back.
Interesting. But how can you be certain it's Dylan's? It could be mine, for all we know. Perhaps he acquired it through less than honest means, or it might be entirely unrelated to the case.
His words, though evasive, held a kernel of truth. I realized I had jumped to conclusions about the drive's ownership.
Have you considered, Jackson continued, his tone measured, that someone might be using this situation to undermine my business interests? You're from the city. You understand how cutthroat rivals can be.
I tilted my head in agreement. That's true.
Or perhaps, he added, someone simply trying to muddy the waters, to divert attention from their own guilt.
I had to hand it to Jackson Beauregard. His mind was as sharp as a tack, and twice as pointed. He had a knack for turning questions back on the asker, leaving me with more to ponder than when I'd arrived. Anyone come to mind? I asked, intrigued by this new angle.
Who did Dylan mention in his final social media post?
The name came to me immediately. Wade Tucker?
Parker, a man like that, with his history and connections, who knows what he's capable of? Maybe Dylan stumbled onto something Tucker's been trying to keep buried for years.
His eagerness to point the finger at Wade made me pause. Was Jackson truly concerned, or just trying to divert attention from himself? Didn't you back Tucker over Sinclair in the recent sheriff's election? Jackson's expression tightened for a moment before smoothing out.
I did, simply because I thought he was the more experienced candidate. Sinclair's new to law enforcement, relatively speaking, but that was before all this came to light. If I'd known then what I know now.
He let the sentence hang, but I wondered what he meant by all this. Before I could ask, Jackson leaned forward, gesturing to the forgotten sandwich on his desk.
Sure you won't have some? It's from Miss Patty's, her famous chicken salad.
I shook my head. No, thanks, I'm good. He shrugged, taking another bite.
Suit yourself. Anything else I can help you with?
Did Dylan ever contact you?
He did. I shut that down quickly. Don't trust nosy investigative journalists, he said. Anything else?
I thought for a second, then changed the subject. How's Evelyn holding up? Jackson's face softened slightly.
Mother's coping. She's relieved to have the magnolia rose back, of course, but losing Tate.
He trailed off, his gaze distant. Of course, I murmured, internally translating his response. Mother Dearest is thrilled to have her precious necklace back, and not have had any insurance fraud charges brought against her, but finds her son's death a bit of an inconvenience. I kept that particular thought to myself. "Well," I said, standing up, "I appreciate your time, Jackson." He stood, doing the Southern gentleman thing again, and reached for his phone.
"Always a pleasure, Parker. Remember, my door is open if you need anything."
"Yeah, Mr. Helpful," I thought as I left his office, though I couldn't deny the money he'd paid me for solving his brother's murder had been the final push my cafe needed to be finished. As I stepped outside, new questions swirled in my mind, just like the leaves swirling around the town square's park. Each answer bred more mysteries. If I'd learned anything about Magnolia Grove, it was that simplicity was just an illusion here. Chapter 8. I pushed open the door to catch you latte. The aroma of fresh coffee and cinnamon rolls hit me, momentarily lifting my spirits. The cafe was bustling with a late afternoon crowd, the hum of conversation punctuated by the hiss of the espresso machine and the clink of ceramic mugs. Whit stood behind the counter, taking orders and preparing coffee. I would need to do something special for him after this whole thing was said and done. The danger zoners were huddled around their usual table, laptops open and phones in hand. Hazel, her lavender bob gleaming under the cafe lights, waved me over.
"Parker, we've got so much to tell you."
I threaded my way between the tables, steadying myself for the overzealous sleuths. I was reminded of my podcast episode, The Serial Killer Caper. A group of enthusiastic true crime fans had become convinced their local grocer was poisoning boxes of breakfast cereal. Turns out, he was just rotating stock to keep things fresh. Who knew proper inventory management could look so sinister? "What have you got for me, guys?" I asked, sliding into a chair. Hazel's whole face beamed.
"We've been combing through forums, social media, everything. And get this, Dylan was seen arguing with all three of them in the days before he died."
"All three of who?" I asked, though I had a sinking feeling I already knew.
"Wade Tucker, Roger Buzzard, and Jackson Beauregard."
Danger Zone guy, whose name I really needed to learn, chimed in, nearly knocking over his oversized mocha in his enthusiasm as he pushed his thick-rimmed glasses up his nose.
"It's all over the Danger Zoners forum. Someone's cousin's roommate saw Dylan and Wade having a heated argument at the gas station, and then there's this blurry photo from the park across the street from Beauregard's office. If you blow it up, you can sort of see what looks like it might be Dylan leaving. Well, it's kind of pixelated, but the hat and hair color match."
I rubbed my temples. This was worse than the time I had to explain to a helpful listener that I had already gathered all the evidence to prove Rip the Dip Johnson intentionally murdered his opponent in the ring by slathering his gloves in a toxic ointment that slowly poisoned Jake the Shake Stone. Taking a deep breath, I decided to be less cynical and more encouraging. They were young, they were passionate, and I was trying to turn over a new leaf. "Great work, gang. Thanks for sharing. But I already knew Dylan was at Buzzard's. He was seeking legal cover for his snooping. Beauregard himself acknowledged that Dylan paid him a visit, and Wade Tucker made it clear that he talked with Dylan. We need hard evidence." Their expressions turned to sad puppy looks. I softened my tone. "But keep digging. You never know what might turn up." Hazel's phone pinged. She glanced at it, her eyes widening.
"Ooh, Lone Eagle 91 just posted again. They always have the best insider info."
"Lone Eagle 91? I asked, intrigued.
"Yeah, they're like the MVP of our forum," Hazel explained. "They seem to know a lot about things. And get this, they just dropped a hint about some connection between a reporter named Callahan from the 1980s and Wade Tucker's rise to sheriff."
The bearded one, who I'd mentally dubbed Hipster Holmes, chimed in, stroking his well-groomed facial hair.
"Eagle's been pushing us to look deeper into Tucker's past. They seem pretty convinced he's involved."
"Anything more than that?" I pressed, feeling a jolt of interest. This was the first potentially solid lead I'd heard in days. My gut instinct told me this Lone Eagle 91 was more than just an enthusiastic true crime fan. Their focus on Tucker was interesting, to say the least. But again, that was one of Dylan's last posts. He said he was going to look into Tucker. This Lone Eagle 91 might have just been riffing off of Dylan to try to gain popularity points with their contemporaries. Have you ever tried to figure out who Lone Eagle 91 might be? I asked. Hazel shook her head, her earrings jingling.
Nah, they're super careful about their identity, but they've been right about a lot of stuff. It's like they have access to insider information or something.
What have they been right about? I asked, my investigative instincts kicking in. Hipster Holmes interjected. That Dylan was rat poison, then hit over the head. Did everyone besides me get the memo on the actual cause of death? I asked, frustration creeping into my voice. What else? Hazel chimed in.
Well, they're the ones who specifically mentioned Wade Tucker, Roger Buzzard, and Jackson Beauregard. And sure enough, you just confirmed that Dylan had been with each of them.
In my experience, anonymous insiders were either crackpots or people with something to hide. I was betting on the latter. I scribbled the name down into my notebook, then stood up and joined Whit behind the counter. Nellie Pritchett bustled into the shop, her floral dress a riot of color against the cafe's muted tones. She made a beeline for the counter. Hey, Nellie, I said. What can I get for you?
Oh, Parker, honey, Nellie exclaimed. I'm just checking in to see how you're holding up. May I have one of those delectable coffees? And of course, one of those scrumptious cinnamon rolls with the extra drizzle of icing.
She patted her belly and added with a wink, Those are dangerously addictive. I began preparing Nellie's order and asked, How's town business going? What's the latest scoop? Nellie leaned in, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper.
You'll never believe what transpired at the council meeting today. It was quite eventful.
She paused for dramatic effect, her eyes blinking with excitement.
Did you know a few of those Dylan Show club members tried to storm their way into the council meeting and demand answers? Their words, not mine. They claimed we were hiding crucial information and suppressing secrets, that we were part of some vast conspiracy. Can you imagine?
Nellie glanced over at the danger zoners, her expression softening.
Not you, dears. Of course. You would never.
Hazel, Hipster Holmes, and Danger Zone Guy all shook their heads vigorously.
No, ma'am, we'd never,
Hazel assured her. Nellie nodded approvingly before continuing.
Well, the council has just about had it up to here with this Dylan debacle, and they're pressing Sheriff Sinclair to wrap it up.
She flipped her long hair over her shoulder.
And some of them still think that you're using your notoriety to make a profit. Just like a city slicker. Mr. Buckley's words, not mine.
I clenched my jaw at the accusation, a twinge of anxiety creeping into my chest. I was feeling the pressure from all sides. Constant scrutiny, whispers, and sidelong glances wore me down like sandpaper on a rough edge. Nellie added, I'm not buying it, mind you. I'm still championing your cause, and I know I'll get them to soften up once this matter is cleared. Thanks, Nellie, I said, appreciating her support. She took a bite of her cinnamon roll, her eyes closing in bliss.
Oh, that's marvelous. You do have a gift, Parker.
After savoring the moment, Nellie continued.
So then once that circus quieted down, there was a big hubbub about Jackson's building. It's hit yet another snag. That project is cursed, I tell you.
She leaned in even closer, her voice barely above a whisper.
Something about safety issues. He and Roger were at each other's throats. I've never seen those two so hostile toward one another. We thought we were going to have a fight break out, and we'd have to split them up like ice hockey referees right there in the town hall meeting room. Jackson was red-faced, shouting about contractual obligations, and Roger kept citing some obscure bylaw. It was quite the spectacle.
I processed this information. The tension between Jackson and Roger could be significant. Did they mention anything specific about the dispute? I asked, trying to keep my tone casual. Nellie shook her head.
They were careful not to give too many details in public, but I did overhear Jackson muttering something about traitor as he stormed out, and Roger then mumbled something about Jackson stepping over the line this time. His words, not mine. Whatever's going on, It's more than just typical business, if you ask me.
As Nellie rambled on, I caught Whit's eye. He raised a brow, clearly noting my expression. I gave him a slight nod, silently communicating that we needed to talk later. I was missing something crucial. The murdered reporter from the 80s, the mysterious online informant, the feuding pillars of the community. It all had to be connected somehow. And somewhere in this tangled web of small-town scandal and long-buried grudges lay the truth about Dylan's death. I just had to find it before it found me first. The last customer left, and I flipped the sign to closed. I let out a long sigh, my shoulders sagging with the weight of the day. Whit appeared from the back, looking cute with a towel slung over his shoulder.
Quite a day.
He leaned against the counter. I grabbed a cloth to wipe down tables. You could say that again. Thanks for staying to help close up.
Of course. Best use of my vacation time I've ever had. Want to go through what we've learned?
You read my mind. We settled at a corner table, 2 steaming mugs of my special late-night decaf blend between us. The cafe was eerily silent, besides the hum of the refrigerator. I pulled out my notebook and pen, ready to scribble down our thoughts. All right. I flipped to a fresh page. Let's break this down. Motive, means, opportunity for each suspect.
Start with Jackson Beauregard?
Mr. Moneybags himself, I muttered, writing his name. Motive?
According to Nellie's gossip, his big development project is hitting snags. Maybe Dylan uncovered something shady about the deal?
I scribbled. Plus, the Beauregards have a history of, let's call it, creative problem-solving when it comes to obstacles. All the shenanigans surrounding Tate's murder come to mind.
Means?
Whit prompted. He's got the means, money and connections. Could easily hire someone if he didn't want to get his hands dirty. I tapped my pen against my chin. Whit frowned.
But what about opportunity? Wouldn't he need an alibi?
I shook my head. Not necessarily. If he hired someone, his opportunity would be any moment he could make a phone call or send a text. He was probably at his office that night, which gives him the perfect cover.
Ah, I see. He'd have privacy, and no one would question him working late.
Exactly. It's not like Jackson Beauregard would do the dirty work himself. That's what minions are for.
A hitman who uses rat poison then clubs him over the head?
Yeah, it reeks of amateurism. But then again, Jackson's the type of guy who might hire a pro who would make it look like an amateur did it. Whit shook his head.
This sounds crazy. I can't believe I am brainstorming Jackson Beauregard, someone I've known my entire life, conniving a murder for hire plot.
I know. It's never fun to suspect people you've known and respected.
Okay, let's consider Roger Buzzard.
I flipped to a new page in my notebook. Whit leaned in.
Motive.
Well, as the town's lawyer, he's privy to a lot of secrets. Maybe Dylan uncovered something Roger wanted to keep buried.
Means?
Whit prompted. I tapped my pen thoughtfully. He's got legal knowledge, which could help cover tracks. But does he have the connections to hire a hitman? Possibly.
Opportunity?
That's where it gets tricky. He could have easily arranged a late-night meeting with Dylan under the guise of legal advice. But physically carrying out the murder? Roger doesn't strike me as the type to get his hands dirty.
Plus, he's not exactly in peak physical condition. Overpowering Dylan might have been a challenge.
True, but if Dylan was poisoned first... I jotted down more notes. He's suspicious, but there are weaknesses in the theory. And his name isn't on that flash drive, which is odd if Dylan was investigating him. Whit pointed to my scribbles about the ex-sheriff.
Now what about Tucker? He's got a history. That missing reporter from the 80s? Plus, he was one of the last known people to see Dylan alive.
I circled Wade's name. And he's got the skills from his time as sheriff. But why not just make Dylan disappear? Why all the jumping through hoops? Whit leaned back, pondering.
Maybe Tucker didn't want it to look too clean?
I remembered my encounter with Wade, his veiled threats, his odd behavior, and his innuendos. Tucker's name was on that flash drive, and he's been interested in my investigation. Offered to team up with me. Because nothing says innocent like trying to insert yourself into the investigation of a crime you definitely didn't commit. I took a sip of my now lukewarm coffee, grimacing at the taste. As I set the mug down, a new thought struck me. For a guy who had a lot of inside baseball, he seemed to not have a big piece of the puzzle. He claimed he didn't know Dylan's phone was missing. Guilt by omission? Whit considered this. That is strange. You'd think someone as connected as Tucker would know about the missing phone. Either he's lying or he's genuinely out of the loop, I finished. Which begs the question, what else doesn't he know? And more importantly, why doesn't he know it? And you said he admitted to meeting with Dylan? He sure did. It didn't sound like it went over too well. But he was cryptic in his Wade Tucker way, so who knows when or where they met. Whit exhaled. I wish you would have gotten a better look at the mystery person with Dylan that night in your parking lot. Too bad you didn't see what kind of car they drove. Yeah, I know. But I heard it. Definitely loud. Possibly a muscle car. I took another sip of coffee, not caring that it was lukewarm. Any other suspects? Whit asked. What about this Lone Eagle 91 character from the Danger Zoners Forum? They seem to know a lot. Maybe too much? Whit frowned. Could be someone involved, trying to steer the investigation. Or just an overzealous fan of Dylan with too much time on their hands. Or someone who knows more than they're letting on. Someone afraid to come forward directly. I jotted down Lone Eagle 91, whistleblower or perpetrator, in my notebook. Speaking of knowing too much, Whit lowered his voice. What about those encrypted files on the flash drive? Any luck cracking them? I shook my head. Haven't had time. I'm good, but I'm not exactly a world-class hacker. Whit snapped his fingers. What about one of your danger zoners? The guy with the glasses seemed pretty tech-savvy. I considered it for a moment. Danger zone guy? Yeah, he might be able to help. And it would keep him from chasing down every blurry photo and secondhand rumor on the internet. It's worth a shot. Just then my phone buzzed. A text from an unknown number. The Eagle knows more than it lets on. Follow the trail of 87. I showed Whit the message, my heart thumping. Okay, that's creepy. And oddly specific. Whit's face had gone pale. Parker, 87 was the year that reporter went missing. The one Wade Tucker gave the ticket to. The pieces started falling into place, forming a picture I wasn't sure I wanted to see. So either Lone Eagle 91 is trying to help us or misdirect us by pointing to Wade. Or Wade himself is playing some kind of twisted game, Whit finished. We sat in silence for a moment, the complexity of the situation blanketing us like a heavy fog. Finally I spoke. I think it's time we took a closer look at Wade Tucker's past. Something tells me the key to Dylan's murder might be buried in Magnolia Grove's history. After all, Dylan was going to blow the lid off this town. Whit's expression squared off with determination. We can start digging through the archives first thing tomorrow. But Parker, he said, reaching across the table, his hand covering mine, we need to be careful. If Tucker is behind this, he's dangerous. And if he knows we're on to him. I squeezed his hand, appreciating the support. We're in this together, right? Always, Whit said, with a charm that made my heart skip a beat. Someone's got to keep you out of trouble, Parker. Good luck with that, I laughed, closing my notebook. Whit walked me back to Clyde's guest house, the cool evening air doing little to dispel the warmth of his smile from my mind. As we reached the door, he hesitated, his eyes lingering on mine a bit longer than usual. Good night, he said softly, his voice carrying a flicker of something hopeful. Good night, I said. For a fleeting moment, it felt as if the world had narrowed to just the two of us, standing there in the autumn moonlight. But beneath that warmth, a chill of apprehension spread in my gut. Somewhere out there, a killer was watching, waiting to see what move we'd make next. And I had a feeling things were about to get a whole lot more dangerous. Chapter 9. The moment we entered the Magnolia Grove archives, the musty odor of decaying paper assaulted my nostrils. Dust motes swirled in the weak sunlight filtering through old windows, and I fought the urge to sneeze. Who knew solving a murder would involve so much potential sinus irritation? Whit and I hunched over a rickety table, surrounded by stacks of yellowed newspapers. The quiet rustle of turning pages was punctuated by my occasional sighs of frustration. Whit was in his element, very jazzed up about this part of the investigation. His eyes danced with excitement as he pored over each article, like a kid in a historically significant candy store. Me, I was a bit less enthused. Don't get me wrong, I loved a good mystery, but spending hours inhaling decades-old dust and squinting at tiny print wasn't exactly my idea of a thrilling morning. Still, seeing Whit's enthusiasm was almost enough to make me forget about my impending sneeze attack. "Found anything yet?" I asked, holding back a sneeze. Whit's brow furrowed in concentration, his finger tracing down yet another page of tiny print. "Wait, I think I've got something. Look at this." I leaned in, my shoulder brushing against his. The contact sent a little jolt through me, but I pushed the feeling aside. "Focus, Parker." Whit read aloud. Local reporter Michael Callahan was admitted to Magnolia Grove General Hospital with severe abdominal pain and nausea. Callahan claims symptoms began after meeting Deputy Wade Tucker at a local diner. Hospital tests revealed traces of warfarin, a common rat poison. Callahan accuses Tucker of spiking his coffee. I smacked Whit's shoulder. "Rat poison! Just like Dylan." Well, isn't that a cozy coincidence? There's more. Tucker's response when asked for a comment? "If a rat got his just desserts, well, that's all right by me, especially when they're poking their rat noses where they don't belong." Wow. He said almost those exact words to me. A real charmer, I muttered. What happened next? Please tell me justice was swiftly served and Tucker was imprisoned for his dastardly deeds, which we know didn't happen. Whit flipped through more pages, kicking up another cloud of dust. I stifled a cough. "Looks like Sheriff Boggs said he'd be sure to look into it, but nothing ever came of it." "Of course," I said, sitting back. Either Wade Tucker just happened to be coincidentally chummy with rat poison incidents, or he's been getting away with this for decades, Whit finished, his voice low and serious. Our eyes met. The weight of our discovery settled between us. The cozy little town of Magnolia Grove once again seemed a bit darker. "Well," I said, trying to inject some levity into the moment, "I guess this means our quiet morning of archive diving just turned into a deep dive into decades of possible corruption. And here I thought the most exciting thing we'd find would be embarrassing high school photos of the town council." Whit chuckled softly. "This is big, Parker. If Tucker's been covering up crimes for this long, then Dylan probably stumbled onto something much bigger than we thought," I finished, "and it got him killed." We sat in silence for a moment, the gravity of the situation sinking in. Finally, I stood up. "Well, Whit, I hope you're ready for some good old-fashioned detective work." Whit stood up beside me. "I'm with you, Parker." I appreciated his unwavering support. "All righty then, partner. Let's go see what other skeletons we can dig out of Magnolia Grove's closet." The orange glow of the morning sun assaulted our eyes as Whit and I stumbled out of the archives. I blinked rapidly, trying to adjust to the light and the realization that our quaint little town might be harboring a decades-old conspiracy. We made our way down Main Street, passing by the quaint storefronts. We approached Boutique Chic, where Maggie Thomas was busy humming to herself and arranging an outdoor display of warm-toned scarves and statement jewelry. Maggie stopped what she was doing and approached us, her wild red curls bouncing with each step.
"Well, aren't you two just the cutest couple?"
Her voice cut through my thoughts like a sugary knife. Heat burned my cheeks. "Oh, we're not—" "Thanks, Maggie," Whit said simultaneously. Whit and I glanced at each other, and I resisted the urge to facepalm. Smooth, Parker. Real smooth. Maggie twinkled with curiosity as she adjusted the sidewalk sign. What brings you two lovebirds out for a stroll? Scouting locations for engagement photos? I choked back a laugh. We were just researching. We're looking into Wade Tucker's past, Whit blurted out. I shot him a look that I hoped conveyed, way to keep a secret, partner. He at least had the decency to look sheepish. Maggie's eyebrows rose so high they nearly disappeared into her hairline. Wade Tucker? Now there's a name with history. You know, my daddy and Tucker had quite the relationship back in the day. Oh? I tried to sound casual, but my interest was piqued. Do tell, Maggie. Don't leave us hanging. Mm-hmm. Maggie leaned in, her voice dropping a decibel. Daddy was the fire chief, always arguing with Tucker about county resources and such. They'd play cards sometimes, and I remember this one night at our house, I was about 10, sneaking down to listen in like the little troublemaker I was. I nodded encouragingly, mentally filing away every detail. Tucker was in his cups, going on about how he'd cleaned up all the messes the former Sheriff Boggs left. Said some still didn't sit right in his gut. When Daddy asked what he meant, Tucker just... Well, he teared up for a moment before getting all tough again. Wade Tucker cried? Whit asked, sounding as incredulous as I felt. Maggie looked solemn. Only time I ever saw it, clear as day in my memory, 'cause that was the night Daddy lost his Trans Am to Tucker in a bet. I love that car, except when my dumb brother used to hide my Barbies in one of the secret compartments. My brain screeched to a halt. Trans Am? The pieces started falling into place with an almost audible click. Maggie, you're a gem, I said, trying to keep the excitement out of my voice. This is incredibly helpful. Thank you. As Maggie sashayed away, probably off to spread the news that Whit and I were an item, I turned to my partner in crime-solving. A Trans Am, I said in a low voice. That could have been the car I heard the night I saw Dylan arguing with someone. Whit caught on. It's possible. You said it sounded like a muscle car. I think we need to take a closer look at Wade Tucker's garage. I felt that familiar buzz of excitement mixed with nervousness bubbling in my chest. Sounds like you're about to ruffle some dangerous feathers. Whit and I arrived at Catchy Latte, my mind still reeling from our findings and the growing desire to uncover Wade Tucker's sordid past. The closed sign hung in the window, but the danger zoners were camped out on a bench outside, laptops balanced precariously on their knees. Where's Clyde? Whit asked. He's helping Old Man Pickler with a raccoon problem. I fumbled with my keys, then muttered, I need to hire some help. This is a lot to put on poor old Clyde. Hazel's head snapped up. I could help? I paused, the key halfway to the lock. Really? I'd love to. I've always wanted to work in a cafe. I considered for a moment. Okay, kid. What's your experience? Hazel beamed. I've made coffee for my dad. What kind? Folgers. I cringed internally, but pressed on. And I'm a really good baker. A spark of hope flickered. Favorite thing to bake? Oh, definitely snickerdoodles. And I make a mean ginger molasses Christmas cookie. You're hired, I said. I opened the door, and the group of us filed into the cafe. I went behind the counter and grabbed a black apron. I tossed it to Hazel, and she beamed like someone who'd just won an Olympic medal. As I showed Hazel the ropes, I turned to the others. So, any of you want to have fun decrypting some files? Danger Zone guy's face brightened. Decrypting? Count me in. I pulled out my laptop, transferred the files to a flash drive, and tossed it to him. Have at it, tech wizard. Just don't fry my drive in the process. Whit approached. What's your next move? Go pay Tucker another visit, I said, reaching for my phone. Parker, if that man is the... I held up a finger, cutting him off. On a call. Hi, Wade. Parker Hayes here. Whit shook his head in astonishment, mouthing the words, "What are you doing?" I ignored him, injecting feigned fear into my voice. "Listen, Wade, things are getting weird and scary. Those menacing texts I mentioned? They're escalating. I'd like to take you up on that offer to team up. I've got some juicy new info to share. 6 o'clock. Your place? Perfect. See you then, Wade." I hung up and turned to face Whit's disapproving stare. "Before you start, I know what I'm doing." "Do you? Because from where I'm standing, it looks like you're walking into the lion's den. You didn't even discuss this plan with me." I grinned, the thrill of the chase coursing through me. "You said you were with me." Whit shook his head in exasperation. "Parker, maybe I am walking into the lion's den, but the lion's about to find out that this sheep bites back. Like I said, we need to get into his garage and take a closer look at that Trans Am." Whit stared at me, his brown eyes growing heavy with concern. "Parker, we're on shaky ground here. Maybe we should call Sinclair in for this one. Let her know what you're thinking." "Come on, Whit. Tucker won't try anything stupid with both of us there." I turned to the danger zoners. "Hey, Hipster Holmes." He looked up from his laptop. "Yeah?" "Can you post something on the forum? Use these exact words. Inside source confirms. Hayes and Tucker meeting tonight at Tucker's compound. They're teaming up. I think that should cover our bases." "What's the angle?" Hipster Holmes asked, fingers poised over his keyboard. "Insurance," I said. "Public knowledge is our safety net. If everyone knows I'm with Tucker, and he knows everyone knows, he's less likely to try anything sketchy." Whit frowned. "Parker, this is still incredibly risky." I patted Whit's arm, flashing him my best trust-me smile. "True, but this could crack this case wide open. Proof that he was in my parking lot the night Dylan was murdered. Besides, my calculated risks usually add up to something brilliant. Eventually. Sometimes." Whit still looked uneasy. "I don't know. Might still be good to let Sinclair know." "I've got this under control." I turned back to show Hazel how to work the espresso machine. I hoped I sounded more confident than I felt. The 6 hours until my meeting with Wade Tucker stretched before me like a marathon I wasn't sure I could finish. Each tick of the clock reminded me that tonight could change everything. I just hoped it wouldn't be the last change I ever made. Chapter 10. The sun dipped low on the horizon as Whit and I drove up the winding dirt road to Wade Tucker's compound. Dense trees crowded both sides, their branches reaching out like gnarled fingers trying to snatch at Bertha's old frame. "You know," I said, breaking the tense silence, "I'm starting to think our quaint little town has more plot twists than a mystery writer's notebook." Whit's grip tightened on the steering wheel. "Parker, are you sure about this? It's not too late to turn back." I sighed, watching the dust kick up behind us in the side view mirror. "Whit, we're in too deep now. Besides, what's the worst that could happen?" "Do you want that alphabetically or in order of likelihood?" My stomach churned with a blend of exhilaration and dread. Wade Tucker could be our key to unlocking this whole mystery, but he could also be a cold-blooded killer with a penchant for rat poison. Just another day in the life of Parker Hayes, accidental detective extraordinaire. We rounded a bend, and Tucker's compound came into view. The gate stood wide open, offering no resistance. "Well, Wade has the gate open for us. How kind," I said as we rolled through. Whit parked Bertha, and we climbed out, the gravel crunching under our feet. The place was eerily quiet, save for the generator and the distant hum of crickets starting their nightly serenade. "No Wade greeting committee?" I said. "He's losing his hospitable southern touch." I wandered over to the makeshift shooting range, my eyes drawn to the paper target fluttering in the breeze. "Hey, Whit," I called. "Come look at this." He joined me, squinting at the bullet-riddled silhouettes. "What am I looking at?" "These shots," I said, gesturing to the wild spray of holes. They're horrible. Wade's a crack shot, remember? Whit frowned. Maybe he was having an off day? I shrugged. We made our way to the screened-in porch, our footsteps echoing in the silence. I rapped on the door, the sound unnaturally loud in the stillness. No answer. Wade? I called out. It's Parker Hayes. We had an appointment, remember? Silence. I turned to Whit, an impish glint in my eye. Hey, there's the garage. Parker, no. But I was already off, scampering toward the structure like a squirrel after the last acorn of fall. Whit followed me as I rounded the corner. I entered the garage through a side door, and there it was, gleaming in the fading light like a chrome-plated time capsule. Wade's Carolina Blue Trans Am. Parker, Whit hissed, catching up. What are you doing? I pulled up my phone, already dialing. I spoke in a hushed tone. Hey, Maggie, it's Parker. Quick question. Where exactly was that secret compartment in your dad's old Trans Am? I spun my impromptu tale about wanting to surprise Wade with my knowledge of his prized car. I hung up with a triumphant grin. You must stop lying, Parker, Whit admonished, but I could see the curiosity battling with his conscience. It's a white lie for a good cause, I countered, already circling the car and opening the driver's side door. Hurry up. Whit's eyes darted between me and the house. Tucker could come out any minute. I found the secret panel, then fumbled with my pen, trying to pry it open. The tip snapped, leaving a trail of ink on my fingers. Oops, I muttered, wiping my hands on my jeans. Some of the ink spilled onto the upholstery. Oh boy, Parker. Do you have anything I can get this panel off with? Yeah, I have my thief kit right here in my pocket. Oh, sorry, I must have left it in my other pants. Parker, we should go, Whit urged, his voice tight with tension. Just one more try, I insisted, my fingers finally catching on a hidden latch. With a soft click, the panel popped open. Jackpot, I whispered, my heart beating in double time. In the compartment was a treasure trove that would make a cat burglar swoon. Wade's passport, some bank bonds, his property deed, an assortment of valuables, and Dylan Reeves's phone, complete with a garish danger zone sticker. Wade Tucker, truly an original, I mused, holding up Dylan's phone. He used his Trans Am as his personal safe. I'm starting to think you're an evil genius, Wade Tucker. Whit's face had gone pale. Parker, this just got really real. Can I call Sheriff Sinclair now? Sweat dripped down my back. We got him. While Whit made the call, I slinked out of the garage, spotting one of Wade's security cameras. Though I was pleased at having retrieved Dylan's cell phone, which was concrete evidence tying Wade to Dylan's murder, something was off. Why hadn't Wade come out? The thrill of discovery battled with a growing unease in my gut. The silence hung thick in the air, broken only by the rhythmic creaking of the back door swinging in the autumn breeze. Hey, Whit? I called softly. Back door's open. He joined me, phone clutched in his hand like a lifeline. Sheriff's on her way. Parker, we should wait outside. But curiosity yanked at me, an invisible force I couldn't resist. I stepped into the kitchen, a time capsule begging for a renovation show makeover. Whit sighed, resignation in his voice. Parker? Never mind. He followed me in, his footsteps echoing in the eerie stillness. We crept down a short hall, emerging into what could only be Wade's office. His desk faced 3 monitors that were wall-mounted, their screens dark and silent. And there, slumped over the desk, was Wade Tucker himself. A half-empty bottle of whiskey sat nearby. Great, I muttered. He decided to tie one on before our meeting. Whit's voice shook. Tucker? No response. I inched closer, the hairs on the back of my neck standing at attention. Wade's hands were splayed across the desk, one clutching a pistol. Whit, I breathed. He's dead. Looks like he shot himself. The room spun around me as I took in the details. A smashed computer, a bent golf club on the floor, Wade's cell phone, its screen aglow with an open notes app. I read the message aloud. To Sheriff Sinclair, I've done some bad things. The Dillon kid didn't deserve it. I'm caught between a rock and a hard decision. I can't live with what I've done, but I can't face the consequences either. Goodbye, cruel world. Something about the phrasing of the note sounded peculiar and maybe familiar. Whit and I exchanged glances, the weight of what we'd stumbled on falling over us like a lead blanket. Parker, Whit said softly, what have we gotten ourselves into? I shook my head. I don't know, Whit, but something tells me this is just the beginning. The wail of sirens punctured the night air, growing louder by the second. I stepped out onto the porch, watching as 3 sheriff's department cruisers barreled down the dirt road. Sinclair's car led the pack. The car skidded to a stop, kicking up a cloud of dust. Sinclair emerged first, her face set in a grim expression, her hair pulled back in her customary tight ponytail. She marched toward the porch, the lanky Colton and a bulldog-looking deputy flanking her. Whit? Hayes? She growled. What's going on here? Whit ran a hand through his hair before speaking. Looks like Wade Tucker shot himself. Where? In his office. I gestured inside. Sinclair narrowed in on me. Did you touch anything in there? No, I replied firmly. Whit side-eyed me, but I ignored him. Technically, that wasn't a lie. I hadn't touched anything inside Tucker's place. Sinclair followed us to the office, her practiced eyes scanning every detail as she entered. I hung back, taking in the scene anew. The initial shock had worn off, allowing me to notice things I'd missed before. Sheriff, I said, unable to keep quiet, doesn't this look a bit staged to you? Sinclair turned, her eyebrow raised. I pressed on, gesturing around the room. The bottle's placement is too perfect. And look at how he's sprawled out, gun in hand. And who writes a suicide note on an app? It's like a bad crime scene from a B-movie. I shook my head. The Magnolia Grove amateur theater troupe would scoff at this setup. Sinclair let out a heavy sigh of annoyance, but curiosity crossed her face. She turned back to the scene and squatted down to read the suicide note on Wade's phone. She stood up and turned to me. What were you two doing here? I hesitated for a moment, trying to appear nonchalant. We were going to team up with Wade and solve Dillon's case. Don't you read the danger zone for him, Sheriff? Well, Sinclair said dryly, looks like you solved it. But do you think this might be a bit too convenient? I pressed. Sinclair eyed Colton, then Deputy Bulldog, who stood like mismatched sentinels on either side of the entrance. Everyone knew Tucker was working in the gray areas. Did I think it went this deep? No. Am I surprised? Also no. Something doesn't sit right with me, I said. Can it, Parker? Sinclair snapped. I fell silent, but my brain was in overdrive. This was too neat, too tidy. I was 85% sure this wasn't a suicide, and the real killer was still out there. Sinclair turned to Deputy Bulldog. Granger, you secure the scene. Granger left to go get the infamous yellow tape. Sinclair turned to Whit and me. You two, outside. I'll need to get your statements. Separately. My stomach dropped. I knew Whit would most likely tell her everything, including our little adventure with the Trans Am and finding Dillon's phone. Before Sinclair separated us, I pulled out my phone from my bag. Sheriff, I said, holding it out to her, you should probably have this. Dillon's phone. Yes, it was a lie, but I needed to see what was on there first. I thought you said you didn't touch anything, Sinclair said. I mustered my most innocent smile. You said in his house, Sheriff. You didn't mention his garage. Sinclair pinched the bridge of her nose, clearly fighting a headache with my name on it. Hayes, You are a piece of work." She took the phone and handed it to Colton. "We'll need to log this as evidence. Now about those statements." After a grueling interrogation of both Whit and me, separately of course, Sinclair finally relented. "All right, you two can go. But don't leave town, and don't go poking around any more crime scenes. Got it?" I gave a firm nod, relief washing over me. "Crystal clear, Sheriff." Whit and I walked back to Bertha. Wade Tucker, for all his faults, hadn't deserved this. "You okay?" Whit asked softly as we climbed into the car. I let out a shaky breath. "Ask me again when this is all over. Right now I just want to go home, take a hot shower, and pretend for 5 minutes that I run a normal cafe in a normal town." Whit squeezed my hand. "We'll figure this out, Parker. Together." I managed a small smile. "I hope you're right, Whit. Because something tells me we've just scratched the surface of whatever's going on in Magnolia Grove." As we drove away, leaving Wade's compound shrouded in flashing police lights, I had the unwavering feeling we were being watched. Somewhere out there, a killer was plotting their next move, and whether I liked it or not, I was now smack dab in the middle of their game. Chapter 11. The night sky was a midnight blue by the time Whit and I trudged up to catch Ulate. The events at Wade Tucker's compound still swirled in my mind. I fumbled with my keys and somehow managed to unlock the door. The closed sign swung gently as we entered. The cafe was tidy, chairs neatly stacked on tables, counters gleaming. A warm, comforting aroma of fresh baked goods wafted from the kitchen, momentarily pushing aside the heaviness of the night's events. "Hazel?" I called out. "Back here?" Her cheerful voice rang out from the kitchen. We made our way past the silent espresso machine and spotless display case. In the back, Hazel stood at a flour-dusted counter, mixing some batter in a bowl, her lavender bob secured under a hairnet. "I know it's my first day, but I couldn't help myself. I had to make a batch of my snickerdoodles for you to sample." She looked up, taking in our disturbed appearance. "Whoa, you guys look like you've seen a ghost," she said, setting down the mixing bowl. I let out a humorless laugh. "More like a corpse." Whit shot me a warning glance, but I was too wound up to care. The other two Danger Zoners, Hipster Holmes and Danger Zone Guy, were huddled around their laptops at a small table in the kitchen, fingers flying over keyboards. They barely looked up, engrossed in whatever was on their screens. "Oh no. Wade Tucker?" I slumped against one of the counters. The aroma of sugar and vanilla hung thick in the air, a counterpoint to the grim thoughts burrowing in my head. "Yeah. Let's just say someone got to him before our 6 o'clock rendezvous," I muttered. Everyone stopped what they were doing and stared at me, waiting for further details. "I don't get it. Tucker had Dylan's phone, so he seems guilty. But I don't buy it. I mean, that too-perfect scene and that suicide note admitting his guilt just seemed too ridiculous to be written by him. Caught between a rock and a hard decision? Goodbye, cruel world? Does that sound like Wade Tucker? Plus, if he was planning to off himself, why agree to meet me at 6? So I could find him dead? This is all very odd. What am I missing? You might be missing the fact that Wade Tucker actually did kill himself. Maybe he set up the appointment so you would find him," Whit said. I looked up at him, tucking a strand of hair behind my ears. "Well, I'm rarely wrong. Sometimes. Whoever set this up has to be Dylan's murderer. It's misdirection. I can smell it as sure as I can smell the cinnamon Hazel used in that cookie batter." "In my humble opinion, you think you could be a bit too cocky?" "Me? Cocky? I prefer the term confidently haphazard." The Danger Zoners watched our exchange with barely concealed curiosity. Hazel chose that moment to drop the mixing bowl, sending a cloud of flour into the air. I sighed, grabbing a dish towel and moving to help clean up. "Sorry," Hazel squeaked, her face flushed with embarrassment. "It's okay," I reassured her, wiping down the counter. Just try to keep more ingredients in the bowl, okay? Hazel reached for another bag of flour, nearly knocking over a carton of eggs in the process. I lunged to catch it, narrowly averting another mess. Maybe I should handle the eggs, I suggested, gently taking them from her. Why don't you focus on mixing? I turned to Danger Zone Guy, who was still hunched over his laptop. Any luck with those encrypted files? He shook his head, pushing his thick-rimmed glasses up his nose. Not yet, but I'm close. I can feel it. Whit leaned against the counter, absently wiping flour from his sleeve. Parker, what if it is what it is? That Wade really was the guy. I turned back to Whit, pausing in my egg-rescuing mission. I know Wade was shady, that was obvious, and he was involved with Dylan somehow, but I just don't think he killed Dylan or himself. I'll bet there's something on Dylan's phone. Whit's expression softened. I'm sorry, Parker. I know handing over Dylan's phone to Sinclair put you in a tough spot, but you did the right thing. Oh, Whit, I said, dodging another of Hazel's errant movements. Your steady moral compass keeps me from derailing into ethical chaos. You're transforming me into a paradox, a sneaky sleuth with a conscience. Who knew that was even possible? Whit's phone burst into its characteristic tinny, old-fashioned ringtone. He pulled it from his pocket. Sheriff's calling me, he said, then answered. Hi, Sheriff. Parker did what? I see. Am I with Parker right now? Whit looked up at me. I waved both hands in front of me in an exaggerated I'm not here gesture, while shaking my head and mouthing, no, no, no. Whit continued. Yes, she is right here. Okay, here you go. He handed his phone to me, and I begrudgingly took it. Hi there, Sheriff. Long time no chat. Sinclair cut me off. Parker, did you intentionally give me your phone and keep Dylan's? What would happen if I said maybe? Then I would maybe have to charge you for obstruction of justice, as well as stealing evidence. Again. Get down here right now. Okay, understood. Should I bring my lawyer? I said, but Sinclair had already hung up. All eyes were on me. Whit gave me his patented look of charming astonishment. This time he added a bit of a headshake for added effect. Tell me you didn't. I reached into my pocket and pulled out Dylan's cell phone. Whoops. Parker. Whit ran his hand through his hair for the 100th time that day, exasperation in his voice. I turned to Danger Zone Guy. Hey, tech wizard, think you can copy all the recordings on this phone and email them to me before I have to hand it over to our friendly neighborhood sheriff? I tossed him Dylan's phone. He lit up as though I'd just offered him front row seats to a hacker convention. Can do. He plugged the phone into his computer and got to work. Well, Hipster Holmes said, the news about Wade Tucker's suicide is already blowing up the What's Up Magnolia Grove newsfeed. Right then, a knock from the cafe's front door startled all of us. I peeked out from the kitchen door to see Maggie Thomas peering into the cafe from outside, her wild red curls unmistakable, even through the glass. I sighed and went to let her in. Maggie were closed. Oh, honey, I know. She swept past me. Her usual bubbly demeanor was subdued. I just heard about poor Wade Tucker. Such a tragedy. I wanted to check if you were okay. We're fine. Her gaze landed on Hazel emerging from the kitchen, and her face brightened slightly. Why, Hazel Jenkins, you work here now? Aren't you just growing up into a fine young lady? Hazel blushed, offering a shy smile. Yes, ma'am. It's my first day. I recall dressing you for prom like it was yesterday. That's been what now, 2 years? Yes, ma'am, 2 years. Maggie turned back to me, her expression growing serious again. Now, Parker, tell me what happened. You look like you've been through the ringer. It's a long story, Maggie, but the short version is... I gave her the basic bullet points, her mouth agape the entire time. I finished my story with, and now I'm off to turn myself in to Sheriff Sinclair. Maggie's perfectly plucked eyebrows shot up. Turn yourself in? For what? Oh, you know, obstruction of justice. Tampering with evidence? The usual. Maggie's hands flew to her hips.
You most certainly are not going to get arrested. Not if I have anything to say about it.
Whit looked at her, curiosity piqued.
What are you going to do, Maggie?
Maggie winked, some of her usual spark returning.
Oh, I have connections. High-up connections.
Maggie, I suggest you cut this thing off with the mayor. It's going to lead to trouble, I said.
That's what Pastor keeps telling me,
Maggie said.
I will, Parker, in due time. I have certain things that need to be wrapped up.
Of course you do, I muttered, just as Danger Zone guy handed me back Dylan's phone.
All copied. Large file, so I emailed you a link.
He grinned. I tucked the phone into my pocket, feeling like I was handling a live grenade. Thanks. Well, folks, duty calls. Wish me luck with Sinclair. Maggie grabbed my arm.
Parker, honey, let me make a call first. Trust me. By the time you get there, this will all blow over.
I hesitated, then said, All right, Maggie, work your magic. But I'm still going. I'm trying to be a bit more ethical. With a final glance at Whit, I headed out the door. Time to face the music. Whit insisted on walking with me to the station, and quite frankly, I was glad. Walking alone at night wasn't a smart idea, not with a phantom killer potentially lurking in every shadow. There was an eeriness in the air. The walk was filled with a tense silence, both of us lost in our thoughts about the night's events. When we reached the station, the building's windows were dark, save for a faint glow from the lobby. I took a deep breath, steeling myself for what was to come.
Want me to come in with you?
Whit asked, his voice gentle.
Sure. I was again grateful for his support, despite my questionable tactics.
We entered the hushed station. The night deputy who'd been working the desk during my first week in town sat there, his weathered face impassive as he looked up at us. Evening. I tried to sound casual. Is the sheriff in? He gave a half nod, then picked up the phone to inform Sinclair. I leaned toward Whit, whispering,
Between this guy and Leanne, I'm starting to think the job requirement for desk duty is must have the conversational skills of a brick wall.
Sinclair emerged from her office, her expression about as brisk as the autumn night breeze. Hayes, come in. Whit, you can wait in the lobby. I exchanged a look with Whit. That was a good sign. If she wanted Whit to wait, it meant no jail time for yours truly. Hope to see you in a few, I murmured, squeezing his hand before making my way to Sinclair's office. I followed her into her office, where I noticed a few subtle changes that made the space feel a bit more lived in. Some personal touches had been added since my last visit, including a clay creation on her desk proudly labeled, For Mommy, in a child's scrawl, undoubtedly Sawyer's handiwork. Sinclair held out her hand, and for a moment, I thought she wanted to shake. Hope springs eternal, right? The phone, Hayes, she said, dashing my dreams of a heartwarming reconciliation. Ah, yes. I fished it out of my pocket and handed it over. She returned my phone to me. Sheriff, I just want to say, maybe we've gotten off on the wrong foot again. And I know I can be a bit much, so I apologize. Sinclair went around her desk and sat. Well, thanks, Parker. That's surprisingly mature of you. Then her expression hardened. But it doesn't change the fact that you've been obstructing justice, stealing evidence. I held up my hands. I know. I should be arrested. You seem to have friends in high places, Sinclair said, her tone dry. I made a mental note to comp Maggie the biggest muffin I could bake. I still thought she was crazy for not cutting ties with the mayor, though, even if it had inadvertently helped me out of a tight spot. I decided to pick Sinclair's brain about the case. Are you still going with the suicide angle? I asked. Sinclair let out a long exhale, conceding to my persistent meddling. So far, it's the most obvious, but it might not be. Too bad Wade's computer, which stored his surveillance footage, was destroyed. That in itself is a red flag. But he was known to fly off the handle, especially in his cups. She held up Dylan's phone. This might shed some new insights, though. You've been giving me food for thought, Hayes. Glad to help, I said, then pressed on. Who would you suspect if it were murder? You would be on that list? I blinked. Seriously? Everything you said about the stage scene, you could have done all that, then gone back there and pretended like you found him dead, Sinclair pointed out. Oh, please. Just like your podcast episode, The Boomerang Butcher. I was caught off guard. You've listened to another episode of mine? Sinclair waved a hand, but I caught a nuance of a blush. It's research. Anyway, you're familiar with the concept. The killer does the deed, goes back with a useful innocent witness, finds the victim dead by suicide, then calls the cops. Even arrogantly tells the cops he didn't think it was suicide. Sound familiar, Hayes? I'm not that arrogant, am I? Sinclair tilted her head, and I felt a grudging respect for her. My heart warmed a bit to know she'd been listening to my show. I wondered if she tuned in while ironing her perpetually crisp uniform. Tell you what, Hayes. Sinclair leaned back in her chair. Here's the deal. Mayor Camden wants this case closed ASAP. If word gets out that Wade was murdered, and however many killers are still at large, he's worried the town will panic. With the Tri-City meeting approaching, he wants someone behind bars to calm nerves. So if necessary, I'll arrest you to keep up appearances. Got it? My jaw dropped. Wow, so I can be the scapegoat to maintain image control of the town? Got it. 3 days, Parker, Sinclair said, her voice hard. That's all you've got. I gave a brief nod, the gravity of the challenge sinking in. 3 days to solve a double murder, clear my name, and save my cafe. Just another week in Magnolia Grove. I left Sinclair's office, my jaw still dropped from her ultimatum. In the lobby, I found Whit waiting for me. Well? He asked. I shook my head, still trying to process Sinclair's words. Let's get out of here. We exited the station together. Then my phone buzzed. It was another text from unknown. It read, Now you can stop. The game is over. My thoughts were a bramble of weeds. Dylan's phone in Wade's possession, the mysterious texter, the staged suicide. It all had to fit together somehow. No, mystery texter. The game wasn't over. But I had only 3 days left to play it. Chapter 12. Back at Clyde's guest house, I flopped onto the bed. My mind was still spinning from trying to put the pieces of the puzzle together. Major hopped up beside me, his tail thumping against the quilt in a comforting rhythm. Well, buddy, I scratched behind his ears. Looks like we've got some late-night sleuthing to do. I pulled out my laptop and opened the email with the link to the contents of Dylan's phone. The folder was a digital treasure trove of audio files. I clicked on the first one, bracing myself for whatever secrets it might reveal. Dylan's voice filled the room, his tone dripping with arrogance. Man, Parker Hayes is going to be so jealous when she hears about this scoop. I'm about to blow the lid off this whole town while she's busy playing barista. That's the difference between a real investigative journalist and a washed-up podcaster. I rolled my eyes so hard I thought they might get stuck that way. Oh, please, I muttered, resisting the urge to argue with a recording. Major tilted his head, giving me a quizzical look. Don't worry, I assured him. I'm not talking to myself. Much. I scrolled through more files at random, each one painting a picture of Dylan's attempts to dig up dirt on Magnolia Grove's elite. There was even an interview with Annabelle Beauregard, but it was mostly Dylan badgering her to give up the goods on her brother Jackson. The sound of her sipping a drink through a straw and filing her nails in boredom was pretty much the extent of all her responses. Dylan, you were nothing if not thorough, I mumbled. I scrolled down to the final recording. It was time-stamped the night of Dylan's murder, 10:55 p.m., about the time I was walking back to the cafe. The file started with Dylan's voice, smug and self-satisfied. You know I have compromising stuff on you, Wade Tucker. I surmised by the roar of the engine in the background that they were in Wade's Trans Am. Wade's gruff response came through clearly. You ain't got diddly squat, you yellow-bellied sapsucker. I leaned in closer, my heart pounding in my ears. Come on, Tucker, it's the digital age. I've got more dirt than a doormat after a rodeo. My sources are everywhere, digging up secrets faster than you can bury 'em. Dylan's voice took on a faux-friendly tone. Look, I respect you, Tucker. I'm not here to ruin you. I just need you to play ball. You scratch my back, I'll keep your skeletons in the closet. What do you say? Wade grunted. Play ball? What's your game? You've got the inside scoop on all of Magnolia Grove's dirty laundry, Dylan pressed. I'm talking about the real power players, the ones pulling strings behind those quaint small-town curtains. And boy, do I have some juicy tidbits on some people that would make even a gossip like Nellie Pritchett blush. We're talking career-ending, reputation-destroying stuff here. Tidbits, huh? On who? Wade asked. Jackson Beauregard, Dylan said with triumph in his voice. Wade scoffed. Everybody knows the Beauregard's tree is so big there's shade underneath. Roger Buzzard, Dylan countered. Anyone who doesn't know that man's as shifty as a NASCAR driver, as dense as a bowling ball, Wade retorted. I smirked at Wade's colorful similes. The man had a way with words. I had to give him that. Dylan's voice took on a pleading tone. Wade, I'm giving you an opportunity to do the right thing here. You're giving me the opportunity? Wade's voice turned menacing. Why, that's mighty kind of you. By the way, how's your belly feeling? My stomach churned as I listened to Dylan's confused response. Not so good. You might want to take some vitamin K1 and activated charcoal. Wade's voice was drenched with false concern. Dylan's pained groan filled my ears. Oh. Yep, that's the remedy for rat poisoning. The sound of the car stopping punctuated Dylan's agonized moans. There was a rustling noise, followed by Wade's voice. I'll take this. That's my phone, Dylan managed to croak out. Mine now. Insurance policy, Wade growled. Now get out of my car, and I strongly suggest getting out of town. Pronto. The recording ended after the sound of a car door opening, what sounded like Dylan stumbling out, tires screeching, and Wade speaking directly into Dylan's phone. Bye-bye, rat boy. I sat back. Major whined softly, sensing my distress. I know, buddy, I murmured, scratching his ears. This is a lot. I had just listened to what were some of Dylan's final moments. If my timeline was correct, I would have arrived at the cafe just a few minutes later when I saw Dylan, who I thought was drunk, talking to the mysterious person in the shadows. Dylan hadn't been drunk like I'd thought. He'd been rat-poisoned, but then he'd gotten into another car? The pieces were falling into place, but the picture they formed was far from clear. Wade had poisoned Dylan. That much was certain, but the lingering question remained. Who had delivered the fatal blow? What do you think, Major? I asked, turning to my canine companion. Could Wade have turned around and picked him back up, driven him around, dropped him back off, then finished the job? Major just yawned and curled up closer to me. I rubbed my temples. Yeah, I don't buy it either. But the car I heard driving away sounded similar to Wade's. What are the odds of two different perpetrators both driving muscle cars? I clicked on the previous file, time-stamped earlier on the day of Dylan's death. Mr. Beauregard, Dylan's voice oozed false charm. I think you'll find my proposition quite interesting. I doubt that. Jackson's tone was as cool as a mint julep. Oh, but I have some fascinating information about your business practices. Things that might not sit well with the good people of Magnolia Grove?
Or some of your investing partners on this multi-use development you have cooking?"
I hung on to every word. Major's ears perked up.
"Is that so?"
Jackson's voice remained calm, but I detected a trace of steel underneath.
"Indeed,"
Dylan continued, clearly emboldened.
"But I'm not here to cause trouble. I just want your cooperation. A few names, perhaps some insight into the town's less savory dealings. You scratch my back, and I'll keep your secrets."
There was a pause, and I could almost picture Jackson's face. That perfect mask of southern gentility hiding a ruthless businessman underneath.
"Mr. Reeves,"
Jackson finally spoke, his voice low and dangerous.
"You're playing a game you don't know the rules to." "Oh, I think I understand the rules perfectly,"
Dylan shot back, cocky as ever.
"Cut the recording,"
Jackson snapped. The audio crackled for a moment, then some rustling noises like Dylan was putting the phone into his pocket, but not cutting the recording. Jackson's voice returned, though slightly muffled.
"I've built my reputation on being a man of my word, but I never promised to play nice." "Are you threatening me, Mr. Beauregard?"
Dylan's voice wavered slightly, his bravado finally starting to crack.
"Threatening? Why, I'm just having a friendly chat with a journalist."
Jackson's voice dipped into sarcasm.
"But let me be clear. You start slinging snowballs in my direction, you best be prepared for the avalanche that follows. We clear?"
The recording cut off abruptly, leaving me sitting in stunned silence. "Well, butter my butt and call me a biscuit," I muttered, channeling my inner southerner. Major tilted his head. "Don't judge me. I'm processing." I sat back. Dylan had been playing a dangerous game, trying to blackmail not just Wade but Jackson Beauregard, too. The man might look like he'd stepped out of a Southern Living magazine, but his words carried the weight of barely veiled menace. I clicked on the preceding file, time-stamped from the morning of Dylan's death. The moment it started playing, I nearly fell off the bed in shock. Major's ears flattened against his head, and I couldn't blame him. Roger Buzzard's nasally voice filled the room, but it wasn't the calm, calculated tone I'd heard in his office.
"You lint-licking pea-brained son of a three-legged hyena!"
Buzzard's voice crackled through the speakers.
"You think you can come into my town and start throwing your weight around like some city slicker hotshot?"
Dylan tried to interject, but Buzzard steamrolled right over him.
"Shut your pie hole, you overgrown ferret-dropping. I've dealt with bigger fish than you, and I filleted them all."
Major whined softly, and I patted his head. "I know, buddy. It's like listening to a thesaurus having a meltdown." The tirade continued, each insult more outrageous than the last.
"You're about as useful as a screen door on a submarine and twice as leaky. If brains were dynamite, you couldn't blow your nose."
Major and I exchanged glances.
"And if you think for 1 second that I'm going to roll over for a flea-bitten hack journalist with delusions of grandeur, you've got another think coming, you absolute walnut."
By the time the recording ended, my ears were ringing, and I was pretty sure I'd expanded my vocabulary by at least 50 colorful phrases. "Well," I said to Major, who looked as shell-shocked as me, "I guess we know why Buzzard's such a successful lawyer. He can probably talk circles around a judge until they forget what they're even ruling on." I leaned back, processing this new information. Buzzard's reaction was extreme, to say the least. But was it the reaction of a guilty man? Or just someone pushed to their limit by Dylan's prodding? 3 suspects, 3 very different reactions. I scratched Major's ears. Wade went for the direct approach with poison, Jackson for the veiled threat. And Buzzard? Well, Buzzard just exploded. The question remained. Which one of them had taken the final, fatal step? Or was there another player in this twisted game that I was missing? I glanced at the clock, groaning when I saw how late it had gotten. "Alrighty, Major. Time for bed. Tomorrow, we've got a couple of suspects to reinterrogate, and only 3 days left to crack this case." Chapter 13. I jerked awake to Major's enthusiastic paw-scratching at my shoulder. Sunlight leaked through the curtains, reminding me that I was one day closer to Sinclair's deadline. "All right, buddy," I groaned, stretching. "Time to go ruffle some feathers." I brewed up a cup of Nordlys Roast Special Blend from Norway. The flavorful aroma filled the small guest house, promising a much-needed caffeine kick. I savored the first sip, letting the bold flavor of dark chocolate melded with a dash of nutmeg and a smooth, creamy finish glide across my tongue. Feeling somewhat more human, I pulled on my favorite hoodie, a purple number that had seen me through countless late-night podcast recordings. Its familiar comfort felt like armor against the day ahead. The autumn air nipped at my cheeks when I stepped outside, and a few leaves crunched under my feet. The revelations from last night's recordings spun around in my mind. Wade's poisoning confession, Jackson's veiled threats, Buzzard's colorful tirade. It was like a reality TV show, but with more potential for jail time. I'd barely made it to the end of the street when a voice called out. "Miss Hayes, care to comment on the Wade Tucker incident?" I turned to find a small cluster of journalists, and even a local TV news reporter with their cameras, notepads, and recorders at the ready. Their eager expressions reminded me of vultures eyeing a particularly juicy carcass. No comment. I quickened my pace. "Vim Fuego, WLBS MY20 News Asheville. Is it true you found the body?" Vim Fuego asked, jogging with his camera person to keep up with me. Another chimed in. "Is his death suspicious? Are you a suspect?" I gave back a retort. "Look, I'm just trying to run a cafe and live a quiet life. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have business to conduct." A beep-beep from a horn caught my ear. Clyde pulled alongside me in his other car, the convertible, with his white beard ruffling in the breeze. "Need a ride?" "Yes." I practically dove into the passenger seat, grateful for the rescue. I sank back in the seat and pulled my hood over my head as Clyde drove away, leaving the frustrated reporters in our dust. This was getting out of hand. I'd come to Magnolia Grove for refuge, not to star in my own true crime special. The irony wasn't lost on me. I'd gone from investigating mysteries to being at the center of one. And let me tell you, the view from the other side of the magnifying glass? Not nearly as fun as I'd imagined. Clyde glanced over at me, concern etched on his weathered face. "You holding up okay, Parker?" I let out a long sigh, the weight of Sinclair's deadline pressing down on me like a ton of coffee beans. As well as can be expected when you're the town's prime suspect in a murder investigation and you've got less than 72 hours to solve it. Clyde stroked his beard. "This town's seen its share of scandals, but you've sure stirred up a hornet's nest." "I sure have," I replied, straightening up. "Oh, by the way, I'm not going by the cafe yet. I've got to solve this case, or there won't be a cafe. Can you drive me to Buzzard's?" "You got someone opening up?" "Whit said he'd show Hazel the ropes. Hopefully it won't be buried in flour and coffee grounds." "She'll do all right. I'll be there too, working upstairs. Apartment's coming along. I reckon it should be ready in a month or so, give or take a week." "Great." "You'll sort this out, Parker. Just remember, whatever happens, you've got friends in your corner. It's fixable." His words warmed me. Thanks, Clyde. I needed that. We pulled up in front of Roger Buzzard's law office. "Go get him, Tiger." Clyde winked. I got out of Clyde's car and took a deep breath, steeling myself for the confrontation ahead. Buzzard was a shark in a suit, and I was about to dive into his tank, armed with nothing but my wits and a recording. The smart move would be to turn tail and run. But then again, I'd never been accused of making the smart move. Besides, with Sinclair's deadline looming over me like a guillotine, I didn't have the luxury of playing it safe. I walked up to the porch and pushed open the heavy wooden door. The familiar scent of leather and old books greeted me. Susan, Buzzard's mousy assistant, looked up from her desk. Her eyebrows rose slightly at my appearance.
"Miss Hayes," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. Do you have an appointment?
Roger has you working on Saturdays, eh?
He lets me have Sundays and Mondays off. I prefer it that way.
Great. I have a few more questions for Mr. Buzzard. I tried to sound more confident than I felt. Some new information has come to light. Susan typed, stopped, and then gestured to the waiting area chairs.
Please, have a seat. I'll let him know you're here.
I settled into one of the plush chairs. How would Buzzard react to the recording? Would he unleash another torrent of creative insults, or would he maintain his cool lawyer facade? The front door burst open. A teenager in a baseball uniform, MG Eagles on the front, barreled in, followed by another boy in a similar uniform. Their cleats click-clacked on the hardwood floors. "Mom," he called to Susan, "I need to get my baseball gear out of the trunk." Susan fished out a set of keys.
Yes, Boo.
The boy's face reddened. "Don't call me that. I'm 16. I watched the interaction with interest. It was odd to see this slice of normalcy amid all the chaos. Oh, how I yearned for such normalcy. The young man returned moments later, clutching a bat and glove. "Have you seen my bat knob?" Susan looked confused.
Your what?
"My bat knob."
I don't know what that is, dear.
Susan sighed.
I'll get you a new one if you can't find it. Now scoot along, please. Your mother is working.
The other teen piped up. "You can use one of mine." They scampered by, but Thatcher's eyes locked onto mine, and he skidded to a stop. Turning to face me, he asked, "You're Parker Hayes, aren't you, ma'am?" "Sure am." Thatcher's cheeks flushed. I love your show," he stammered, his gaze mesmerizingly fixed on me. Susan intervened, breaking the spell.
Thatcher, please leave Miss Hayes alone.
Thatcher blinked, looked away, and blushed even deeper. "Yes, ma'am." He turned back, his eyes shyly meeting mine. "Nice to meet you, Miss Hayes." "Likewise, Thatcher." With a pivot, he nudged his friend's shoulder, and the two of them marched off, leaving behind a trail of dusty cleat marks. As I watched them walk away, I felt amusement over Thatcher's awkward admiration, and then Susan's parting shot.
"And don't forget to do your homework, young man."
The distant reply of, "Yes, ma'am," was followed by Susan's apologetic shake of the head.
My apologies, Miss Hayes.
I waved it off. No worries. Susan returned to typing on her computer, leaving me to bask in the warmth of the everyday moment I'd just witnessed. A mother's gentle scolding, a teenager's sheepish compliance. It was a comforting slice of normalcy that soothed my soul. And Thatcher's sweet, if clumsy declaration didn't hurt either. But then my phone buzzed, snapping me back to reality. A text from an unknown number flashed on the screen. "You are barking up the wrong tree." Huh. Could this be from the same texter as the other ones? The murderer? An informant?
Miss Hayes?
Susan pulled me from my pondering.
Mr. Buzzard will see you now.
I stood squaring my shoulders. It was time to confront the man with the silver tongue and see what secrets he might let slip. Taking a deep breath, I stepped into Buzzard's office, the smell of leather and old books even stronger here. Buzzard sat behind his imposing mahogany desk, his beady eyes fixed on me with an intensity that made me want to check the mirror to make sure a hole hadn't bored through me. Susan began to enter with her laptop, but Buzzard waved her off. "No need, Susan. This is an off-the-record meeting. Please close the door behind you. Thank you kindly." She quietly left the office and closed the door. Roger resumed his glare at me, then spoke. "Terrible, this Wade Tucker business. Just terrible. I'm sorry you had to see that." "Yes, it was off-putting. Thanks, Roger." I forced my voice to remain steady. "I'll just cut to the chase. I have a recording of you from Dylan Reeves's phone the day he was murdered." Buzzard's face remained impassive, but I caught a flicker of something. Surprise? Anger? He leaned back in his chair, giving his trademark steepling of his fingers. "That infernal gadfly," he spat, his carefully cultivated lawyer's composure cracking slightly,
was attempting to blackmail me.
Me? He emphasized the word as if the very idea was laughable. I dipped my chin, waiting for him to continue. Buzzard's lips thinned into a tight line before he spoke again. He claimed to have incriminating documents, Buzzard said, his voice brimming with disdain. Then he had the audacity to claim he had some sort of heavy hitter of a whistleblower who would topple my entire house of cards if I didn't come clean. He waved his hand dismissively. About Jackson, about Wade, about any of the power players in this town. And did he? I pressed. Have incriminating documents, I mean? Buzzard scoffed. Please, I've been in this game longer than that boy has been alive. When I read through his pathetic ruse, I gave him a tongue lashing that would make a sailor flee and sent him on his way. I chuckled, remembering the colorful tirade I'd heard on the recording. Oh, I heard. You certainly have a way with words, Mr. Buzzard. Is that all, Miss Hayes? Because if so, I have pressing business to attend to. He glanced pointedly at his watch. Unless, of course, you wish to employ my services? I shook my head. Just a couple more questions, if you don't mind. Can I ask where you were in the early morning hours when the murder occurred? Buzzard's face hardened. You may ask, but I am under no obligation to answer you. Next question. I was going to ask him about his whereabouts during the Wade Tucker suicide, but I figured he'd give me the same response or worse. So I said, never mind. He turned his attention to some papers on his desk, effectively dismissing me. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have actual paying clients to attend to. I stood up, and for a moment I weighed my options. Pushing further would likely only result in Buzzard's clamming up entirely, or sending me fleeing after one of his thunderous tongue lashings, but bowing out now felt like admitting defeat. Thank you for your time, Mr. Buzzard. He didn't look up as I left, but I could feel him shooting darts at my back as I closed the door behind me. I stepped out of Buzzard's office feeling like I'd just gone around in circles. Was he hiding his guilt? Or was I just seeing shadows where there were none? The clock was ticking, and I was no closer to the truth. The weight of it all settled in my chest, a knot of anxiety tightening with each passing moment. I'd solved cases before, but never with my own freedom on the line. The stakes had never been this personal, and frankly, it was terrifying. I paused. Susan? She stopped typing and looked up at me over the rim of her glasses.
Yes, Miss Hayes.
You don't have to answer this, but it could very well exonerate your boss. She straightened in her chair.
All right.
What kind of car does Roger drive?
He has a few cars. He prefers his 2020 Lincoln Navigator for driving around.
Does he have a muscle car?
Well, I don't call it a muscle car, but he has a 1963 Jaguar E-Type,
she replied without hesitation. I quirked my brow. Wow, you know his cars well.
He has me take them in when they need servicing.
Her brow furrowed.
Did that help?
Maybe. I mentally filed away the information. Has the Jaguar needed servicing lately?
A few weeks ago.
So it was out of the shop by, say, last Saturday?
Of course. Why?
Just curious. Thanks, Susan. You've been very helpful. Nice kid, by the way.
Thank you. Thatcher's a handful like his father.
She glanced at a framed photo on her desk.
Have a good day, Miss Hayes.
You too. I turned and walked toward the door.
Miss Hayes?
Susan called softly, her eyes darting to Buzzard's closed door.
If you ever need someone to talk to woman, I'm here.
Her unexpected offer caught me off guard. I managed a small grin. Thanks again, Susan. I appreciate that. So Buzzard drove a classy hot rod. That was a possible lead. I stepped out into the cool autumn air and scoped the little driveway parking lot. There was Roger's polished black 2020 Lincoln Navigator. Parked next to it was what I guessed was Susan's car, a faded teal mid-2000s Honda Civic that had seen better days. On to my next task at hand. Jackson Beauregard. I took the long way to his office, ambling through the quaint neighborhoods of Magnolia Grove. I wanted to avoid the downtown and any potential media encounters. The trees that lined the streets were a mass of reds, yellows, greens, golds, and oranges. Here I was, surrounded by autumn's beauty, and all I could think about was murder and corruption. I'd wanted to escape the darkness of my old life, but instead, I'd stumbled headfirst into a whole new kind of shadow. And the worst part? A tiny, traitorous part of me was thrilled by the challenge. Maybe I couldn't escape the mystery solver in me after all. The question was, would that part of me be enough to crack this case before it was too late? A gray-haired lady sat on her front porch, rocking gently in her chair. I raised my hand in a friendly wave. "Morning." Her rocking slowed to a stop. She fixed me with a stare that could have frozen molasses, then deliberately turned away. My hand dropped, along with my attempt at normalcy. Clearly, being a murder suspect wasn't doing wonders for my social life. 20 minutes and a couple awkward encounters later, I finally arrived at Jackson's building. Its sleek, modern facade loomed over me, a world away from Buzzard's Victorian relic. I didn't have to wonder if Jackson was working. I knew he was, although the empty reception let me know he at least gave Savannah the weekends off. I knocked on his door. "Enter," Jackson's muffled voice said. I strode into Jackson Beauregard's office. Jackson sat behind his imposing desk, looking every bit the Southern gentleman in his crisp white shirt and perfectly knotted tie. "Miss Hayes," he stood gesturing to a chair. "To what do I owe the pleasure?" I sat down, fixing him with a steady gaze. "Jackson, why weren't you more forthcoming earlier? I have a recording of your conversation with Dylan on the day he was murdered." Jackson's facade cracked for just a moment, a flash of unease crossing his face before his smooth mask slipped back into place. He groaned, running a hand through his perfectly coiffed dark hair. "I told that skittish reporter to shut it off. Should have known he kept recording. All right then, I concede. He was trying to blackmail me." "Over what?" I leaned forward. Jackson's gaze met mine, frustration evident. "I don't know exactly. He was maddeningly vague. Said he had stuff about the properties." "Properties as in your real estate dealings?" "Yes. Then he mentioned some document about one of our properties. Claimed he had a whistleblower who was going to come clean about who knows what." "And your response?" Jackson's lips quirked into a humorless smile. "You heard it on the recording. I told him to get out of here with all that nonsense. Parker, you have to understand. In my position, I'm constantly dealing with people trying to get a piece of my pie. Most of the time, it's all bluster, no substance." "But you seem pretty rattled on that recording," I pointed out, "for someone dealing with mere bluster." Jackson's expression hardened. "Miss Hayes, when you've worked as hard as I have to build something, you don't take kindly to anyone threatening it, substantiated or not." I slowly processed this information. "And after you told Dylan to leave, what happened then?" "Nothing." Jackson spread his hands. "He left. That was the last I saw of him." "Where were you when Wade Tucker died?" "It would have been sometime yesterday afternoon." Jackson regarded what I'd just said like he was solving a math problem. Then he smirked. "You don't think he killed himself, do you?" He leaned back in his chair, contemplating the ramifications of my statement. "Jackson, please answer the question." "I was here. Talk to Savannah." Something in his tone made me doubt the veracity of that statement, but I couldn't put my finger on why. "Can I ask you one more question?" "Certainly, Parker." "I don't think I know what kind of car you drive." Jackson blinked a few times, then sneered. Maybe he thought I was flirting with him? "Parker, I'm fortunate to own a 2024 Mercedes-Benz S-Class. Have you had the pleasure of riding in one? It's a game changer, especially on the Blue Ridge Parkway now that leaf season is upon us. I should take you." I believe Jackson Beauregard was flirting with me. "Sounds enchanting, Jackson, but I'm more of a muscle car girl." "Well, I can oblige you there as well. I now have the title to my late brother's '65 Shelby Cobra.
Does that strike your fancy?
I'll think about it. Right now, I've got more pressing matters to attend to. I stood up. Thank you for your time, Jackson. I appreciate your candor. Jackson rose as well, ever the Southern gentleman.
Always a pleasure, Miss Hayes. I do hope you get to the bottom of this unfortunate business soon. For all our sakes.
I turned to leave, my mind whirling with new questions. Jackson's story aligned with the recording, but something still felt off. The whistleblower he mentioned, could that be the key to unraveling this whole mess? And more importantly, was that whistleblower still out there? Possibly the one sending me the anonymous texts? And was he flirting with me to flirt? Or to try to take me off his scent? I stepped out of Jackson's office building, the autumn sun warm on my face. 2 interviews, and I felt no closer to the truth. But one thing was certain. In Magnolia Grove, everyone had something to hide, and I was running out of time to uncover those secrets before they buried me instead. I thought about the earlier message, the one that I'd received at Roger's office. You're barking up the wrong tree. Whoever this was, they seemed to want to direct me away from Buzzard. Before I could ponder it further, another text came through. Meet me behind your cafe, 9 p.m. Come alone if you want the truth. A jolt of excitement shot through me. This could be the break I needed. Or a trap. But with time running out and leads running dry, did I really have a choice? I glanced around, suddenly feeling exposed on the sunny street. Someone was watching me, guiding my investigation. The question was, were they friend or foe? And more importantly, was I willing to risk everything to find out? Chapter 14. I pushed open the door to Cashew Latte, the inviting scent of ground coffee and baked cinnamon rolls wrapping around me like a much-needed hug. The moment of bliss was short-lived.
Miss Hayes, Vim Fuego, WLBS NY20 News Asheville.
A lanky reporter from earlier with slicked back hair and a megawatt gleam thrust a microphone in my face. His camera guy, a burly man with a 5 o'clock shadow at 11 a.m., zoomed in uncomfortably close.
Care to comment on the recent developments in the Wade Tucker case? Is it tied to Dylan Reeves?
I suppressed a groan. Mr. Fuego, tell you what, by Tuesday morning, this case will be closed one way or another. I'll give you an exclusive interview if you just leave me alone until then. Please? I mustered my best, desperate cafe owner pleading look. I'll also give you and your crew free coffee and cinnamon rolls, extra drizzle. Deal? I'm pretty sure the camera guy began to drool. Fuego lit up like I'd offered him a Pulitzer.
Deal.
He turned to his camera guy and made a slashing motion with his hand, signaling to cut. Great. Now if you'll excuse me. I gestured toward the interior of my packed cafe. Fuego motioned to his crew. They retreated, leaving me to finally enter my own business in peace. Hi there, Hazel. I went behind the counter and began rummaging around. Hi. What are you looking for? Hazel tilted her head. Markers, I replied, and some paper and tape. I saw some paper and tape in the second drawer on the left. She pointed. There's a marker in the mug next to the register. I grabbed what I needed and started scrawling. Absolutely no media, in big bold letters. How's it going? I asked. Oh, you know, just living the dream. Hazel gestured to the impressive line of customers stretching to the door. Turns out being a suspect in a double homicide is great for business. I winced, pausing mid-scrawl. Yeah, nothing like a little murder to spice up your latte, huh? Hazel's eyes enlarged. Oh gosh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean... It's fine. I cut her off. I added a smiley face to the sign. Need any help? Nah, I've got it. Hazel turned to the next customer, beaming. Welcome to Cashew Latte. What can I get for you today? Just then, Whit bustled in from the kitchen, carrying a tray of mouth-watering pastries.
Fresh from the oven,
he announced, setting them down on the counter.
Hazel, you've outdone yourself. These smell amazing.
Thanks. Whit turned to me, looking incredibly adorable in his apron.
Hi, Parker. You should see the kitchen. It's, quite something. Do I want to know? Let's just say Hazel's enthusiasm for bacon might outweigh her tidiness. Whit chuckled. But hey, the results speak for themselves. I grabbed the tape and walked to the entrance, Whit following me. I'll deal with that later. Right now I've got a sign to hang and a mystery to solve. How'd the re-interviews with Roger and Jackson go? I taped the sign to the inside of the door with the words facing outward. Roger didn't cuss me out, which is a plus. Both of them had that guilty of something vibe, but nothing solid. And they both own powerful performance vehicles, so I can't discount either of them, or prove it to be them. We'll get there, Parker, Whit said, touching my arm. Appreciate you, Whit. I held his gaze for a moment. Well, I, should get those cinnamon rolls in the display case. Oh, yeah, do that. I really couldn't wait for this mess to wrap up so I could hang out with Whit under less crime-ridden conditions. I made my way to the Danger Zoners' table, where Hipster Holmes and Danger Zone Guy were huddled around their laptops. Their excited whispers and furious typing created a bubble of nerdy energy amid the bustling cafe. Any progress? I asked, sliding into an empty chair. Danger Zone Guy looked up, his thick-rimmed glasses slightly askew. We've cracked it. The encrypted files are open. My heart skipped a beat. Really? What's in them? Whit appeared at my elbow, a plate of cinnamon rolls in one hand. Did I hear something about cracked files? Well, Hipster Holmes stroked his meticulously groomed beard. It's interesting. I leaned forward. Interesting how? From behind the counter, Hazel called out, What'd you find? She was multitasking impressively, steaming milk while craning her neck to catch snippets of our conversation. Business records, emails, documents. Danger Zone Guy shouted back. Some of it looks pretty shady. Whit set down the plate and leaned over my shoulder to peek at the screen. I scrolled through the files, my initial excitement fading. Sure, there were questionable law enforcement practices, vague allusions to arrangements, and some creative accounting, but nothing screamed smoking gun. This is it? I couldn't keep the disappointment from my voice. Hazel, now at the register, chimed in between customers. Isn't it great? We could totally bring down the whole corrupt system with this. Whit grabbed a rag and started wiping down a nearby table. Whoa, let's not jump to conclusions. What exactly are we looking at here? I sighed, rubbing my temples. Nothing really, just a bunch of circumstantial stuff. But Jackson Beauregard's creative accounting. Hipster Holmes sputtered. The vague threats in the emails. Yeah, I said. It's suspicious, but any halfway decent lawyer could explain this away. Their faces fell, and I felt a pang of guilt. Whit, now restocking the napkin dispensers, offered a reassuring smile. Hey, don't get discouraged. Sometimes the smallest details can break a case wide open. Hazel delivered a latte to a nearby table. Yeah. And speaking of lawyers, is there anything in there about Roger Buzzard? I scrolled through the files quickly. Not really. Actually, very little, it seems. Most of the stuff points to Tucker, who is dead. Whit wiped up some crumbs. Sometimes what isn't there can be more telling. Very good point, Whit, I said. The Danger Zoners perked up. I stared at the screen, trying to make sense of the flood of information or misinformation we'd gathered. Okay, let's go over this one more time. What do we know for sure? Whit started listing off facts, ticking them off on his fingers. Dylan was investigating something big. He confronted Wade. Dylan ended up dead. Wade ended up dead. Supposedly by suicide. Danger Zone Guy chimed in. But the suicide doesn't add up. The evidence is too neat, too convenient. Hazel, who had been cleaning the same area of the counter over and over, spoke up. What if... She hesitated, then continued. What if Wade's death isn't connected to Dylan's at all? The group fell silent. We all turned to look at her. I mean... She continued,
her cheeks flushing slightly under our scrutiny. "It's just, the two crimes feel different, you know? Like Dylan's was messy and complicated, but Wade's is all tidy and wrapped up with a bow. It's almost like
they were committed by different people." I finished for her, the wheels in my mind starting to turn. Hipster Holmes scoffed. "Come on, that's a bit far-fetched, isn't it? 2 separate killers in our little town?" "Yeah, why 2? Danger Zone guy agreed. "The simplest explanation's usually the correct one. Occam's razor, right?"
Hazel shrugged. "Maybe you're right." I turned my attention to the laptop. Let's focus on finding the connection between the 2 deaths. I scoured through the documents, considering Hazel's suggestion.
2 murderers was improbable, but in Magnolia Grove, I was learning that anything was possible. Whit caught my eye and gave me a subtle nod of encouragement before heading back to the kitchen.
"What do you want us to do now?"
Hipster Holmes asked. "Tell you what, you can ask your superstar mystery informant Lone Eagle 91 how they got it so wrong about Wade Tucker," I said. He immediately started clacking away on his keyboard. I turned to Danger Zone guy. "You can go across the street to Henderson's Hardware and pick up a few of those door camera things, and a little can of pepper spray. Here's my card."
"Got it."
He grabbed the card and exited. My team was becoming a well-oiled machine. A bit of hope swelled in my chest. I slid out of the chair and made my way to the kitchen. I pushed through the swinging door, nearly slipping on a flour-dusted floor. Whit stood at the sink, elbow deep in suds. "Hey," I sidled up next to him. "Got a minute?" He glanced over, a smudge of chocolate on his cheek.
"For you? Always."
"What's up?" I lowered my voice. "I got another text. The mystery person wants to meet tonight, 9 o'clock, behind the cafe." Whit pulled his hands from the sink, sending a cascade of bubbles onto the already messy floor.
"Parker, that's
dangerous, stupid, potentially life-threatening?" I finished for him. "Yeah, I know. But what choice do I have?" He grabbed a towel, wiping his hands.
"We need a plan. Some kind of backup."
"That we do." I took in the state of the kitchen. Every surface was covered in a fine layer of flour or sugar. Mixing bowls teetered precariously on the edge of the counter. Something that looked like batter dripped slowly down the wall. Geez, what happened in here? Did Hazel try to recreate the flour bombing of San Francisco? Whit chuckled, gesturing around.
"Creative chaos, she calls it. That girl's a bacon savant, but
she's a human tornado," I finished, picking up a wooden spoon caked with what I hoped was chocolate.
"Exactly."
He grinned, then got serious.
"Back to that meeting. I don't like the idea of you going out there alone."
I propped myself against the counter and immediately regretted it when something sticky seeped through my shirt. The text was pretty clear about that. Come alone if you want the truth. Whit frowned, his forehead creasing with worry. It was oddly endearing, especially with the smudge of chocolate still on his cheek.
"Okay. It is right behind the cafe, so that's a good sign. At 9 o'clock. So I can be in here, with the lights out. We'll have a signal. Maybe a text you can have ready to send if there's even a possibility of danger. Deal?"
Gratitude blossomed in my heart. "Deal. Now, help me figure out how to tell Hazel that her baking privileges are suspended until she learns to use a mop." Whit laughed, and the tension broke for a moment, but I couldn't ignore the knot of anxiety in my stomach. 9 o'clock would undoubtedly come slowly, and with it, possibly the answers I'd been searching for, or a trap I might not walk away from. I glanced at the clock. 8 hours to go. I emerged from the kitchen wiping flour from my hands. The cafe had quieted down, with only a few stragglers nursing their afternoon coffees. Hazel was wiping down the counter, humming softly to herself. "Hey, Hazel," I called. "Got a minute?" She bounced over, her lavender bob swaying.
"What's up, boss?"
I hesitated, weighing my words carefully. "I need to talk to you about something important."
Is this about the kitchen? Because I swear I'll clean it up.
No, it's not about... Wait, what happened in the kitchen? She waved her hand.
Nothing major, just a small sugar explosion. Anyway, what's on your mind?
I took a deep breath. I'm meeting someone tonight. Someone who might have information about the murders. Hazel's jaw dropped.
No way. That's so exciting. Can I come?
Absolutely not. It's too dangerous. And I'm to go alone. Her face fell.
But I want to help. I could be your backup or your lookout or...
Hazel. I cut her off gently. I appreciate your enthusiasm. I really do. But this isn't a game. We might be dealing with a killer. She slumped against the counter.
I know. I want to be useful. Like you.
Her words hit me hard. I saw myself in her. Young, eager, ready to take on the world. But I also saw the potential for her to make the same mistakes I had. Listen, I said, softening my tone. You are useful. More than you know. Running this cafe while I'm out chasing leads? That's huge. She perked up a bit.
Really?
Really, I confirmed. And you know what? I do have a job for you tonight.
You do? What is it?
I need you and your friends to set up cameras out back. You keep an eye on the back lot where I'm meeting this person. If anything looks suspicious, you and Whit immediately call Sinclair. Can you handle that? Hazel straightened up, her face serious.
Absolutely. You can count on me, Parker.
Pride swelled in me. I know I can. Just promise me you'll be careful. No heroics, okay? She gave a solemn nod.
I promise.
I watched her bounce back to work, her step a little lighter. I hoped I was doing the right thing, involving her even this much. But something told me Hazel Jenkins was going to be involved in this mystery whether I wanted her to be or not. We had that in common. The late afternoon crawled by, each tick of the clock inching me closer to the 9 o'clock meeting. Despite my investigative skills, I found myself with little to do but wait. I'd pored over the decrypted files countless times, debated Lone Eagle 91's identity with Whit and the Danger Zoners, and meticulously reviewed the timeline of events leading up to Dylan's murder. I even dove into a YouTube rabbit hole of 1963 Jaguar E-Types and 1965 Shelby Cobras, trying to match their engine sounds to the car I'd heard that fateful night. When that proved fruitless, I resorted to stress baking a batch of chocolate chip cookies, much to Hazel's delight.
So who do you think will show up?
Hazel asked, munching on a cookie. I grabbed one from the cooling rack. The gooey morsels of chocolate melted on my tongue. I savored each warm, sugary bite. It could be the anonymous texter, Lone Eagle 91, or the killer for all we know. They could be one and the same, or 3 different pains in my backside. My mind spun through the possibilities like a frantic conspiracy theorist. I had to admit, this whole situation was turning into a real headache-inducing batch of complications. Well, whoever it is, they'll be on camera, Whit noted. He stepped over and showed me his phone, which had a grainy video feed of the parking lot. The cameras were fixed in place to monitor the back of the cafe. It wasn't much, but it made me feel a little safer. Remember, Whit tapped the screen. We got your back. I appreciated their help. The night was especially dark that evening. The moon was just a fingernail of a sliver, and stars were sprinkled across the black sky. It would have been beautiful if I hadn't been so on edge. All right. I stood up. It's almost time. You guys keep the doors locked. If this person is a psycho killer, I don't want them coming in here after you. Everyone got still. Even Hazel looked serious for once. I put the pepper spray in one pocket, then texted Whit with a check. His phone dinged. I readied another text to him. All I would have to do if I sensed trouble would be to tap send. I took a deep breath, bracing myself for whatever might come. It's go time, I said. Whit caught my arm as I headed for the door. Parker, be careful. Always am.
Sort of. I'll do my best. With one last glance at my makeshift team, I stepped out into the evening air. The weight of the investigation and the cafe's future pressed down on me. Whatever happened tonight, I knew things would never be the same. I walked out the back door and behind the cafe, my footsteps echoing in the quiet lot. The street lamp at the far end flickered, casting eerie shadows. My chest tightened as I scanned the area for any sign of my mysterious informant. This was it. No turning back now. Chapter 15. The back lot behind Cacio Latte was exactly the ideal spot for a clandestine meeting, if you were going for a gritty crime novel vibe, that is. Dumpsters loomed like misshapen shadows, and the flickering streetlight at the far end did little to dispel the gloom. The stench of day-old coffee grounds mingled with the musty odor of cardboard boxes, creating an aromatic backdrop that screamed secret meeting. Every little noise set my nerves on edge. The skittering of a stray cat across discarded newspapers, the distant slam of a car door, the whisper of wind through the lot. I fought the urge to check my phone, knowing Whit was just inside, ready to come to my aid if needed. Minutes ticked by, each one stretching into an eternity. I was about to call it quits when a sound caught my attention. Footsteps, soft and hesitant, coming from the shadows near the dumpster. I tensed, my hand instinctively reaching for the pepper spray in my pocket. A figure emerged from the darkness, lean and hunched. I squinted, trying to make out their features in the dim light. Slowly recognition dawned, and my jaw nearly hit the pavement. Thatcher? The gangly teenager shuffled forward, his face filled with embarrassment and nervousness. Hi, Miss Hayes. You're the anonymous texter? I couldn't keep the disbelief from my voice. Thatcher's face turned an impressive shade of crimson. Yeah, he mumbled, looking like he wanted the ground to swallow him whole. Do you also happen to be Lone Eagle 91 on the Danger Zone forum? What? Not sure what that is. I softened my tone. Never mind. So tell me something. Why have you been sending all these texts? I only sent one text, to meet me tonight. I thought if it sounded mysterious, you'd, be impressed. So you haven't been sending texts alluding to move on with your life, or you might fall into a hole you can't get out of, or things of that nature? No, ma'am. Just the one to meet up tonight. He kicked a stone toward the edge of the lot. His embarrassment was palpable. I felt sorry for the kid. Having an impossible crush is never a fun situation. But now I knew I wasn't any closer to finding out who had been sending those ominous texts. Thatcher, I'm flattered. But I'm around twice your age. You should be fighting off the parade of girls your age who are undoubtedly swooning over you. His shoulders slumped. I get it. Tell you what. Let's be friends, though. How's that sound? He shuffled around. Okay. I scanned the lot. Let's go somewhere less dumpstery. I pulled out my phone. Just give me a second, Thatcher. I quickly typed out a message to Whit. False alarm. It's Thatcher Hill, Susan's kid. All good. We'll explain later. I'll be at the bench in front of the shop. Hitting send, I tucked the phone back into my pocket. All right, let's go. We started to leave the parking lot when Thatcher stopped abruptly, then walked closer to the dumpster area. He bent down and picked something up. Oh wow, a bat knob, cool. He examined the small rubber ring object like it was a nugget of gold. That's what that is. I remembered seeing the gasket thingy among the parking lot detritus the day after Dylan's murder. I assumed it was a piece of plumbing material from the renovations. What are those for? Thatcher launched into an enthusiastic explanation about bat weights and swing mechanics that went mostly over my head. His earlier nervousness seemed to evaporate while he talked about baseball. We walked to the front of the cafe and sat down on my bench. So, Thatcher, does your mom know where you are?
Always.
He held up his phone.
She tracks me. She's really good with techie stuff. My dad was, too.
A shadow passed over his face at the mention of his father. It can't be easy, I said gently. Losing your dad?
Yeah. I miss him. I think I'm cursed or something.
What? Why?
Because my dad, who taught me baseball, died, and now Coach Tucker is dead. Do you think it's me?
My heart broke a little for the kid. Thatcher, do not ever think that. You have absolutely nothing to do with either death. Don't ever forget that. I want to hear you say it. He took a shaky breath.
I have nothing to do with their deaths.
Good. You have your entire life ahead of you. Don't waste a second of it on misplaced guilt.
Thanks, Miss Hayes.
The sound of a car pulling up interrupted us. A faded teal Honda Civic came to a stop nearby, and Susan Hill stepped out. Thatcher held up his phone with a grimace.
See?
Susan hurried over, her face both concerned and embarrassed.
Miss Hayes, I am so sorry. Has Thatcher been pestering you?
I waved off her concern. Not at all, Susan. We were just having a nice chat about baseball and technology. Thatcher stood up.
Well, thanks for talking. Bye, Parker, ma'am.
Bye, Thatcher. Nice getting to know you. As he walked to the car, I heard him tell his mom,
Glad you got the muffler fixed. That was embarrassing.
Yes, Thatcher, I know,
Susan said, a note of exasperation in her voice. I watched them drive away. That was an interesting encounter. After Susan's car disappeared around the corner, Whit, Hazel, and the Danger Zoners came out of the cafe. Well, that was the opposite of productive, I said. Hazel grinned.
So Thatcher Hill has a crush, huh?
I shot Whit a look. I see you've already filled everyone in on the big reveal. Whit grinned.
Can you blame Thatcher? You are pretty amazing.
Now it was my turn to be embarrassed. I changed the subject. No closer to solving the murders. Hipster Holmes stroked his beard thoughtfully.
Where do we go from here?
A wave of exhaustion washed over me. How about we regroup tomorrow morning? I'll be here early. We can go over everything we know so far. Again.
I'll get here early, too, and bake some maple pecan sticky buns.
Hazel's eyes lit up with culinary enthusiasm.
With a caramel drizzle and toasted pecans on top.
Yum! I stifled a yawn. Tomorrow, then. Good night, everyone. The next morning, the cafe hummed with the morning rush, the smell of fresh coffee, and Hazel's maple pecan sticky buns filling the air. My phone buzzed. Another text from our mysterious correspondent. Like I said, Wade was the killer. The case is closed. Move on. I showed the message to Whit, and he said,
Maybe this person has a point. Move on.
But if I don't present some hard evidence, Sinclair will lock me up. She's not getting any closer to figuring this out. This texter is really chapping my hide. You say that here in the South, right?
We say, get under my skin or rub me the wrong way.
Noted. I shoved my phone into my back pocket as the front door burst open. Nellie Pritchett bustled in, her scarf of autumnal hues wisping behind her.
Parker, dear, she said, settling onto a stool at the counter. I thought I saw you sitting out front with Susan's kid last night. I was just driving by. Such a tragedy with that boy. You know about his daddy?
I rolled my hand, encouraging her to continue.
Well, his daddy Dusty was a character. Very nice fella, mind you. Had a pleasant disposition, and nobody minded when he passed you by in the street. But he was one who, as his business was sinking, involved himself with some elements in the county.
She leaned in, her voice dropping to a theatrical whisper.
Organized crime.
Whit chimed in.
Took out loans with some nasty loan sharks and such. Word is to pay off his debts, He had to be in their employ, if you catch my meaning.
Nellie bobbed her head in agreement.
Uh-huh, that's right. Then one day at the Spring Fling Town Fair, he blew up, which was unlike him, at the big boss of the racket, Big Jimmy they called him, said, "You can take your racket and shove it. I ain't going along with it anymore."
What happened? I asked, although I had a sinking feeling I already knew. Nellie's face fell.
Next day he was found dead. Suicide. Note and everything. That's horrible.
Hazel had been eavesdropping.
Poor Susan and Thatcher.
Indeed, Nellie said.
Susan, though, refused to believe it. She insisted he was killed. She even claimed to have proof.
Let me guess. Tucker swept it under the rug? Nellie flashed a look of agreement.
Why, yes. You really are good at what you do.
Used to do, but apparently keep getting sucked back into, I said. As Nellie moved on to chat with another customer, I caught Whit's eye. Did this new information about Dusty Hill have any connection to the current murders? Okay, here's what I'm going to do, I told the gang. Hipster Holmes, put the word out on the forum. The case is not closed. We have evidence Tucker didn't commit suicide. Identity of his killer forthcoming. Hazel, wiping down the counter, piped up.
But that's not true.
No, it isn't.
Whit gestured to me.
But Parker's trying to lure out Tucker's murderer.
I grinned. Bingo. The plan had been set into motion. The danger zoners continued monitoring the feed for any bites. The rest of the day flew by in a whirlwind of activity. Hazel bustled around the kitchen, sugar and flour flying as she whipped up a batch of snickerdoodles. The fragrance of cinnamon and vanilla filled the air, punctuated by the occasional clatter of a dropped pan or muffled curse. "Everything okay back there?" I called out after a particularly loud crash.
"Just peachy,"
Hazel chirped, emerging from the kitchen with a tray of cookies and a triumphant grin.
"I may have made a tiny mess, but these snickerdoodles are to die for."
Whit, ever the charmer, manned the front counter with ease. He served up coffees and pastries with a smile that could melt butter, effortlessly fielding questions about the case from curious customers.
"Now, Miss Ambler," I overheard him say, "you know I can't divulge details of an ongoing investigation, but I can tell you that this mocha latte is simply criminal in its deliciousness."
Late in the afternoon, Clyde showed up with Major in tow.
"Thought you could use a break and some fresh air,"
he winked. Grateful for the distraction, I grabbed Major's leash and headed out for a walk. The crisp autumn air cleared my head as I mulled over the case details. Major trotted along happily, pausing occasionally to sniff an interesting patch of grass or mark his territory. "All right, Major." I glanced down at my furry companion. "Let's go over our suspects. What do you think about Roger Buzzard?" Major lifted his leg to christen a fire hydrant. "My thoughts exactly. He's definitely marking his territory in this case. But is he just protecting his clients, or hiding something more sinister?" We continued down the leaf-strewn sidewalk. Then there's our mystery texter. Cryptic messages, inside knowledge. What's their game? Major's ears perked up at a squirrel darting across the street. "Focus, buddy. We're working here." I chuckled. Although maybe we should be chasing our suspects like you chase squirrels. Might get better results. As we rounded a corner, I continued our brainstorming session. Lone Eagle 91 is another puzzle. How does this person know so much about what's happening? Major sneezed in response. "Bless you. And yeah, it does smell fishy, doesn't it?" We paused at a bench, and I sat down while Major sniffed around a nearby bush. "And let's not forget my old pal Jackson Beauregard. Smooth talker, dubious business dealings. He's got motive and means in spades." Major returned, resting his head on my knee and looking up at me with those soulful eyes. "I know, buddy. It's a real mess. And the silence from Lone Eagle 91 and the texter? It's driving me crazy. Our bait should have gotten a bite by now." Major let out a soft whine, as if commiserating with my frustration. "You're right. We can't give up. Sinclair's deadline is looming, and we've got to crack this case." We headed back to the cafe, where as the remainder of the day passed, the seconds of the clock seemed to tick by faster and faster. By nightfall, I stumbled back to Clyde's guest house, exhausted but hopeful. Our trap was set. Now we just had to wait and see if anyone would take the bait. I collapsed into bed. "Just one more day," I mumbled to Major, who had curled up at my feet. "One more day to solve this mess before Sinclair makes good on her threat." Sleep came fitfully, filled with dreams of ticking clocks and shadowy figures just out of reach. Chapter 16. I jerked awake to the incessant buzzing of my phone and the even more incessant licking of Major on my cheek. Groaning, I fumbled for my phone in the dark, nearly knocking over my bedside lamp in the process. The screen's harsh glow assaulted my eyes, revealing a flood of notifications, texts, missed calls, social media alerts, all screaming for my attention at 6:17 a.m.? Seriously? This better be good, I muttered, swiping to unlock my phone. Hazel's was the latest message. "Have you seen this?" It had a video link. Curiosity overrode my early morning crankiness, and I tapped play. The next 3 minutes and 27 seconds were a masterclass in character assassination. Whoever made this video had turned me, Parker Hayes, podcaster turned cafe owner turned reluctant amateur sleuth, into Magnolia Grove's very own evil villain. It opened with grainy surveillance footage of me approaching Wade's compound. The caption read, "The day Wade was suicided, so he wouldn't speak." I snorted. Oh, come on. That wasn't the day he died. That was the day before. Major cocked his head and gave a soft "Roof." I know, so obvious, right, Major? Then came a dizzying montage, me arguing with Dylan, but conveniently cut to remove all context. Screenshots from my old podcast zoomed in on my face mid-sentence, making me look like I was plotting murder instead of discussing true crime cases. Sometimes the answer is hiding in plain sight. My voice intoned over footage of me smirking at a customer in my cafe. I remembered that day. I was just happy about perfecting a new muffin recipe. Now it looked like I was gloating about murder. The kicker was a clip of me talking to that reporter, Vim Fuego. They'd spliced in audio of me saying "good for business" to Hazel, followed by a shot of me nodding and smiling in super slow motion. I looked like a cartoon villain savoring their evil plan. "Unbelievable," I whispered, watching the parade of unflattering photos. Bad hair days, mid-sneeze shots, you name it. Each one lingered just long enough to make me look shifty, suspicious, and slightly deranged. "Would an innocent person do this?" the video asked. Would a guilty person run a cafe and investigate the murder herself? The grand finale was a greatest hits of out-of-context quotes from my podcast. The perfect crime. Get away with murder. Hiding the evidence. Each one paired with a photo of me looking confused or startled. The final frame was a distorted image of my face with the caption in garish red letters, "Magnolia Grove's coffee killer?" I set the phone down, my mind reeling. Part of me wanted to laugh at the absurdity of it all. The other part knew this was serious trouble. Well, I guess that's one way to start your Monday morning. Major's nuzzle did little to quell the growing knot of anxiety in my gut. If this video could make even me question my innocence for a split second, what would it do to the good people of Magnolia Grove? I flopped back onto my pillow, staring at the ceiling. Someone out there was scared enough of what I might uncover to try and discredit me in the most public way possible. "Game on, mystery video maker," I muttered, sitting up and swinging my legs out of bed. "You just made a big mistake." I pushed open the door to catch you latte, and the smell of something baking did brighten my mood a tad. The usual morning bustle was noticeably absent. A handful of regulars huddled in corners, their conversations dying as I entered. Great. They'd seen the video. Nothing like being the subject of small-town whispers to start your day. Hazel looked up from wiping down the already spotless counter, her lavender bob slightly deflated.
"Morning, Miss Parker. It's been quiet."
I can see that. I hung up my jacket. I guess being a person of interest brings business to the cafe, but a cringy video of outright accusation is bad for business. Who knew? Hazel continued delivering more unpleasant news.
"Mrs. Pumpling called to cancel her garden club standing order, and Lauren Yancey from Feta and Friends said she'd be taking business elsewhere for the foreseeable future."
That last one was no surprise. Lauren Yancey was another recent city slicker transplant who, well, let's just say we hadn't quite hit it off yet. But the Mrs. Pumpling cancellation stung a little. "Anything else?" I dared to ask.
"The phone's been ringing off the hook," Hazel said, lowering her voice. "Mostly reporters, but also some not-so-nice calls."
Well, Hazel, it seems our regulars have suddenly developed a case of, I know her, but not really itis. Don't worry. It's just a side effect of being associated with someone who's been publicly dragged through the mud. I'm sure they'll be back once the novelty of scandal wears off and they need their caffeine fix again. In the corner, the danger zoners huddled around their laptops, looking up as I approached. "Parker." Hipster Holmes stroked his meticulously groomed beard. "That video's gone viral. It's all over local social media, and it's spreading to true crime forums." Danger Zone guy pushed up his thick-rimmed glasses. "We've been monitoring the comments. It's not great." I slumped into a chair. Fantastic. The front door opened, and I looked up, hoping for a customer. Instead, Whit rushed in. Not that I was bummed that it was Whit, though. "Parker," he said, slightly out of breath. "I just saw the video. Are you okay?" I managed a weak shrug. "Oh, you know me, just relishing life as Magnolia Grove's newest pariah." Whit pulled up a chair, his face serious. "What are you going to do?" "All right, team." I looked around at the concerned faces of my makeshift detective squad. "Let's brainstorm. How do we counter this video and find the real killer before I end up serving lattes in a prison jumpsuit?" Hipster Holmes stroked his beard thoughtfully. "Well, they're obviously tech-savvy, that's for sure. The editing is top-notch. And they somehow got access to Wade's surveillance footage," Whit added. "But Wade's computer was smashed. As I suspected, there was no suicide. The culprit killed Wade, got all of his surveillance footage off his computer, then made it look like Wade had taken a golf club to it in a drunken fit of despair and rage. So whoever murdered Wade also made that video." Hazel chimed in from behind the counter.
"Why would the real killer want to make you look guilty?"
"Because our ploy worked," I said. "The post about evidence contradicting Wade's suicide flushed them right out of hiding, and now they're shaking in their boots." Whit glanced at me. "This feels pretty desperate." "Yeah, because their whole plan is about to come down like a Jenga tower on a river raft." Hazel came over to the table with a plate of darling little golden brown cakes. I bit into one and nearly fell out of my chair. Hazel, you are a virtuoso. I've never tasted anything quite like this."
"Thanks. I call this one Golden Glimmer Cake. The secret is using 2 different ingredients that sort of seem the same, maple syrup and honey."
Everyone moaned in delight. "Amazing. Delicious. So good." Whit licked his fingers. I took a napkin and wiped a bit of crust off Whit's lip. "You have a crumb." "Thank you." You know, something's been bugging me about the crime scenes." "What do you mean?" "First of all, that hard drive I conveniently found under the dumpster, for example. Like it was planted there after the fact. Looking back, I doubt Sinclair's deputies would have missed collecting a flash drive." "So you think the killer dropped it off after Sinclair's team left?" Whit asked. "Maybe. And let's not forget both Tucker and Buzzard had been lurking around the crime scene the following day." Then a thought struck me. I pulled out my phone and opened a folder of digital photos. "Take a look at these crime scene photos." Whit took my phone and began scrolling.
Where did you get these?
I gestured vaguely toward the danger zoners. I could tell you, but then I'd have to kill you.
Not funny, Parker,
Whit said, his voice tight. Sorry. I winced, taking back my phone. Gallows humor. Anyway, look, notice anything? I swiped between the two crime scenes, Dylan's and Wade's. Whit studied the images.
They're different,
he said slowly.
Dylan's is chaotic, but Wade's seems
methodical, I finished. Almost too perfect.
What are you thinking?
Wade asked, his voice low. I shook my head. It strongly suggests two different murderers. Whit wavered with uncertainty.
Maybe, or maybe not.
I need to confirm something. I typed a text to Thatcher. Hey friend, Parker here. Question, what brand of bat knob do you use? Thatcher's reply came back.
Grip and rip, why?
Just curious, I typed back. What about the one you found behind my cafe?
Markwort?
Came the response. I could feel it coming together. I was so close. So close. I texted. Did Coach Tucker use a bat knob?
Yeah.
I took a deep breath before asking the final question. Do you know what kind? The pause before his reply took forever.
Markwort.
I stared at my phone. It all clicked into place. I still didn't really know what a bat knob was or did. The game wasn't just afoot. It was about to change entirely. I know exactly what happened, I said.
Chapter 17. The last customer waved goodbye as they exited Cacio Latte. I flipped the sign to closed and let out a long breath. It was just past 8 p.m., and the real work was about to begin. Whit appeared from the back, wiping his hands on a dish towel.
So, this is it?
I wiped my sweaty palms on my jeans. If I'm right, this should all go very smoothly. The danger zoners huddled around their laptops, hipster homes confirming, "We're set to record." Hazel nervously started tidying up behind the counter. "All right," I pulled out my phone. "Here goes nothing." I dialed the number, my jaw clenching. "Hello?" Susan Hill's mousy voice came through, sounding distracted. "Hi, it's Parker Hayes. I need to speak with you."
Oh, hi, Parker. Is this about Thatcher?
The concern in her voice was immediate. "No, but it is sensitive information. I'm afraid to share over the phone. We both might be in danger."
Shouldn't you call the sheriff then?
She asked. I swallowed hard. No, I can't trust her. She might be in on it.
I knew it.
Susan's voice was a whisper. "Please, Susan, can you come by the cafe? I'll be brief." There was a long pause.
Okay. I'll be there soon.
I ended the call and looked at my team. "Okay, now you all skedaddle upstairs to my soon-to-be apartment. We need to make it seem like I'm alone in the cafe." They all got up and walked toward the kitchen and nearly collided with Clyde and Major, who were coming out. I'd completely forgotten that Clyde had been working on my apartment upstairs.
Lord have mercy, Parker. That kitchen looks like a tornado hit a hen house. You hosting a food fight back there?
Hazel's cheeks flushed red.
Oh, sorry about that. I was just...
Now don't you fret none,
Clyde said with a kind smile.
A messy kitchen means good eating. All right, Parker, I'm fixing to head out. Just wanted to say goodnight. Things are coming along up there. A little hiccup with the electrical, but it's fixable. Shouldn't be more than a couple weeks before you can move in.
Thanks, Clyde. I can't wait to see it. Clyde glanced at each of us, taking in our tense expressions.
Y'all look like you're about to wrestle a greased pig. Everything all right? Anything I can do to help?
I was touched by his concern. Unless you can solve the murders of Dylan Reeves and Wade Tucker and have irrefutable proof to hand Sinclair before she arrests me tomorrow morning, I think we're good. Clyde's expression softened with understanding.
Now don't you go borrowing trouble, Parker. You're sharper than a tack and tougher than a $2 steak. If anyone can crack this case, it's you.
Thanks, Clyde. I appreciate it.
You bet your boots. Come on, Major.
Clyde tried to walk to the front door, but Major wouldn't budge. He gave a soft whine, looking between Clyde and me. I gave Major a good pat. "Go on, buddy," I added, a quick scratch behind the ears. "I'll see you tomorrow." Clyde and Major exited out the front, while the others headed to the kitchen to make their way upstairs to my apartment. Minutes ticked by as I paced behind the counter, my footsteps echoing through the stillness. The front door opened with a whoosh, and Sheriff Sinclair walked in, bringing a gust of crisp autumn air and her trademark stern expression. "Hayes, checking in before your deadline. You got anything for me?" My heart dropped to my stomach. This wasn't part of the plan. I needed to get rid of the sheriff, and pronto. "Sheriff, I'm sort of busy at the moment." Sinclair arched a brow. "Busy? Your cafe is closed." My phone pinged. It was a message from Whit.
"What is Sinclair doing here?"
I held up a finger. "Excuse me, Sheriff." I typed, "I don't know." I looked up from my phone. "Sheriff, I'd love to share my findings with you, but I'm sort of working an angle right now." "An angle? Care to elaborate?" My phone pinged again. Another message from Whit.
"If Susan sees Sinclair here, she might bolt."
"Excuse me again, Sheriff. My apologies. It's Whit with some observations for me." I was trying to ease back on my white lying, at least a little bit. Whit would have been proud. I typed,
I know. I hadn't had time to take off the all caps. I looked back at Sinclair. I can't really elaborate right now. I chose my words carefully. I'm close to something big, but if I say too much now, it might fall apart. Parker? Sinclair's voice carried a warning tone. If you're withholding information about an ongoing investigation, I'm not, I interrupted. I'm trying to get information, but it's sensitive. If the source sees you here... I glanced past Sinclair toward the front door. You're on thin ice, Hayes. Remember, you're still a suspect. You mean scapegoat? I blurted, then wished I hadn't. I'm asking you to trust me, just for tonight. Give me a chance to figure this out. Sinclair eyed me. That video's put you on very shaky turf, Hayes. If I don't see something tangible from you first thing tomorrow, which I'm guessing I won't, I'll be arresting you. Something in her tone made me pause. Sheriff, why are you really here tonight? Let's just say I'm zeroing in on my suspect, and my sources monitoring you say you might be stirring up trouble. You have people trailing me? Like who? That's need to know, Hayes, and you don't need to know. Before I could respond, her radio crackled to life. Sheriff, we got a situation down at the old mill. She glanced between me and the radio. This isn't over, Hayes. Clock's ticking. I expect a full report tomorrow, or you'll be viewing Magnolia Grove from behind bars. As Sinclair left, I let out a breath. My phone pinged. Whit's text read, "What was that about?" I took my phone off of all caps and texted, "No clue. You don't think she could actually be part of this, do you?" At this point, I wouldn't rule anything out. Before we could continue this text thread any further, there was a tapping coming from the kitchen. Someone was knocking on the back door. I walked back into the kitchen. Wow. Clyde was right. It was post-hurricane status. Through the little window on the door, I could make out Susan's usually neat hairdo, which looked a bit mussed. I opened the door to let her in. She looked around, nervous.
"No one's here?"
Susan whispered. "No, I sent them home. That being said, I don't know who I can trust. Shall we adjourn to my office?"
"Sure."
I turned and walked a few paces to a back corner, where I had the little table and a few chairs. I pulled a chair out for Susan. I apologize for the mess. I kicked aside an eggshell. Susan sat in the chair and fidgeted, her knee bouncing up and down. The stage was set. The players were in position, and I was about to bring down the curtain on this small-town mystery once and for all. Whatever happened next would change everything. Chapter 18. I took a deep breath, looking Susan straight in the eye. Susan, I might have exaggerated about you being in danger. I needed to see you in person.
"For what?"
Her face pinched. You didn't kill Dylan Reeves. Her shoulders relaxed slightly.
"Of course I didn't,"
she squeaked out. I continued. But you did pick him up that night. I was here, right by that door. I pointed to the back door.
"Ah, you must be mistaken. Why would I?"
Look, Susan, it was your car I heard leaving. The muffler was out. Susan looked down at her hands.
"I was just trying to help,"
she whispered.
"Dylan told me he needed vitamin K and charcoal pills. That Wade Tucker had poisoned him. I offered to take him to the hospital, but he refused. So I drove him to the 24-hour store and we got the supplements. Then I brought him back here."
She regained some composure. What were you doing here in the first place? I asked.
"We were supposed to meet for an interview. No idea why he was conducting interviews in your parking lot. Anyway, I told him I'd give him all I knew about the suspicious circumstances concerning my late husband's death. But there was no interview, because he didn't have his phone to record it. Plus, he was sick."
Did the supplements help?
"He was pretty nauseous, but he was okay enough to borrow my phone to call Wade Tucker. Cursed him out something fierce. Told him if he didn't bring back his phone, he was going to the sheriff. Then I left."
And that's when Tucker came back and killed Dylan, I said.
Is that right?
You already know this, Susan. But the thing is, you didn't have to kill Tucker. The color drained from her face, followed by panic.
How do you know? I mean, why would you think I killed Wade?
She stammered. My entire body hummed with exhilaration. I was on the right track. That perfume you're wearing right now, is that Chanel Chance Au Tendre?
Yes.
It was time to pull out my tried-and-true Parker Hayes bluff card. Well, it just so happens that's the exact floral fruity scent I smelled at Wade's when we found his body. Susan's shoulders sagged. I watched what was left of her composure crumble. I'd cracked the case. There were 2 murderers.
I had to do something, she whispered. Wade killed Dylan, just like he killed that journalist years ago. Just like I know he was involved in my late husband Dusty's death.
But you didn't have to kill Wade Tucker, I said softly. Sinclair would have gotten him eventually. Susan's head snapped up. Her eyes blazed. Uh-oh. Perhaps I'd miscalculated the sleeping lioness that resided inside this mouse of a woman, and I'd just woken it up.
My, you are clever, Parker Hayes. But let me tell you something about Sinclair. I don't even know if she's capable of solving a murder. And who knows whose pocket she might be in.
She took a shaky breath.
I figured that poor boy's death would be swept under the rug, like always. Maybe they'd even wheel out a scapegoat to burn while Tucker avoided any reckoning. That's why I tossed that flash drive under your dumpster and started sending you those texts and got on that little forum, trying to steer you toward Tucker. I thought maybe you could get justice. You were my last hope.
Why didn't you just let me do my thing? You didn't need to kill Tucker.
When I saw on that forum you were going to team up with that wretched creature, I had to take action.
Susan's voice rose.
Parker Hayes? Teaming up with that murderer Wade Tucker?
It was a ruse, Susan, I explained. I wasn't going to work with him. I was trying to catch him. Susan took out a tissue and patted under her glasses.
I see that now. Just like that evidence you pretended to have about Wade's questionable suicide. Aren't you just full of ruses?
That was a heck of a smear campaign against me.
I didn't want it to come to that. But at that point, I believed you had something on me. I had to draw attention toward you. And now it's too late. I ruined everything.
I stood up. It's not too late, Susan. You can still do the right thing. Her gaze darted around the kitchen, looking for an escape.
I'm not going to jail, Parker.
So what are you going to do, kill me? It was a half joke. Definitely not banking on her to respond in the affirmative. Susan's hand disappeared into her purse. She stood up, pulling out a serious-looking taser.
I'm sorry, Parker.
Her voice was eerily calm.
But I can't let you turn me in.
I tensed, ready to make a move. Susan, please don't do this.
I can make this look like an accident. A fire in the cafe.
Her finger hovered over the device.
Perhaps I could even pin it on one of your danger zone followers, claiming they became convinced you killed Dylan. I truly am sorry, Parker. I really do like you.
I was starting to like you too, Susan. I needed to act fast. I shoved the fold-out table toward her with all my might. Susan, caught off guard, stumbled backward. The taser fired, its tendrils grasping at air with a menacing tat-tat-tat sound. As Susan struggled to regain her balance, I lunged for a nearby shelf, grabbing a large bag of flour. With all my strength, I hurled it at her. The bag exploded on impact, engulfing Susan in a cloud of white. Blinded and disoriented, Susan flailed, slipping on what I could only assume was some errant butter from Hazel's baking frenzy. She went down hard, the taser skittering across the floor. I dove for the weapon, my fingers closing around it just as Whit burst into the kitchen from the staircase.
"Parker,"
he shouted.
"are you okay?"
I looked at Susan, groaning and covered in flour, then back at Whit. Yeah, I am. Whit pulled me into a bear hug. We got it all recorded. Relief washed over me as the adrenaline ebbed. The mystery was solved. And I wouldn't be seeing Magnolia Grove from behind bars. Chapter 19. Deputy Colton and Deputy Granger escorted Susan Hill out of Cachulate. Bulldog's gruff voice carried through the crisp evening air, reciting Susan's Miranda rights with all the enthusiasm of a high school student reading Shakespeare aloud. I stood and watched from behind the counter, my fingers drumming an anxious rhythm on the worn wood. Susan's head hung low, her hair now dusted with flour, a messy souvenir from our kitchen tussle. The sight of her small frame dwarfed by the deputies on either side was disheartening. I saw Sinclair through the window giving orders and directing her deputies on what car to put Susan into. Over in the corner, the danger zoners huddled around their laptops like kids around a campfire. Danger Zone guy was copying the recording of the exchange onto a drive for Sinclair.
Big crack in the case coming soon,
Hipster Holmes announced as he typed, his perfectly groomed beard vibrating with excitement.
The forums are gonna explode when we drop this bomb.
I made a mental note to have a chat with them about the definition of confidential information later. For now, I had bigger fish to fry. Whit poured me a cup of decaf. Thanks, I murmured, wrapping my hands around the warm mug. Whit's fingers brushed mine, sending a buzz through me.
Well, that's one way to end a Monday, Whit mused.
Sheriff Sinclair entered, plopping down onto a stool. Her eyes, sharp as ever, didn't miss a thing as they swept over the cafe. Coffee, Sheriff? Parker has a yummy decaf blend. Hazel piped up, her cheerful voice adding light to the somber mood. Sinclair offered a bemused glance. Decaf? Trust me, I said, finding my voice at last. My decaf is better than most people's regular brew. Hazel bustled around behind the counter, pouring the coffee. I walked from behind the counter and sat on the stool next to Sinclair. My back ached from my tussle with Susan. So, I met the sheriff's gaze. I guess we've got some talking to do? Sinclair took the mug of coffee Hazel had set in front of her. I'd say so, Hayes. Why don't you start by telling me how you figured out it was Susan? We both sipped our coffees. I set my mug down. It was a combination of things, Sheriff. But the phrase caught between a rock and a hard decision in Wade's supposed suicide note was what really got my wheels turning. Sinclair gestured to continue. Elaborate? It struck me as odd, not exactly a common saying. Then I finally remembered where I'd heard it before. Susan used that exact phrase when she told me about her life choices after getting married. Too specific to be a coincidence, don't you think? Sinclair set down her mug. Usually folks say caught between a rock and a hard place. Exactly. Here's where it gets interesting. When Whit and I visited Wade's compound, we passed by his shooting range. One of the targets had shots all over the place, not exactly marksman material. You think he was training someone? I bet Susan went there pretending to be scared, asking for Wade to help her. Not sure how she did that because she'd been accusing him of killing her husband, but she got him to trust her then. Used his own weapon against him. Sinclair finished. She sat back, her face thoughtful. Not bad, Hayes. Not bad at all. I tried not to preen under the half-hearted compliment. Thanks. Sinclair leaned forward slightly, her voice low and precise. Let me fill you in on the details, Hayes. Susan played the scared widow to perfection. She claimed Dylan had dug up dirt on her husband's old associates, the same ones she'd previously accused Wade of working with. Told Wade these people were after her now. She begged for his protection and swore she knew he wasn't involved in her husband's death, the whole damsel in distress routine. And Wade, he bought it, hook, line, and sinker. Had I been drinking coffee when she told me all this, I might have spat it out in astonishment at her level of knowledge. How do you know so much about Susan's visit to Wade's compound?
Sinclair gave a pointed look. We obtained access to his backup server last night. It's all on his video feeds. This might have been nice to know before my encounter with Susan. Wade only had surveillance of the outside. We got her at the scene, but not the murder. You were working your angle, and you got the confession out of her.
I just wanted to keep the fire lit under you,
Sinclair admitted, the barest trace of a smile touching her lips. I shook my head, feeling a grudging respect for the sheriff. Well, mission accomplished, I guess. Though next time maybe just ask me to hurry up instead of threatening arrest? Where's the fun in that? Sinclair's tone was dry as desert dust. As I met her gaze, I saw something. Not quite warmth, but maybe a thawing of the ice. I wouldn't label it friendship, not by a long shot, but it was a start. How'd you finally peg Tucker for the Dillon murder? Sinclair asked. The bat knob. Bat knob? Sinclair questioned. What are you talking about? The day after the murder, I spotted a round gasket thingy near the dumpster. I assumed it was something from Clyde's renovations. Turns out, it wasn't a gasket at all. It was a bat knob, a piece of baseball equipment. And Wade was a baseball coach. Sinclair picked up her mug. Yep. Just so happens it's the same brand Tucker used. Thatcher Hill confirmed it for me. Long story. I'll spare you the teenage drama. Sinclair smirked. Appreciated. I bet you'll find the murder weapon with all the other baseball equipment, hiding in plain sight. I spread my arms wide, as if unveiling the answer. She finished her coffee and then set the mug down with a soft thud. One more thing, Hayes. Did you happen to find anything significant on Dillon's flash drive? We didn't have any luck. I shook my head. No, because that was planted by Susan. What about the contents of Dillon's phone, which I'm sure you made a copy of? Guilty as charged. I'm sure you heard the recordings. A bunch of nothing. Zip. Nada. Dillon didn't have squat on Wade, or Jackson, or Buzzard, or anyone else in this town. You're telling me all this was over nothing? Looks like it. Dillon's whole shtick was a bluff. He was trying to get people to turn on each other, probably hoping someone would slip up and give him a real story. I laughed, but there was no humor in it. Guess that backfired spectacularly. So, Wade killed Dillon over an empty threat, Sinclair mused. And Susan killed Wade for a murder he committed out of paranoia, I added. Talk about unnecessary deaths. We sat in silence for a moment, the satisfaction of closing a case settling between us. Whit, who had been quietly wiping down tables nearby, paused in his work. That's what happens when you try to take justice into your own hands, he said softly. Sinclair stood up. Well, Hayes, I hate to admit it, but you did good work here. Don't let it go to your head. Wouldn't dream of it, Sheriff, though I might put Sinclair approved detective on my business cards. Sinclair didn't bat an eye, but I caught a suggestion of approval. She exited the cafe. I looked out the window and saw Susan sitting in the back of Sinclair's cruiser, her head bowed, looking as mousy as ever. Part of me wanted to hug her. Sinclair got in, and the car pulled away. I felt a lump form in my throat. Yeah, Susan, you didn't need to kill Wade. We would have nailed him eventually. For Dillon, for that old reporter from 87, for your husband, for this whole town. Whit's hand on my shoulder brought me back to the present. You okay? I took a deep breath, trying to sort through the jumble of emotions. We solved the case, Whit. Why doesn't it feel like a victory? He squeezed my shoulder gently. Because sometimes the truth is messier than the mystery. But you did the right thing, Parker. Remember that. I covered his hand with mine. You're right. Plus, I think I finally perfected my murderous smoker recipe. Silver linings, right? Whit chuckled. There's the Parker I know. Come on, let's close up shop. I think we've all earned a good night's sleep. The danger zoners, who'd been suspiciously quiet, suddenly erupted into cheers. Case closed.
Hipster Holmes shouted, raising his fist triumphantly. Danger Zone guy added,
Parker, it was an honor working with you.
You too. All right, team. Celebration breakfast tomorrow. On the house. Hazel sang,
Ooh, I'll make salvage strudel.
I watched them all with fondness and amusement. Magnolia Grove had shown its darker side, sure, but it had also shown me the strength of community. And really, wasn't that what small towns were all about? Chapter 20. The narrow staircase leading up to my newly finished apartment was packed tighter than a can of sardines. Hazel, Whit, Maggie, Nellie, and even my parents, who had made a quick trip down for my housewarming party, all jostled for position, their faces cheerful and excited. Clyde stood at the top, his white beard neatly trimmed for the occasion, a pair of comically large scissors in one hand and a set of keys in the other. He cleared his throat, commanding attention like a conductor before a symphony. "Folks," he began, his voice warm as fresh pecan pie,
"we're gathered here today to celebrate not just a new apartment, but a new chapter in our dear Parker's life."
He winked at me, and I felt goosebumps.
Now, I ain't one for fancy speeches, but I will say this. Parker Hayes, you brought more excitement to this town than a squirrel in a nut factory. And just like this apartment, you've become a fixed part of Magnolia Grove, whether we like it or not.
A ripple of laughter ran through the crowd. I caught Whit's eye, and he gave me a smile that made my heart do a little flip.
"Without further ado," Clyde continued, "let's get this show on the road. Parker, would you do the honors?"
He handed me the oversized scissors, which were heavier than they looked. I stepped up to the red ribbon stretched across my new front door, feeling a bit like a kid on Christmas morning. "Here goes nothing," I muttered, and with a satisfying snip, I cut through the ribbon. A cheer went up from the assembled crowd. Clyde pressed the keys into my hand, his eyes twinkling.
"Welcome home, Parker."
I took a deep breath and turned the key in the lock. The door swung open, revealing my new home, where I'd spend the next years of my life in Magnolia Grove. I stepped into my apartment, a wave of emotions washing over me as I took in the space. The open-plan living area was bathed in warm sunlight streaming through the large windows, highlighting the rich coffee-colored hardwood floors.
"Oh, sugar, this place is cuter than a bug's ear,"
Maggie gushed, her wild red curls bouncing as she twirled around.
"And those accent chairs, they're just to die for."
Nellie bustled past, her ruffled dress swishing as she moved.
"Now, Parker, honey, you simply must tell me where you got that adorable little coffee table. It would be perfect for the town hall's waiting area, don't you think?"
Hazel made a beeline for the modest but stocked kitchen.
"It's so cute."
My dad, meanwhile, was examining the exposed brick wall with exaggerated seriousness.
"Well, would you look at that? I guess you could say this apartment is really built like a brick."
Mom quickly cut him off. "Daniel. Oh, no, you don't. That joke stops right there." He gave a sheepish grin, then went to the counter and grabbed a pink frosted cupcake. Mom resumed taking photos, which I guessed were off-center. A soft whine drew my attention, and I looked down to see Major claiming his spot on the plush dog bed I had purchased for him. He circled 3 times before flopping down with a contented sigh and curling up into a ball. "Well, I guess that makes it official. Welcome to Shea Parker, everyone." The room filled with laughter and chatter. I leaned against the kitchen counter, soaking in my housewarming party. Warmth spread through my chest, and it had nothing to do with the coffee I was sipping. I was in my happy place. Magnolia Grove had become home. And to think, just a few weeks ago, I'd been the town pariah, the subject of whispered conversations and suspicious glances. Now there I was, surrounded by friends and family with the murder investigations in the rear view. I could ease back and finally enjoy the simple life. I moved over to the large window, staring out at the stunning view. I could see the town square park, the trees a tapestry of autumn colors in the golden sunlight. In the background above the tree line stood the water tower that read Magnolia Grove in cursive.
"Penny for your thoughts?"
Whit's voice pulled me out of my reverie. I gestured to the view, then to the room full of people. This is wonderful.
It sure is.
Our shoulders brushed, sending a shiver through me. You know, I came here looking for a quiet life and lattes.
And instead you found a town full of secrets and scandals.
I laughed. Exactly. But you know what? I wouldn't change a thing. Nellie sidled over to where we stood.
Speaking of scandals, what about Roger Buzzard defending Susan Hill?
I took a sip of my coffee. That's going to be a colorful courtroom drama. Nellie carried on.
Roger's going with a fear for her life/temporary insanity defense. He just so happened to uncover some incriminating documents about Tucker's involvement in both the '87 murder and Susan's late husband's death. The argument is that Susan went to confront Wade Tucker, and things escalated. I wouldn't be surprised if she gets off, but you didn't hear it from me.
What about Thatcher? I asked.
He's gone to live with his aunt and uncle a few towns over until the trial's over. They're good people. You'll be in good hands. Don't you worry, Parker.
I saw him in the town square park last week. The memory washed over me. Thatcher sitting alone on a bench, his baseball mitt beside him. Our gazes had met, and for a moment, I'd wanted to go over and tell him everything would be okay. But how could I? I had helped put his mother in jail. In the end, we'd just exchanged nods.
Oh, and did you hear? Nellie leaned in. The multi-use development project is moving forward again, much to half the town's chagrin.
Really? I raised a brow. Last I heard, Roger and Jackson were at each other's throats. Nellie waved a hand dismissively.
Oh, you know how it is with power players like that. They fight like cats and dogs one minute, then they're thick as thieves the next. Business is business, after all.
After a few hours of conversations, cupcakes, and coffee, I was ready for some alone time in my new cozy home. I started picking up empty plates and cups, hoping everyone would take the subtle hint. As I was carrying a stack of plates to the kitchen, I overheard Nellie whispering in a conspiratorial tone with Maggie.
You didn't hear it from me, but I heard that her son has been sending letters to his estranged father.
Maggie whispered back.
I heard from Joseph, Mayor Camden. The flower shop hasn't been doing too well. Eleanor's not able to pay for Oliver's art school.
I stood back and continued eavesdropping, almost wishing I hadn't. Nellie went on.
That's not the worst of it. Oliver actually invited his father to come visit for the holidays. Can you imagine? Eleanor hasn't seen him in nearly 20 years. Tell me that's not going to put a strain on the poor woman. They didn't part on good terms, as you know. It's going to cast an ugly shadow over our holiday season, and this town has had enough drama for 1 year, wouldn't you say?
I set the plates down with a clatter that made Nellie and Maggie jump. Their heads whipped around, guilty expressions on their faces. I pretended I hadn't heard a word, but I was already wondering about this mystery man from Eleanor's past. Everything okay in here? I asked innocently.
Nellie chirped. Oh, just catching up on some town affairs. Nothing for you to worry about, dear.
Right. Like I hadn't been involved in town affairs since day 2 of moving to Magnolia Grove. I busied myself wiping down the counter, my thoughts drifting to Eleanor. The quiet, hard-working florist had always seemed, well, sad. Like she was carrying a weight she couldn't quite drop. Now I wondered if this person from her past was the reason why. I sighed, tossing the dish rag into the sink. So much for a quiet winter in Magnolia Grove. Something told me that between holiday cheer and family drama, I'd be lucky if I made it to New Year's without stumbling over another body. But that was a problem for tomorrow's Parker. Tonight, all I wanted was my bed and maybe one last cupcake. I'd worry about whatever new intrigues Magnolia Grove had in store for me another day. It's no mystery you finished this audiobook produced by Podium Audio. If you're thrilled with this audiobook, we would love for you to rate and review it. For more stories unbound, check us out at podiumentertainment.com and sign up for our newsletter. We promise we won't spam you. Also, consider joining our community of listeners, fans, and trolls on social media. We won't keep you in the dark about upcoming releases. You have been listening to A Drizzle of Danger, Book 2 of a Cafe Crimes Cozy Mystery series, produced by Anna Erickson, written by Simone Stier, performed by Jessica Goldapple, a member of SAG-AFTRA. Text copyright 2025 by Simone Stier. Production copyright 2025 by Podium Audio. All rights reserved.